What if I told you? The anime barely scratched the surface. Right after Solo Leveling Season 2, we pick up with two key chapters the anime skipped, just before Jinwoo enters the Red Gate. From Cha Hyin's battle with Baru to confess her feelings, to Jinwoo facing his system's creator, saving Japan from a god-tier threat, uncovering the secrets behind the gates, clashing with the world's strongest hunter, and growing so strong that the US ends up begging Jinwoo to save their top hunters. This is where the real story begins. If you're a real Solo Leveling fan, like it, subscribe, and hit the bell button. We're just getting started. Jinwoo began to wonder if the fallen hunters had triggered some kind of trap left by the ants. But before he could dwell on it further, a man approached the association president and whispered something in his ear. The president turned to Jinwoo and informed him that an unexpected guest had arrived, so he needed to step away. Jinwoo thanked him for his time and left the office. As he approached his car, a man suddenly called out to him. The stranger apologized for the sudden approach and introduced himself as Adam White, a senior agent of the American Bureau of Hunters. He asked Jinwoo to simply call him Adam. Jinwoo found it strange if this man had been looking for him, why hadn't he visited his office directly? Could this be the foreigner that Jinho had mentioned before? Curious but cautious, Jinwoo asked Adam what he wanted. Adam explained that he had valuable information to share, something that no other country or organization could provide. When Jinwoo asked why he, specifically, was being given this information, Adam smirked and replied that it was only for a select few who would benefit immensely. He then admitted that he had planned to meet Jinwoo in person earlier, but the Jeju Island raid had taken priority. Now, even his deputy at the bureau wanted to meet Jinwoo in person. Adam then casually mentioned something intriguing. Did Jinwoo know about awakened individuals with the ability to enhance the strength and abilities of other awakened? Jinwoo paused, processing the information. Was such a thing even possible? If true, it could be an enormous advantage. He decided to hear them out and agreed to go with them. Michael Connor, the deputy director of the American Hunters Bureau, he was eager to meet Jinwoo, and Adam acted as their interpreter. Without wasting time, he got straight to the point, offering Jinwoo immediate US citizenship. Normally, immigration documents took 2 years to process, but if Jinwoo agreed, he would become a US citizen instantly. However, Jinwoo wasn't interested in citizenship, he was here for the information Adam had promised. He pressed them about the awakening ability that could enhance others. With a knowing grin, Michael Connor gestured for someone to enter the room. Moments later, a woman walked in. Michael introduced her as Ms. Selner, the only person in the world capable of helping awakened hunters break through their limits. As Jinwoo looked at Ms. Selner, he immediately sensed that her aura was different. She didn't feel like any of the awakened hunters he had encountered before. Something about her presence made him wary. Michael Connor stood up and motioned for her to begin.
You must be skeptical about all this. Everyone gives me that same look of doubt at first. However, once you get a taste of my powers, you'll be begging for more. As you may already know, every awakened being has a limit to their strength, and no one can reach their limits. So an awakened being's rank will always stay the same, unless they undergo a second awakening. This fact is common knowledge among hunters. Yes, I have the power to help awakened beings reach beyond their potential. Through a process of 3 stages, I can lift their limitations. I'm not so sure what to call this power, though. I could be performing a forced reawakening, or perhaps I'm simply drawing out someone's true potential.
Jinwoo thought deeply about her words. If she was telling the truth, then her power was incredibly valuable. He asked her just how effective it was.
It's different for each person, but after going through all 3 stages, the individual will experience anywhere between a 20% to 30% increase in strength.
If this were true, it would explain why so many hunters move to America despite facing criticism. Any other hunter would kill to be in his position. Michael Connor confirmed her words. This was why the American government protected Ms. Selner, ensuring her safety and compensating her generously. The risks were high, but her ability allowed them to create stronger hunters, which in turn strengthened America's standing in the world. He then smiled and told Jinwoo, "This ability is our gift to you." Jinwoo, however, wasn't fooled. He smirked and replied, "A gift? No, this is a bargain, isn't it?" Michael chuckled but didn't deny it. If Jinwoo became a US hunter, they would help him push beyond his limits. He would also have the freedom to join any guild he wanted. These were exceptional terms, and they weren't pressuring him to decide immediately. Today's meeting was merely an introduction. At that moment, Michael asked Jinwoo if he wanted to try the forced reawakening process. He said it could be seen as a gesture of goodwill. Jinwoo hesitated. Something about Ms. Selner's confidence unsettled him. Connor thought, once Jinwoo experienced it, he wouldn't be able to stop himself and may sign the papers here and now. Still, his curiosity got the better of him. Ms. Selner gently took his hand and instructed him to look into her eyes. She began the first step of the process. At first, nothing seemed unusual, but suddenly her expression changed. She was no longer calm, her face twisted into horror. She gasped as her mind was suddenly pulled into the darkness. For a moment, she saw nothing but an endless abyss. And then, from the darkness, she saw Jinwoo staring back at her. Her breath caught in her throat. But it wasn't just Jinwoo looking at her. There was something else, something far beyond human comprehension. A presence so overwhelming that it crushed her very soul. Her body froze in terror, and then she screamed. In the real world, the sudden scream sent the room into chaos. The agents immediately pulled out their guns and aimed them at Jinwoo. "What did you do to her?" one of them shouted. Michael Connor immediately snapped at them. "Put those away! Do you even know who you're pointing your guns at?" He scolded them, reminding them that if they acted so carelessly in front of someone like Thomas Andre or Liu Zhigang, they wouldn't even be left alive to regret it. Meanwhile, Ms. Selner was trembling, clutching her head as if she had just witnessed something unspeakable. Michael quickly approached her. "Are you okay? What happened?" She was sweating profusely, her face pale. Michael frowned. "You don't look well." Connor asked if they can reschedule the meeting, and he will be in touch with him. To which Jinwoo agreed. Connor asked Adam to show Mr. Sung the way out. As he left the room, Ms. Selner whispered with trembling hands,
He's a king.
Michael turned to her. "What?" She gulped.
And a powerful one at that.
Michael frowned. "As strong as a national-level hunter." But Ms. Selner shook her head.
No, I can't tell because I've never experienced anything like this before. He's a king, all right, but not an ordinary one. While I was looking at him, he was also looking back at me. I'm not talking about Sung Jinwoo. What stared back at me wasn't him in an abyss. It was an all-consuming darkness, an infinite void inside him. It felt like it was swallowing me whole. On top of that, there is no limit to his powers.
The president of the association sat in his office, reflecting on the tragic death of Hunter Min Byung-gu. Despite his retirement, Min's passing was devastating, and the president couldn't help but wonder why it had to be him. Though heartbroken, he knew there would be many more challenges ahead, and things would only grow more difficult. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon answering, he was shocked to hear that a gateway to another dimension had appeared in the middle of the road. The president quickly decided to contact a major guild, realizing that if the gate had indeed appeared near the area, it might be connected to the location Hunter Jinwoo had previously mentioned near his guild office. At that moment, Jinwoo was sitting in his car, pondering what had startled Ms. Selner. She had seen something frightening, perhaps a real monster, and he wondered if they would ever meet again. As he sat in traffic, unable to understand why the jam was so severe, he received an incoming call from the president of the association. The president informed him that a high-ranking gate had opened in Jinwoo's neighborhood, and he realized that the gate was likely causing the traffic delay. The president asked if Jinwoo could handle the situation, but Jinwoo, confident, asked if he needed permission to clear it. The president responded,
"From where did you get the permission?"
Jinwoo answered, "From the association," and the president, acknowledging his authority, replied,
"And who am I?"
Jinwoo smiled and reassured him that there was nothing to worry about. He would take care of everything. Not long after, Jinwoo arrived at the gate. A cameraman from the news crew filming the event remarked that a gate had appeared in the middle of the road. As Jinwoo approached, a girl from the association stopped him, questioning his purpose and whether he had permission to enter. She recognized him as Hunter Jinwoo, and the onlookers in the cars nearby also noticed him. They figured he was there to handle the situation. The girl, still skeptical, asked if he had enough people for a raid. At that moment, Jinwoo was on the phone with the president, and it became clear that the girl didn't realize who he was talking to. He handed the phone to her, and she nervously asked, "Who is it?" Jinwoo replied, "Someone you can't ignore, it's the president of the association." Upon hearing this, the girl turned pale and immediately turned to let him through, but Jinwoo had already walked into the portal. As she watched him step through, she hoped he would stumble or twist his ankle, but then something strange began to happen. The gate started to change color, turning red. The girl was stunned. She hoped the change wasn't because of something she had said, but Jinwoo was already inside, and he realized he had been tricked. The gate was a red gate. He turned around, only to see that the entrance had closed, and he knew getting out would be difficult. However, he wasn't too worried. He remembered his mother telling him that if he reached such a high rank, he should use it to save people, just like his father, a firefighter who had always saved others. His mother had always supported him, and he felt a sense of relief, knowing she understood him. Determined to finish the job quickly, Jinwoo began summoning all his shadow soldiers. Towering monsters, several meters tall, stood in front of him, and his soldiers engaged in fierce battle with them. Jinwoo watched the battle unfold and reflected on the nature of a hunter. A hunter was born to hunt, and monsters weren't the only enemies. Hunters must always stay vigilant, as the situation can change in an instant. Many high-ranking hunters lose their guard and become complacent. But no matter the odds, a hunter will always come to the aid of their friends and family. A hunter's duty never ends. No hunter has ever considered stopping hunting, and Jinwoo knew this was his path too. A man sat frozen inside a blue gate, his face twisted in shock at the sight before him. A sense of dread gripped his heart as he stared at the figure looming ahead, a blue-skinned elf radiating a terrifying aura. Trembling, he mustered the courage to ask, "What are you?" The elf, seemingly uninterested in answering, was searching for the fragments of brilliant light. With a cold glance at the man, he murmured,
"You are not one either."
Before anything more could be said, a sudden shift in the air signaled another arrival. A swirling portal opened behind them, and a strange humanoid figure stepped out. Without hesitation, Elf asked,
"Yogamont, what are you doing here?"
Yogamont turned. His replied,
"Delivering information about the Eastern Territory."
"The small island to the east, the land of the Shadow Monarch. Didn't you decide to handle that place yourself?"
The mage nodded, but spoke with urgency.
"The rulers plan to release Legius south of there, so I will claim that land instead."
Hearing this, the elf's interest piqued.
"And the Shadow Monarch?"
The mage dismissed the concern with a wave.
"It won't be an issue as long as the architect fulfills its role."
Then, lowering his voice, he shared a crucial piece of information.
"The greatest fragment of brilliant light. It has been confirmed to be there."
A wicked smile spread across the elf's face.
"Interesting."
But before they could continue their conversation, something changed. A presence, a realization. They had been lured here. From the shadows, a ragged man emerged, his gaze sharp and unwavering.
"The small Eastern Territory you speak of, you mean Korea?"
The elf turned toward him, intrigued.
"Why? Does it interest you?"
The mage, clearly impatient, scoffed.
"We don't have time to waste on him."
He turned to leave, but the man's grip tightened on his daggers. Without hesitation, he lunged. Before his blades could reach their target, a massive wall of ice erupted between them, stopping the attack in its tracks. The impact was devastating, sending shockwaves through the air and shattering the surrounding landscape. Meanwhile, deep within the Red Gate, Jinwoo stood face to face with a towering monster. Surrounded by its minions, the beast let out a mocking laugh. For someone so small, You've come quite far." It turned its gaze toward the dense forest and roared, summoning its comrades. But to its shock, no one came. Confusion flickered in its eyes as it turned back, just in time to hear a commanding voice. "Come out." At Jinwoo's call, Igris and the shadows emerged, dragging the corpses of slain monsters behind them. The monster's expression twisted in horror, and then a severed head flew through the air. Panic set in as it realized the truth. It was surrounded. Jinwoo's voice was calm but merciless. "Kill them." With a single command, the Dark Army surged forward, clashing with the monsters in a brutal battle. Chaos erupted, but among the enemy ranks, fear took hold. Some monsters, unwilling to fight the Shadow Soldiers, broke formation and charged toward Jinwoo instead. But he never made it. A massive shadow bear emerged behind them, roaring as it struck with overwhelming power, scattering them in all directions. Their leader, watching in horror, cursed his own forces. Before he could utter another word, Baru and Igris struck. His body crumpled before he even realized what had happened. In the midst of the carnage, Tusk unleashed his colossal magic, summoning a force so strong that the earth itself trembled. With his gravitational acceleration skill, he crushed the remaining enemies beneath his overwhelming strength. As the battlefield settled, Jinwoo stepped forward, his gaze locked onto the final monster. His voice was quiet, yet it carried an unmistakable weight. "Answer my questions, and I will grant you a swift and painless death." But before he could extract any information, the system interfered. Jinwoo sighed. "No matter. One way or another, I will learn the truth." Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out an item he had obtained long ago, the key from the cursed box. Now, finally, after reaching level 100 during the Jeju raid, he could see its details. Allows the user to enter the Kartanon Temple. The entrance location will be revealed in 417 hours, 6 minutes, 52 seconds. Jinwoo stared at the key, a wave of memories flooding his mind. The double dungeon, the horrors he faced. No matter how much he tried to forget, the system refused to let him. A smirk played on his lips. "So, you're calling me back to where it all began?" His grip tightened around the key as his confidence surged. "If this was planned from the start, if you've been waiting for me to return, then wait for me. I'm coming." Jinho sat in his office, clicking his mouse repeatedly, his agitation evident in every sharp motion. He was on a mission to eliminate the haters who had been targeting their guild. No one who dared to harm his brother would be spared. With a sigh of satisfaction, he leaned back in his chair. The task was complete. The most ardent critics of his brother had been silenced. Just then, the door creaked open and Jinwoo stepped inside. Jinho nearly jumped in surprise. Where had he come from? He had disappeared without a trace, only to reappear as if he had sprouted from the very ground. "You have been working hard." Jinwoo's voice was calm, but Jinho could sense an underlying exhaustion. Jinho's eyes widened. Something was off. Jinwoo's disheveled appearance suggested he had just been through something rough. "Brother, why do you look like that?" Jinwoo waved off the concern. "I just got out of a dungeon." Then, pulling a bag from his inventory, he revealed a stash of top-tier mana crystals. Jinho's eyes sparkled with excitement. These would cover the guild's expenses for a long time, but one person in the room wasn't celebrating. Jinwoo frowned at Jinho's words. "Workers? Salaries? What are you talking about?" Jinho blinked before realization struck. "Ah, don't you remember? We need one more founding member." Hearing this, Jinwoo said, "That's right. We need at least 3 members to form a proper guild, a director, a deputy director, and an employee. Even if to fill the quota someone diligent would be nice." Jinwoo sighed. He had no interest in discussing this further, and asked, "Is that all?" Jinho replied, "There's another issue we need to settle, the name of our guild." Jinwoo hadn't given it any thought. It simply wasn't a priority for him. Jinho, on the other hand, had already brainstormed several possibilities. "How about the Sungyu Guild, In honor of its two founders, he suggested. Then, after a brief pause, he frowned. Or maybe, you sung. But I wouldn't dare have my name should first. He continued rambling. We could combine our names. Woo-Ho Guild. No, that sounds weird. What about Jin? That has a nice ring to it. Jinwoo cut him off with a single suggestion. Solo play. Jinho froze. He could hardly believe his ears. Brother, are you serious? He turned away, rubbing his temples. This must be a joke, right? Before he could protest further, a knock at the door interrupted them. Both men exchanged puzzled glances before Jinho moved to open it. A soft yet firm voice greeted them.
Is this the office of Hunter Sung Jinwoo's guild?
Jinho's jaw dropped. Standing before him was none other than Hunter Cha Hai-in. Jinwoo, too, was taken aback. Hunter Cha? What brings you here? Her response was simple.
I want to join your guild.
Silence filled the room. Jinwoo blinked, unsure if he had heard correctly. Could you repeat that?
I want to join Sung Jinwoo's guild.
Still bewildered, Jinwoo searched for an explanation. Did the association send you? Cha frowned.
What does the association have to do with this?
Jinwoo pressed further. Did Hunter Choi kick you out of your current guild? Cha shook her head.
No.
Jinwoo couldn't make sense of it. Why would someone of her caliber leave her established guild to join his? When he asked why she wanted to join our solo play guild, her expression changed. Cha's face turned blue.
Solo? Your guild is called Solo Play?
Jinho, sensing the awkward tension, jumped in. No. Brother was just joking. He hasn't finalized the name yet. Jinwoo, with a confused expression, thought his judgments got clouded. Due this confusing situation, Jinwoo ignored him, his focus locked onto Cha. Something about her felt off. Her heartbeat, breathing, and gaze. She was clearly hiding something. Jinwoo knew that Cha Hai-in had awakened less than 2 years ago and still had a contract with her current guild. Breaking that contract meant paying a hefty penalty. Yet, she was willing to pay. Why? Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. You know we can't afford to compensate you at your level. Cha smiled faintly.
That doesn't matter to me.
Jinwoo's suspicion deepened. Was she truly willing to take a disadvantageous deal just to be part of his guild? Cha hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the truth. She remembered the moment she first met him, drawn by the scent that surrounded Jinwoo. It started out of curiosity. He was like the only light in this dark world, and at the last raid during the terrifying battle, she thought she would die. She had never encountered anything like it. When she had regained consciousness, the Hunter Association's president was at her side, assuring her that she was safe. She had been airlifted to the hospital, and when she asked the president if Hunter Jinwoo had also come to the raid, the president shook his head. She thought so because it wasn't a dream, and she really almost died that time. And she realized that if suddenly something happened on one of the raids, what would she do? Thinking about it, she got confused. She couldn't say that she wanted him by her side until her last breath. She was so ashamed of what she thought she blushed, and Jinwoo couldn't understand what was happening to her. After all, she couldn't tell him about it. After all, judging from her flushed face, she is definitely hiding something, and he doesn't know what's in her mind, but realized that the fact that she might have planned everything in advance cannot be ruled out, and he ended up asking what her answer was. She clenched her fists.
I just want to live comfortably. Am I not allowed to?
Jinwoo was momentarily caught off guard. No, that's not it. Jinho, ever the observer, leaned in. Even Cha herself came here looking for peace. That must mean the hunter world is even harsher than I imagined. She was only 22 or 23 years old, yet the burden of responsibility weighed heavily on her. She was badly injured during the raid on the island. Jinwoo cleared his thoughts and said that to join the guild, one must pass a certain test, which the letter didn't mention. After all, it had appeared to them relatively recently, so the vice president had just forgotten about it. Turning to Jinho, Jinwoo instructed, "Go downstairs and bring us something to eat and drink." As soon as Jinho left, Cha Hai-in wasted no time.
What kind of test?
She asked, her voice steady and determined. Jinwoo studied her for a moment before answering. You'll have to defeat one of my summons." She let out a small sigh, crossing her arms.
Is that really how low your evaluation of me is?
Then her gaze sharpened.
Which summon is it?
Jinwoo smirked. "For you, I'll pick my strongest warrior." With a confident gleam flickering in her eyes, she replied.
Good.
The huntress was eager to join the guild. She abruptly stood up from the couch and asked excitedly,
When do we start the test?
Jinwoo gave a small nod. "Right now. How about we have it at the Hunter Association's gym?" However, just as he suggested it, he realized something: the journey there would take quite some time. Not wanting to waste time, he decided to try Shadow Exchange, a skill that allowed him to switch places with any shadow soldier. The only downside was that after using it, it would become unavailable for 3 hours, with its cooldown depending on its level. As the huntress approached the door, ready to leave, Jinwoo spoke up. "We don't have to go through there. There's an easier way to get there." She turned back, curious.
What do you mean?
Jinwoo hesitated slightly before adding, "You'll have to stand a little closer to me, if you don't mind." She didn't fully understand what he meant, but before she could ask, Jinwoo suddenly pulled her against him. Her face flushed red at the unexpected closeness. And in that same instant, the shadows beneath them swallowed them whole. At the same moment, Jinho returned to the room carrying a tray of food. "I brought some snacks so we can talk in peace," he started, but mid-sentence, he froze. Instead of Jinwoo and Cha Hai-in, a shadow orc stood in the room. Jinho blinked in shock. The shadow orc, completely unfazed, simply reached out and took the food from Jinho's hands, immediately digging in. Jinho could only stare in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jinwoo and Cha Hai-in reappeared inside the Hunter Association's training hall. She stumbled slightly from the sudden teleportation, her eyes wide in shock.
How did we get here?
Jinwoo analyzed her reaction. His assumption had been correct. Shadow Exchange worked like a gateway, instantly connecting two locations via his shadow soldiers. The fact that he could bring others along only confirmed his theory. He turned to her and said, "Let's begin the test." Cha Hai-in suddenly looked flustered.
Wait, I forgot my weapon.
Jinwoo raised an eyebrow and asked, "That pickaxe you had in the dungeon?" At his words, she turned bright red.
That wasn't my weapon,
she protested. Seeing her reaction, Jinwoo smirked. "I was just joking." She let out a small sigh and said,
It's fine. I can find something suitable in the warehouse.
She walked over to the armory section of the training hall. Since the training was regularly conducted here, they had built a sizable weapon storage beside the hall. Though not the best, the weapons there were sufficient for sparring. After a brief search, she picked out a sword that suited her. Turning back to Jinwoo, she said,
I'm ready.
Jinwoo glanced at the weapon and asked, "Will that be okay?" "It's not your usual sword." She shook her head.
It doesn't matter. A monster doesn't care whether I'm comfortable or not.
That answer impressed him. Well said. However, he hesitated. With her fighting style, an ordinary shadow soldier wouldn't stand a chance. She would tear through them in a matter of seconds. Instead, he made a decision. Jinwoo raised his hand and summoned Igris. "Among my soldiers, he's the best swordsman." The huntress looked at the knight and asked,
How do we decide the winner?
Jinwoo answered, "Until one of you surrenders." Although he had said he would let her fight his strongest warrior, Jinwoo was concerned that Baru might traumatize her even further. In this case, Igris was the best choice. As she stepped into position, Jinwoo turned his attention to her sword. Any weapon would do. "Turn away for a second," he instructed. She looked puzzled, but complied. Taking the opportunity, Jinwoo pulled out the Demon King's longsword and handed it to Igris. "Use this." A moment later, the battle began. Igris charged forward, his new sword flashing. As he swung it down, a bright lightning bolt struck the ground, the sheer force shaking the entire hall. Jinwoo watched closely. She was fast, faster than he expected. A normal human would have been obliterated by that attack, but she dodged and countered as if fighting on equal terms. Elsewhere, the president of the Hunter Association sat in his office, filling out paperwork. His gaze shifted to the window, where he noticed a light on in the training room. He frowned. No one booked the hall today. Curious, he picked up his phone and instructed his subordinates, "Send me the surveillance footage of the training hall." When the footage arrived, 2 hunters were inside the gym. Then, a realization dawned upon him. He remembered the time when Cha Hai-in had asked him if Jinwoo had been at the raid. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it. But now, he quickly ordered, "Turn off cameras in the training room. Put it on record as an inspection." Just as he finished speaking, the picture frame behind him suddenly shifted from the impact of a powerful strike in the gym. The president doesn't seem surprised by this, thinking about, this is the power of youth. Back in the training hall, Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise. Igris had just been thrown back, crashing into the wall. Cha Hai-in lowered her sword and glanced at Jinwoo.
Was that Black Knight really your strongest summon?
She took a step forward, gaze unwavering.
You said you would summon the strongest. Please summon him.
Jinwoo hesitated. That might be dangerous for you. She didn't back down.
I don't care. I still want to fight him again.
At that moment, Jinwoo realized she knew about Baru. His expression shifted. He called, "Baru." His shadow stirred ominously. "Are you sure?" he asked again. Cha Hai-in met his gaze without hesitation. He asked her again, "Will you really be okay?" Although Baru was weaker than when he was alive, he was originally born to kill hunters, and right now the advantage was not on Cha Hai-in's side. At that moment, Jinwoo heard Baru's voice.
"My king, what should I do with the huntress?"
Jinwoo responded firmly. "Defeat her, but don't let her get hurt." The moment the command left his lips, Baru let out a terrifying screech. The entire training hall trembled as the powerful sound wave shattered every light bulb, plunging the room into darkness. The huntress's breath hitched, she could feel it. Baru was strong. She clenched her sword. How had Jinwoo fought this monster alone? Through the darkness, Baru's sharp fangs gleamed menacingly. Just as he prepared to strike, "Stop!" Jinwoo's voice cut through the silence like a blade. Baru instantly froze. Jinwoo's tone was cold. "If she gets hurt, I won't forgive you." Lowering his fangs, Baru bowed his head slightly.
"As my king commands."
The huntress, however, was already searching for an opening. Suddenly, Baru vanished and reappeared behind her in an instant. Her eyes widened, just like last time. Reacting instinctively, she swung her sword, but Baru effortlessly deflected it. He hadn't forgotten Jinwoo's orders. He couldn't harm her, but he had another command to follow.
"Break the enemy's spirit."
With that, the real fight began. Cha Hai-in launched a relentless barrage of attacks, her blades slashing toward Baru at blinding speed. But no matter how hard she tried, her sword never found its mark. Baru weaved through her strikes, effortlessly dodging in mid-air. Then a sudden burst of sound erupted from Baru. The high-frequency shockwave struck Cha Hai-in, sending her stumbling back. Her body hit the floor, and she barely managed to recover. Jinwoo, watching closely, narrowed his eyes. That was enough. The match is over. But Cha Hai-in didn't back down. She tightened her grip on her sword, her breathing ragged. She wasn't done. Jinwoo frowned. Why? It made no sense. The difference in strength was clear. Why was she still pushing forward? Even Baru seemed momentarily conflicted. But then his instincts took over. Once a creature has danced on the brink of life and death, it learns to recognize one fundamental truth: predator or prey. And for Baru, resisting a predator was unacceptable. His aggression sharpened, his movements became faster, deadlier. But so did hers. She dodged, again and again. She leaped from side to side, avoiding every strike meant to finish her. Then her sword began to glow. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Cha Hai-in's movements became fluid, relentless, and terrifyingly precise. With a final leap, she pounced on Baru, her sword slashing down in a devastating final blow. The weapon shattered. A gasp escaped her lips. It broke? Her strongest attack, the only chance she had left, and it had failed. Still, she wasn't done. Pouring everything into one last strike, she used the Sword of Light skill, lunging toward Baru with blinding speed and force. And then she hit him. Jinwoo's heart pounded. In that moment, something awoke inside Baru. A voice, a command given at his birth.
Destroy the enemy.
A deep, red aura exploded around him. His eyes blazed with aggression. Jinwoo instantly knew this wasn't part of the test anymore. Baru was about to kill her. "Stop!" Jinwoo shouted. But it was too late. The attack had already been launched. The moment before impact, Jinwoo moved, faster than anyone could see. He appeared between them, blocking the strike with his own body. Dust exploded around them as the impact shook the entire hall. Silence fell. As the dust settled, Jinwoo glared at Baru. "I ordered you to stop. Why did you disobey?" Baru staggered backward, then he dropped to his knees.
My king, please forgive me.
Jinwoo exhaled slowly. He turned toward Cha Hai-in, his expression unreadable. "Why are you taking such a risk?" he asked. She didn't answer. Jinwoo's gaze hardened. "What benefit is there in joining this guild? This is just a test for a nameless guild. Why would you put your life on the line for this? What drives you?" Still, she remained silent. Jinwoo stared at her, trying to understand, and then a thought crossed his mind. Could it be? He hesitated before asking, "Are you interested in me?" For a long moment, she didn't reply. Then, softly,
Yes, I think so.
Michael Connor and Norma Selner approached David Brennan, the director of the Bureau of Hunters, their expressions filled with regret.
We're sorry.
Selner began, but David cut her off, leaning back in his chair.
I didn't call you here for apologies. I want an explanation. How did this happen?
Selner took a deep breath. According to our surveillance reports, Hunter Sung Jinwoo is not just another awakened being, he's one of the kings. David's eyes narrowed. One of the kings? He questioned Selner, asking if Sung Jinwoo has the power of a national-level hunter.
I want to clarify something.
She continued.
When a person awakens, their power is linked to an external source, a connection to the other side. Through my ability, I can see those connections. Some shine like diamonds, radiating overwhelming energy. I call them kings.
She hesitated for a moment before adding,
But with Hunter Jinwoo, I saw nothing.
Selner's expression darkened.
When I looked into his eyes, the darkness looked back at me.
A shiver ran down Michael's spine.
What do you mean by that? Are you saying Hunter Sung Jinwoo is evil?
Selner shook her head.
I'm not speaking about his intentions. Whether he's good or evil is not for me to decide. I'm talking about where his power comes from.
David remained silent, listening.
Unlike other awakened beings, he doesn't draw power from the external channels.
Selner's voice was almost a whisper now.
He feeds on the power within himself.
Her eyes met David's.
His power is infinite.
The weight of her words settled in the room. After a moment of silence, David stood up. "You've done well," he said, striding toward the door. Michael, still trying to process everything, frowned. "Director, where are you going?" David didn't stop. "To the 24th underground floor. You're coming with me." The two men stepped into the elevator and began their descent. As the doors closed, David spoke.
If we can't use Madame Selner's power, then we need to find another way.
Michael's brows furrowed. "Another way?"
Do you remember the first ever S-rank dungeon break?
Michael stiffened. Of course. It was a nightmare. The entire west coast of the US was nearly wiped out. He swallowed hard as the memory resurfaced. Only 5 of our strongest hunters survived. 5? Out of hundreds. David nodded. And because of that, the US granted those 5 national-level privileges. That's where the term national-level hunter was born.
That day,
David continued, his voice heavy.
We faced a monster unlike any other. A dragon whose flames never died out.
Kamish. Michael clenched his fists. That thing killed so many hunters. The elevator dinged. They had arrived. As the doors slid open, cold air rushed past them. A massive metal door loomed before them. David placed his palm on the scanner, and with a low hiss, the door unlocked. Michael's breath hitched as his eyes landed on the object inside the room. A single rune stone, pulsing with ominous energy. David stepped forward.
Kamish left us a gift,
He said, his voice filled with reverence. Michael stared at the runestone, a remnant of the strongest dragon in history.
It's been 8 years since Kamish fell, and none of the 5 surviving hunters were mages. This stone has been waiting for its true owner.
At the same time, in Korea, Hunter Sung Jinwoo stood in front of his mirror, studying himself. He had changed, grown stronger. He ran a hand over his face. No imperfections, no scars. His entire body had been reborn. Feeling a sudden urge, he burst into his sister's. "Jinah," he said, "what do you think of me?" She blinked, confused.
Huh?
"You know, like my male charm." Jinah narrowed her eyes.
Why are you suddenly asking me that? Where did you get that confidence?
Jinwoo smirked. "Come on, be honest." His sister glanced at him, then deadpanned.
You look like a bum.
Jinwoo chuckled. "Thanks for your objective assessment." She kicked him. "Ow," he said lazily. "You do realize you're kicking an S-rank hunter, right? You might break your leg." Jinah scoffed.
I'm still first place in my class, you know.
Jinwoo smiled. "I am starting my own guild." Jinah perked up.
Ooh, now I have to call you boss, huh?
Jinwoo paused, then asked, "What do you think of the name solo play?" Jinah burst out laughing.
That's so lame. You summon black soldiers? You're not playing solo at all.
Jinwoo frowned. That actually makes sense. "Then what do you suggest?" Jinah grinned.
Ahjin?
Ahjin.
The Ah means I, and Jin means to move forward. It's like leveling up.
And, she added cheekily.
It's also my name backward.
Jinwoo stared at her. Not bad. Meanwhile, at her apartment, Cha Hai-in lay in bed, tormented by what she had said to Jinwoo earlier.
Why did I say that?
She groaned, burying her face in her pillow.
Did it sound like a confession? What if he thinks I'm crazy?
She rolled over, sighing.
But he saved my life.
Her heart pounded.
Of course I'm interested in him.
With a frustrated sigh, she tried to push the thoughts away, only for another memory to surface. The moment she was dying, she had seen Hunter Min Byung-goo's soul. He had grabbed her hand and whispered, "Tell Jinwoo to be careful with his own power." Her breath caught.
I saw Hunter Min Byung-goo.
She murmured. The next day, members of a prominent Knights Guild gathered to discuss the emergence of a new dungeon. However, obtaining a permit this time posed a challenge. Its level rating was unusually high. One of the hunters speculated this might be an S-rank dungeon. His companion quickly refuted, "No, it's classified as A rank." Despite the official rating, the guild was hesitant. If an emergency occurred inside, they could find themselves trapped. And if the dungeon truly turned out to be S rank, they'd have no choice but to retreat. Yet, if they abandoned the raid now, it would tarnish their reputation. Their guild was one of the largest in the country, and walking away from an A-rank dungeon would look weak in the eyes of the public. If they passed on it, the credit would go to other, more renowned guilds. They debated their next move. Their roster included some skilled hunters, but the guild still lacked an S-rank member, a major disadvantage. Some dismissed the importance of an S-rank hunter, but suddenly a female hunter approached. "Why don't we form an alliance?" she suggested. "We can't handle this alone," she continued. "Other guilds are probably already discussing it. We just don't know if they'll agree to work with us." However, she raised a potential issue. There might be complications. Instead of multiple guilds, how about we bring in just one person to join us? One of the hunters furrowed his brow. Why not just clear a lower-ranked dungeon? What's the point of all this? Then, suddenly, realization struck him. Wait, you're talking about Hunter Sung Jinwoo, aren't you? A heavy silence filled the room. Jinwoo was a wild card. Teaming up with him could bring fame, but also problems. His power was undeniable, but if he joined, all eyes would be on them. Worse, if they failed, their guild's reputation would take a massive hit. Despite this, one hunter was confident. Under his patronage, we'll make it back in one piece. He turned to his colleagues. Does anyone know what Hunter Jinwoo is up to right now? Another member replied, no idea. I only know he recently cleared a dungeon on the highway. Determined, the hunter decided to track down Jinwoo's contact information. But before he could proceed, the guild leader interrupted him. Don't bother. We can't handle this kind of business over the phone. If we want him to join, we have to visit him personally. At the same time, Sung Jinwoo sat in his office, discussing guild matters with Yu Jinho. I've decided, Jinwoo said. We'll call our guild Ahjin. Jinho's face lit up. Sounds great. Then, after a brief pause, he added, as long as we don't call it solo play. Jinwoo smirked. Yeah, that's off the table. But they still had a problem. They needed more members. Jinho checked the list of potential recruits. What about Cha Hai-in? He asked. How did things go yesterday? Jinwoo leaned back in his chair. It didn't work out, he replied. She's not the right fit for us. Jinho frowned. But she's an S-rank hunter, young, talented, and, well, beautiful. What more could you want? Jinwoo remained silent. Jinho sighed. All right then, what kind of hunter are you looking for? Jinwoo thought for a moment. I need someone with a hunter's license, someone who won't interfere in guild matters, and most importantly, someone who'll trust me unconditionally. Jinho pondered this for a moment. Then, suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, I think I know who you're looking for. But before he could say the name, a knock echoed from the door. Jinwoo got up, half expecting it to be Cha Hai-in again. But as he opened the door, he was greeted by 3 people in suits. His eyes narrowed. They stepped inside, taking seats on the couch. Without hesitation, one of the men got straight to the point. A massive gate has appeared, he said. We have video evidence. The gate is abnormally large, and as you know, size often correlates with difficulty. Jinwoo listened carefully. But the association refused to grant us clearance. We don't have an S-rank hunter in our team, and without one, we can't enter. His gaze locked onto Jinwoo. That's where you come in. Jinwoo remained silent. We're prepared to pay handsomely, the man added. Normally, a hunter receives 10% of the profits. We'll offer you 20%. Jinwoo leaned forward, his expression unreadable. Make it 50-50. The room tensed. The man stiffened. 50%. That's, Jinwoo cut him off. I'll only agree if you recognize me as a guild, not just an individual hunter. The negotiator hesitated. 40-60? Jinwoo shook his head. I won't negotiate. Realizing Jinwoo wouldn't budge, the man sighed. Fine, you'll have 50%. Jinwoo nodded. The dungeon's been open for too long already, the man warned. We leave tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? Jinwoo glanced at the time. I have plans today. He subtly activated shadow extraction, attaching a shadow to the man's leg. You don't have to worry, I'll be there. Just then, another hunter spoke up. Wait a second, did your shadow just move? Jinwoo's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. It was his mother. Excuse me, he said. I need to take this call. He stepped outside and answered. Mom? A warm voice greeted him. Surprised? I bought a new phone. I just wanted to hear your voice. Jinwoo smiled. Not disturbing anything important, am I? She asked. Not at all. He was standing not far from the entrance of his building. He suggested having dinner together tonight. The next day, in Busan City, a large crowd of hunters gathered near the massive gate. One of the men who had spoken to Jinwoo checked his phone. 11 a.m. Come on, he muttered. I barely convinced him to come. He'd better not be late. Meanwhile, across the city, Jinwoo stood outside his home, watching the rain. Did Jinah remember to take an umbrella? Then, He glanced at his watch. Time to go. With a thought, he activated Shadow Exchange. At the same moment, in a quiet school hallway, 3 students walked toward an empty classroom. Inside, they found a gate, one that shouldn't exist. Before they could get started, one of the students suddenly froze in place, his gaze fixed on something at the back of the classroom. "Why are you shaking?" he scoffed at the others. "As long as the gate is closed, there's nothing to be afraid of. Only hunters can come out of it, and it won't even open for at least a week." But the third student frowned. A massive green hand burst through the gate. In an instant, it grabbed one of the students by the head and lifted him into the air. His muffled screams filled the classroom as he thrashed helplessly. The other 2 stood frozen in horrified silence as their friend was crushed by the orc's hand. The orc's head popped through the gate, its red eyes glowing with murderous intent. The students could only scream out their friend's name in fear after seeing the orc. A massive supreme orc stepped through the gate. Its towering frame was covered in thick green skin, and its glowing red eyes radiated pure malice. Despite their lack of intelligence, these predators possessed instincts sharper than any human hunter. Their hunting techniques had been honed over countless battles, making them the apex predators of their world. The stench of fresh blood filled the air, heightening their primal urges, but they held back. For now, they were here as scouts, and their mission was far more important than their thirst for slaughter. One of the orcs sniffed the air and spoke in a deep, guttural voice. "The hunt begins. Call the others." The Supreme Orc turned its gaze toward the structure above the school building, loomed over them like a fortress. "Once we clear out the humans, we will take this stronghold for ourselves." The orc stepped into the corridor. At the end of the hallway, a group of students stood huddled together, oblivious to the nightmare approaching. The students turned, confusion quickly twisting into terror, but before they could react, the orc lunged forward, tearing into the nearest student. Meanwhile, at the dungeon site, Jinwoo stood before the towering dungeon gate, thinking. It was far larger in person than it had appeared in the video footage. To the right, the collection team was preparing. To the left, the extraction team stood ready. Among the attackers, there were 13 A-rank hunters and 20 B-rank hunters, a considerable force. It made sense. This guild boasted the highest number of A-rank hunters in the country. Suddenly, Jinwoo heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he found himself surrounded by a crowd of hunters. That Jeju Island raid was incredible. Those dark warriors, was it summoning magic? How did you even do it? The flood of questions came all at once, making it impossible for Jinwoo to answer. Then, a female hunter stepped forward. "All right, enough. Give him some space." She turned to Jinwoo and flashed a confident smile. "I'm Jong Ye-rim, head of the healers from the Knights Guild's elite attack squad." She folded her arms, tilting her head slightly. "We're both responsible people, don't you think? Shouldn't we get along?" Jinwoo didn't reply. Instead, he turned his attention to the hunter he had spoken to in his office earlier. "There's something you haven't told me yet," he said. The guild leader cleared his throat and stepped forward. "All right, listen up. This raid will be led by me." The gathered hunters groaned in frustration. "Again? But we have Hunter Jinwoo. Why isn't he leading us?" The guild leader raised a hand to calm them. "Jinwoo will be backing us up. He'll ensure our safety." Some hunters scoffed. "You think we're so weak that we need protection? Is that what you think of our Knights Guild?" Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. Before he could respond, the leader chuckled. "Our members are quite gutsy. It might have been a bit rude, but we usually have this kind of atmosphere," he said casually. Jinwoo smirked. "It just means that they're that confident." With that, the time had come. The guild leader signaled the team to move out, and the raid officially began. At that same moment, the Hunters Association received a frantic phone call. A young female dispatcher answered. "This is the Public Emergency Communication Center. What's your emergency?" The voice on the other end trembled with fear. "Please, monsters! They're in our school! A dungeon! It's open!" The dispatcher stiffened. "Stay calm. Where are you right now?" "I'm hiding. In the restroom," the girl whispered. "My friend. He's already dead." The dispatcher clenched her fists. "How many monsters have you seen?" She replied, "I don't know. I can hear screaming everywhere." A loud crash echoed through the phone. "Please, help me. I think I'm going to die." The dispatcher took a deep breath. "Listen to me. Help is coming. The hunters are already on their way. You just need to hold on a little longer." The girl's breathing steadied slightly. "Oh, okay. Can you tell me what kind of monsters they are?" The student hesitated. They look human-like, but their faces are terrifying." A memory clicked. Their skin is green. She also remembered that they were called orcs on TV, but at this time, this orc with a big grey had already entered the restroom and was heading towards the student who was hiding. Suddenly, there was a very loud scream through the tube, and the connection was cut off. However, the dispatcher kept yelling for her to get out of there as soon as possible because they could smell blood. The last thing she heard was the girl screaming for help. The only sound left was the thud of a phone hitting the floor. Outside the school, terrified students fled the building. Blood painted the walls, a gruesome reminder of the horror inside. One girl stopped abruptly, turning to her friend. "We have to go back! My friend is still in there!" Her friend grabbed her wrist. "The hunters will take care of it. We need to run." A group of students managed to escape, but an orc watched them from a distance. The creature sneered. "Let them run. We still have plenty more to hunt." Inside the school, a group of desperate students barricaded a classroom door. Armed with nothing but chairs and mops, they stood ready. A loud crash shattered their fragile confidence. The barricaded doors exploded apart, and a hulking orc covered in blood stepped inside. One student tried to flee, but an orc behind the wall swung its massive axe, smashing through the wall and obliterating the student behind it. "Find the one with magic," one of the orcs growled. "Kill her first, before she causes trouble." Seeing the orcs, Jinwoo's sister trembled, her eyes shut and her lips sealed in silence, forming a single, silent plea.
"Brother, please save me."
Fear and uncertainty hung thick in the air. Summoning courage, Han Songi stepped forward, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. I'm a hunter," she declared, though her voice wavered slightly, and her powers were limited. But she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Jinwoo's sister, sensing the danger, quickly grabbed the girl's arm and whispered urgently,
Don't do it."
Her heart pounded in her chest as she assessed the orcs standing in front of them. The orcs scanned the group with their piercing eyes, their expressions shifting as they sensed something unusual. One of them let out a low growl, its voice heavy with realization. "It's not her," it muttered. Their gaze shifted, locking onto the girl standing next to her. The strong magic. It's coming from her. A chilling realization dawned upon them. Their eyes widened in recognition. She's the one! Without hesitation, one of the massive orcs lifted its brutal axe high into the air, ready to bring it down in a devastating swing that would end her life in an instant. The girls squeezed their eyes shut, bracing themselves for the inevitable. But nothing happened. Instead, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. When they opened their eyes, they saw a figure standing between them and the orc. But this was no ordinary figure. It was different, dark, powerful, and radiating an overwhelming aura. A shadow soldier. Their shock deepened as they recognized the creature. It was their brother's protection. The shadow orc growled menacingly before gripping the enemy's arm and lifting it with effortless strength. With a single bone-shattering punch, it sent the green-skinned orc flying across the room, smashing through the wall and disappearing from sight. The remaining orc froze in place, its body trembling with disbelief. It struggled to comprehend what it was witnessing. Three of my kin, protecting humans. It was a sight it could not fathom. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, Jinwoo stood at the center of a battlefield, surrounded by elite hunters. The tension in the air was palpable, and every hunter remained on high alert. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shook the dungeon. "A two-headed ogre!" someone shouted as the massive creature emerged from the darkness, its fiery eyes filled with unrelenting fury. "Focus!" the raid leader barked. "This thing is dangerous!" The ogre wasted no time, swinging its gigantic axe toward the hunters. One of them stepped forward, activating his defensive skill just in time. A shimmering barrier formed in front of him. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, causing cracks to splinter across the stone floor. Seizing the moment, another hunter leapt onto the ogre's axe, dashing along its massive handle before delivering a precise strike to one of the beast's eyes. "Now! It's blind!" Taking advantage of the opening, the hunters sliced the hands, and the mages unleashed a barrage of spells. Lightning crackled, flames roared, and explosions filled the air as magic rained down upon the ogre. It howled in agony before finally collapsing to the ground. The hunters barely had time to catch their breath, but the raid leader's expression remained tense. This raid won't be easy," he muttered. Jinwoo stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the dungeon. "This is a graveyard," he stated ominously. The leader's face paled. "A two-headed ogre at the entrance? That can only mean one thing. The undead dwell here," Jinwoo finished. As soon as the words left his lips, a chilling presence filled the air. From the darkness, figures emerged, undead creatures, their hollow eyes fixed upon the hunters. The tension in the room spiked, weapons raised in anticipation of battle. But something was off. "They're not attacking," a hunter murmured in confusion. The undead remained still for a moment. Then, without warning, they turned and fled. "Why are they running?" Confusion spread among the group. Jinwoo, however, felt something deep within him. His instincts screamed a warning. Something was terribly wrong. His expression darkened. "I need to leave. Now." The raid leader spun around in shock. "What? Without you? We will die." Jinwoo met his gaze with an unwavering stare. "I'll leave someone you can trust just as much as me." A dark aura erupted around him as he extended his hand. In an instant, his most powerful summon materialized. Gasps filled the air. "That's the ant from Jeju Island." Jinwoo turned to Beru, his trusted general. "Protect them," he ordered. Beru's eyes gleamed with excitement. He asked eagerly,
"What shall I do about the others?"
Jinwoo nodded. "Do as you please." A roar of exhilaration escaped Beru's lips, his joy barely contained. Without hesitation, Jinwoo summoned 20 more ant soldiers. The team leader and the healer exchanged wary glances before voicing their concern. "You're just going to leave? After setting them loose?" Jinwoo's gaze turned cold. "If you want, I can call them back," he said. "But I don't think that would help you." Silence fell over the group. They understood. Jinwoo quickly checked his skill cooldown. 1 hour and 42 minutes left. His heart pounded. Why now, of all times? Without wasting another second, he sprinted toward the exit, only to be met with a massive army of undead blocking his path. "Move," he commanded. In an instant, every undead creature dropped to their knees, bowing before him. Jinwoo froze for a brief moment, confused, but there was no time to question it. Summoning Kaisel, his shadow dragon, he wasted no time. The moment Kaisel appeared, Jinwoo leapt onto its back. The dragon spread its wings wide, soaring through the dungeon's exit and into the open sky. The very heavens trembled as he took flight. With burning determination in his eyes, Jinwoo issued a single command. "Take me to my sister, as fast as you can." He activated the domain of the monarch's skill to increase speed, boosting all his shadow soldiers' stats by 50%. Below, the people could only watch in awe. As he raced through the skies, the battlefield was drenched in chaos. Jinwoo's elite warriors, the Shadow Orcs, moved with terrifying precision. tearing through the invading green-skinned orcs. Fangs clashed, swords met flesh, and blood soaked the ground. The green orcs had believed their brute strength would overwhelm their enemies, but they had underestimated their foes. Among the stunned onlookers, the children huddled together, watching in awe and fear. These weren't just ordinary monsters. They were something else entirely. Clad in black armor, radiating a dark and overwhelming presence, the shadow orcs stood between the terrified students and certain death. And at the heart of it all, Jinwoo's sister clung to the cloak of one of these towering protectors.
Is brother here?
She asked, her voice trembling yet filled with hope. The shadow orc did not speak, but instead raised a thumb toward the window, signaling that more orcs would soon arrive. At that very moment, deep within the orc stronghold, a massive figure stirred upon his throne. A deep, rumbling voice echoed through the chamber. The final restriction has been lifted. One of his servants kneeled before him in submission. The figure rose from his seat, his muscular frame adorned with scars from countless battles. "I am Groktaru, chief of the Red Blade tribe," he declared, his voice dripping with ruthless authority. Another orc hesitated before stepping forward. "My lord, a group of high orcs are helping humans." Groktaru's eyes burned with rage. "What?" His fury ignited instantly. The warriors from the strongest clan, acting like weaklings. He gripped his massive sword, his expression twisting into a snarl. The ground seemed to tremble beneath his heavy footsteps as he marched forward. "Lead the way," he ordered. "It's time to slaughter them all." Meanwhile, in the depths of the dungeon, another battle raged on. The shadow ants clashed against an unending horde of undead, tearing through them with unparalleled savagery. The hunters stood frozen, caught between admiration and fear as they watched the dark creatures fight. Some hesitated. Should we leave? What if they turn on us? The raid leader shook his head. "Number, we can't stop now. The world is watching. The reporters won't let us walk away from this." Even as they debated, a chilling presence made itself known. Baru had arrived. The giant shadow ant materialized beside them, its sheer aura sending shivers down their spines. The leader flinched, instinctively turning to speak. But in a flash, Baru vanished. A second later, he reappeared at the same spot, moving faster than their eyes could track. With a flick of his claw, he tossed something onto the ground at the leader's feet. His comrades rushed to his side. "Are you okay? What should we do? Follow them or stay here?" The leader, who had collapsed onto the ground in shock, hesitated before glancing down. When he saw what lay before him, his breath hitched. A head. The severed head of the Death Knight, a top-tier undead monster. They were stunned. That ant had slain a high-ranking undead with a single strike. Realization dawned. If the dungeon was filled with powerful undead, then the loot from this battle. The leader smirked. "Do you know how much top-tier crystals are worth?" They couldn't leave yet. As if sharing the same thought, the other hunters turned toward the ants. Greed flickered in their eyes. But another war was brewing elsewhere. Groktaru arrived at the battlefield, his elite warriors behind him. "Groktaru! Groktaru!" His orcs roared his name, their voices shaking the walls. Groktaru smirked. He pointed his muscled arm, showcasing his tattooed skin. "These marks? They are my victories, each one a life taken." His eyes gleamed as he examined his opponents. The shadow orcs had many kills as well. Interesting. But that's all you're capable of. He raised his massive sword, its edge dripping with past conquests. He swung. A shadow orc blocked his strike. Groktaru snarled and pressed harder until his blade sliced clean through. "Ha! You're nothing. Come on, keep me entertained." Then the shadow orc regenerated. Groktaru froze. No matter how many times he cut them down, they came back. His mind screamed, This isn't natural. It's magic." A sinister voice whispered in his head. "Kill the humans." The voice grew louder. "Kill them. Kill them all." His rage boiled. He realized the truth. The caster. It's that girl. His eyes locked onto Jinwoo's sister. Capture her. If she falls, these things will stop regenerating. The remaining orcs surged forward. The last shadow orc grabbed two of them, leaving Jinwoo's sister unguarded. Groktaru, shrouded in darkness, grabbed her by the head. I knew it was you. I could feel your magic. He tightened his grip. The orc's breath hitched. His eyes darted to the sky. What is this feeling? A wave of pure terror crashed into him. His hands shook uncontrollably. Let go of Jinwoo's sister, and she fell to the ground. Her friend ran up to her and started asking if she was all right. But the orc, who was watching with his gut, felt something approaching him. Something terrible, and it made him shake with fear. And suddenly, the leader of the orcs, Groktaru, began to tell his servants to get down as soon as possible, and at that moment, the wall exploded. A figure soared through the dust, landing between the orcs and the humans. The students coughed, struggling to see, but as the dust settled, Jinwoo had arrived. He placed a hand on his sister's head. You're safe now. The orcs backed away. Groktaru saw a large dragon in front of him and a strange hunter with a terrifying power coming from him. His body tensed. He took a step forward, gripping his sword. I am Groktaru, leader of the Red Blood. Jinwoo turned to him, expressionless, unimpressed. He raised a single finger and ordered, "Shut up and wait." Jinwoo held his sister tightly, whispering, "You're safe now. I'm sorry I was late."
Brother.
His voice was soft, but the rage simmering beneath it was undeniable. He turned to the other students. Are you all okay? They nodded quickly, still in awe of what had just happened. He looked at Jinah. What about you? She hesitated and replied, Yes, I'm fine. But her eyes widened. She could feel it. A terrifying aura radiated from Jinwoo, one she had never sensed before. Jinwoo's gaze fell on his sister's face, and his expression darkened. A red mark stood out against her pale skin. Because that orc had grabbed her with his big hand and lifted her into the air, and at that moment he got very angry. The orc's filthy hand had left its imprint. The air around Jinwoo trembled. His voice was like ice when he called Igris. The Shadow Commander materialized instantly. Jinwoo didn't even look at him and ordered, Take care of her. Igris nodded and gently escorted Jinah away. Jinwoo turned to his shadow soldiers and gave another order. Get the students out of here. His warriors guided the terrified students outside. The orcs trembled. They had never felt a presence like this before. The orc leader, unable to hold back, stepped forward. You were controlling those warriors? Jinwoo didn't respond. He didn't have to. The orc swallowed hard as he looked into the eyes of the hunter before him. This wasn't a man. This was a monster, an apex predator. The orcs charged. Jinwoo didn't move. He waited. As the first orc swung his axe, Jinwoo caught it, with just his fingers. The orc's scream filled the air. His fingers snapped like twigs. He grabbed him by his fingers, and he started screaming at the top of his voice in incredible pain. Not even a few seconds later, that orc was already slumped on the ground and finished him off with a single kick of his foot. The remaining two orcs ran toward to attack. Jinwoo raised his hand, using the ruler's hand. He froze the orcs in midair. When he squeezed his hand, both orcs turned into a pile of meat. After that, the entire pack of orcs that were in the room started screaming furiously and running towards the hunter, but he didn't want to just stand there and wait, so he used his bare hands to pierce through their bodies, and in a few seconds they were all down. Only their leader remained, who stood in the corner and shook, for he did not understand how this was possible. Before he could react, a hand clamped down on his head. Jinwoo shoved Groktaru against the wall. His grip tightened, noticing that the corridor where the orc came from had a lot of students lying on the ground and bleeding. He turned the other way and saw the same thing from another corridor and asked in a low and cold voice, Why? Groktaru gasped, trying to find the words. I heard a voice telling me to kill humans. Jinwoo leaned in closer. And me. His grip tightened. Do you want to kill me too? Groktaru shook his head violently. No, please, spare me. Tears streamed down the orc's face. Jinwoo stared. To them, he wasn't human. A blade formed in his other hand. His voice was a whisper. It doesn't matter anymore. He loosened his grip slightly. I'll let you live. Groktaru's eyes lit up with hope. However, Jinwoo's blade rose. Don't think it will be painless. Elsewhere, inside the massive gate, hunters from the Night Guild fought desperately. One of the healers yanked at an ant's mandibles. Do you even know how much this is worth? The massive ant ignored her. It continued devouring monsters. She pulled too hard. The ant accidentally struck her. She stumbled back, holding her arm. Then a shadow loomed over her. Baru! The ant general stepped forward and extended his massive claw. A soft glow surrounded her wound. In 1 second, it was gone. She stared in shock. This is healing magic. How? How was a summon better at healing than me? The hunters pressed forward. At the end of the corridor, a door slowly opened, and behind it, a nightmare awaited. The Arch-Lich. A collective gasp filled the room. One hunter whispered in terror, An Arch-Lich? An Arch-Lich wiped out one of the major Chinese guilds, the Gold Dragon Guild, and caused a dungeon break. A disastrous outcome was avoided thanks to Liu Zhugang. Our assault team is no match for a boss this strong. But it was too late. The dead that hadn't been eaten by the ants came back to life. The undead army approached. The hunter leader screamed. Close the doors. A mage hunter activated her sacred defense. I can hold them for 5 minutes. The leader gritted his teeth. 5 minutes wasn't enough. Then a roar echoed through the room. The leader turned. Baru, the ant general, marched toward the Arch-Lich. The undead boss sneered. This is impossible. Why is the monarch's personal army fighting us? Baru laughed.
We were chosen by the king, and you were not.
The Arch-Lich froze. No, that's impossible. I must tell the monarch. Baru disappeared. A second later, the Arch-Lich flew across the dungeon. Baru watched him crumble. Mockingly, he said,
You sure have a lot to say for someone who's about to die.
With a devastating blow, the Arch-Lich was sent flying to the side. At that moment, Baru lunged forward, tearing out the dungeon boss's heart with ease, his immense strength allowing him to crush it instantly. As the heart was destroyed, all of the Arch-Lich's subordinates collapsed to the ground, their existence no longer sustained by dark energy. The observing hunters were in awe. Baru had single-handedly eliminated both the dungeon boss and the undead army in a single strike. The raid leader, who had known the Ant General was powerful, was now overwhelmed by the realization of just how formidable he truly was. Another hunter approached the leader and remarked that, with such an immensely strong shadow soldier, Hunter Jinwoo hardly needed to intervene at all. His army alone was capable of sweeping through any dungeon with minimal effort. If one considered it carefully, Jinwoo didn't even need to expend all his mana to summon his soldiers. Only half was sufficient, based on the results of this battle. Suddenly, one of the hunters suggested to the raid leader that they should abandon their original alliance plans and instead join Hunter Jinwoo's guild. The leader, taken aback, responded that the very idea was outrageous. He didn't even know what to say. Merging with another guild, especially one founded by a top-tier hunter like Jinwoo, was no small matter. The Knights Guild was among the top 5 guilds in the country, and forming such an alliance would have significant implications. The other hunter quickly clarified that he was joking. He knew such a merger was unlikely, especially given Jinwoo's overwhelming strength. The leader, however, was not amused. He sternly reminded his comrade that even as an S-rank hunter, Jinwoo was still subject to the law. The comrade apologized, but the leader pressed on, emphasizing that while Jinwoo's soldiers could clear entire dungeons, standard raid rules still applied. Hunters were required to form parties, and everyone had to abide by those regulations. Yet, despite the rules, his comrade proposed an alternative. Instead of merging, they could provide Jinwoo with hunters and allow him to empower them with his strength, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. The leader found himself considering the idea. If they positioned it as support rather than a merger, they could maintain appearances while still working alongside Jinwoo. Meanwhile, outside, heavy rain poured down as concerned parents gathered near the school entrance, desperate to check on their children. Some wept for those who had been carried out on stretchers. At that moment, Hunter Jinwoo was in a car with the president of the Hunters Association. The president informed him that of the 213 students who had initially escaped the school, all were now safe. An additional 10 students had been successfully rescued, but had others reacted sooner, more lives might have been spared. Handing his phone to Jinwoo, the president revealed alarming statistics. Over the past 6 months, the number of dungeon appearances in Seoul had increased dramatically. More concerning, this surge was not limited to Korea. It was a global phenomenon. The number of newly awakened individuals was also rising, suggesting that some unknown system was attempting to maintain a balance. Jinwoo pondered the implications, realizing that the world itself was undergoing a transformation. The president continued, listing countries: Japan, America, China, France, England, Germany, and even regions of Central Asia, all of whom had expressed interest in making official contact with Jinwoo. Many had likely done so unofficially already. He admitted that while the association had no authority to prevent these interactions, they had done their best to protect Jinwoo's information. However, he feared that if Jinwoo chose to leave South Korea under the current circumstances, adapting abroad would be a challenge. When they arrived at the hospital where Jinwoo's sister was being treated, the president made one final plea. "We will do everything we can to support you. So, will you please stay in South Korea?" He continued, stating that there were officially 10 registered S-rank hunters in Korea, yet 3 had already been lost. 2 had died at the hands of monsters, while 1 had left for America. The country could no longer afford to stand idly by. The president urged Jinwoo to play a role in shaping their fate. At the end of their discussion, the president asked Jinwoo directly, "What is it that you ultimately want?" Jinwoo's response was clear. "Then, will you allow me to enter high-ranking dungeons alone in the future?" The president hesitated. "If I understand correctly, you want me to lift the restriction on the minimum number of hunters required for a raid." "That's correct," Jinwoo affirmed. The president explained that the rule was established to minimize casualties as every hunter risked their life during a raid. But as he considered Jinwoo's capabilities, he realized the true reason behind the guild's formation. Jinwoo intended to clear dungeons by himself. Recognizing Jinwoo's unparalleled strength, the president acknowledged the challenge of granting such an exception. "It's difficult," he admitted, "but not impossible. I will do my best." Meanwhile, a journalist had just finished a successful report when her phone rang. It was her brother. He urged her to leave their father's guild division and join his own guild instead. Confused by the sudden offer, she asked if he was serious. Did he even know that Jinwoo was returning to Korea? Jinho responded confidently. Of course, he knew. After all, she was his own sister. However, his primary concern was filling the final slot needed to officially register their guild. She hesitated. "You're trying to recruit me into a guild that isn't even registered yet? Are you sure you're not being scammed by some shady guy?" Jinho chuckled. "If you knew who this shady guy was, you'd be very surprised." A short while later, Jinwoo stood with a mildly surprised expression as Jinho introduced him to his cousin, Yoo-soo-hyun, an A-rank hunter. As she removed her mask, recognition dawned in her eyes. "You're Hunter Jinwoo?" she asked, astonished. Jinho grinned. "Why are you so surprised? You're a celebrity yourself." Jinwoo, however, found himself pondering something else entirely. Jinho was a D-rank hunter, yet his sister was an A-rank. Could awakened abilities be inherited genetically? He had heard of cases among siblings before. Moreover, their father had also been a hunter. Turning to Yoo-soo-hyun, he asked, "Has Jinho already explained the details to you?" He has, she confirmed. You need one more member to form a guild. Jinwoo nodded. Are you sure about this? You could attract a lot of public attention. She simply smiled. That's fine. It's still better than being associated with my brother, Yu Jin-sung, and his infamous temper. Suddenly, she had a request. Would you mind taking a picture with me? I'd like to post it on social media. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, discussions were heating up. Concerns arose over the implications of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers. Some members believed it was unfair for Jinwoo to be granted such privileges, arguing that the association had always upheld fairness and integrity. One member demanded an explanation from the president. The president acknowledged their concerns but countered with a simple question. If monsters were to emerge from a dungeon, who would you send first? A group of 20 hunters, or one hunter Jinwoo? Silence fell over the room. The president continued by asking, didn't member Nam Ju-wook recently move to an apartment near the Hunters Guild, even though it is several times more expensive than where he was previously living? When questioned about the decision, he replied that it was not related to this. The association president highlighted that he had done this for his safety. If ordinary citizens had the means, wouldn't they choose to live in the safest places as well? Right now, guilds worldwide are trying to recruit Hunter Jinwoo. Do you really think he'll choose to stay in Korea without a good reason? He posed one final question. Do you want a repeat of what happened with Hwang Dong-soo fleeing to America? If you believe this privilege is unfair, I hope you all remember who will save your lives when an S-rank gate opens in Korea. Meanwhile, Huntress Chae scrolled through social media and saw Yoo Soo-hyun's post announcing her first day in Ahjin Guild. Shock and fury overtook her. Her entire aura flared with rage, shaking her surroundings. The next day, Hunter Jinwoo and his partner, Jinho, stood near the gate. Jinho, in awe, remarked that he had never seen a gate this massive before. Jinwoo, however, thought to himself that if Jinho had witnessed the colossal gate in Busan, he would have likely fainted on the spot, as that gate was significantly larger. A large crowd of reporters had gathered near the gate, bombarding Jinwoo with questions. They called out for his attention, asking about his impressions of the Ahjin Guild's first raid, the reasoning behind its name, and his relationship with the third founder, Yoo Soo-hyun. Before Jinwoo could respond, members of the Hunter Association stepped in to shield him from the media frenzy. Jinwoo turned to them and inquired how such a large crowd had formed. The association members explained that while they had taken measures to keep details confidential, the media had nevertheless managed to uncover the dungeon's location. They advised Jinwoo to be more cautious with his social media activity, as a single post had inadvertently led to the exposure of this site. Meanwhile, Jinho expressed concern about the logistics of crystal mining, pointing out that we couldn't handle the task of such a big gate. Jinwoo reassured him that there was no need to worry. His shadow soldiers would take care of it. Woo Jinchul approached the shadow soldiers and measured their energy levels. He was taken aback by their high rankings, recognizing them as ideal for dungeon clearing. Observing their overwhelming strength, he concluded that those who had doubted the chairman's decision were clearly mistaken. With the inspection complete, the official removed his suit and donned armor, explaining,
I've been ordered by the chairman to observe your raid. He wants to know if this really is a safe idea.
He then asked Jinwoo if he minded his presence. Jinwoo, unfazed, responded, Are you sure about this? Shortly after, they entered the dungeon. The association official watched in astonishment as the shadow soldiers effortlessly annihilated the A-rank monsters. The soldiers moved with ruthless efficiency, giving the creatures no time to react. The official, recognizing the strength of these monsters, knew that even experienced hunters struggled against them. However, Jinwoo's forces dispatched them with ease. His attention shifted to Commander Igris, whose combat skills stood out. Wielding a newly acquired sword, Igris unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast attacks. For an ordinary hunter, such rapid strikes would require immense magical ability, yet Igris executed them effortlessly. Each swing of his sword sent powerful electric surges that obliterated everything in his path. The official admitted to himself that even in a one-on-one fight, he might not stand a chance against Igris. Meanwhile, Jinwoo noticed one of his ant soldiers devouring a monster. Annoyed, he kicked the ant, sending it crashing into the wall. He reprimanded it, reminding his soldiers that the monsters were incredibly valuable and not to be wasted. Turning to his other shadow soldiers, he orders them to begin mining magic crystals immediately. The Hunter Association official was astounded. This man wasn't just clearing dungeons, he was simultaneously collecting corpses and gathering mana crystals. This was no ordinary hunter operation. This was a full-scale, high-efficiency assault led by a single individual. He now understood why the chairman had insisted on him accompanying the raid. Suddenly, the dungeon boss appeared before them. Without hesitation, Jinwoo dismissed all his warriors except those assigned to mining. The official was perplexed.
Why did you have the other soldiers go away? Your summons are strong enough to take down the boss themselves.
Jinwoo summoned his blade and responded that if he relied too much on his shadow warriors, his own skills would deteriorate. Without warning, he dashed forward with incredible speed. Before the official could process what was happening, Jinwoo had already defeated the dungeon boss. A system notification confirmed the boss's defeat. As a result, Jinwoo's level increased to 101. His specialization improved, and his shadow summoning skill, Guardian of Shadows, the domain of a monarch, also advanced. The rollback time for his shadow swap ability had now been reduced from 3 hours to 2. Gaining an extra hour per level, he realized that at this rate, he would soon have the ability to reach his mother and sister instantaneously. The association official, still in shock, examined the boss's corpse. It possessed extraordinarily tough scales, making it a formidable defense while also serving as a deadly weapon. Yet, Jinwoo had sliced through it effortlessly with mere daggers. His astonishment grew as he watched Jinwoo activate his skill, extracting the boss's shadow. The shadow extraction was successful, and the newly created soldier emerged at an initial level of 13. Jinwoo analyzed it closely. It resembled his shadow mage, Fangs, both in physical form and magic energy. However, it was noticeably smaller, which was unusual, as shadows typically retained their size. Despite this, the energy radiating from it was immense. Jinwoo speculated that, like Fangs, this new soldier could potentially grow in size. Deciding on a name, he christened it Jinah. Jinho, observing from the sidelines, was not surprised. He had come to expect nothing less from Jinwoo, whose ability to transform powerful monsters into shadow soldiers never failed to impress. However, their moment of triumph was cut short. The dungeon suddenly began to collapse. Realizing they had to exit before the gate closed, the team hurried to escape. As they emerged, the gathered reporters gasped at the sight of a towering orc carrying an enormous monster on its shoulder. Mistaking it for an escaped creature, the reporters panicked, shouting for everyone to run. But within moments, they realized it was merely one of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers. Stunned by the sheer scale of Jinwoo's accomplishment, they quickly began snapping photos of the massive orc. The creature, initially confused by the attention, eventually smiled and scratched its head. Jinho, standing beside Jinwoo, noted that there were even more reporters now than before. The public reaction to their guild's first raid was overwhelming, much to Jinwoo's dismay. He had not intended to attract this level of attention. Meanwhile, Woo Jinchul, still breathless from what he had witnessed, met with the president of the association.
And that's what happened.
The president inquired about his impressions, noting that, as a veteran, the official had surely seen many raids before. The official, still processing everything, responded,
"What I witnessed wasn't a raid. It was a massacre."
The president, now fully understanding the gravity of the situation, dismissed the official, allowing him to rest. Left alone, he gazed out of his window, deep in thought. Jinwoo had not only cleared a high-rank dungeon, but had also harvested resources and strengthened his army, all on his own. To call him a one-man raid team was an understatement. Jinwoo was not just a hunter. Jinwoo was an entire guild unto himself. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Japan, an ominous event was unfolding. A colossal red gate had appeared, stretching across the sky, dwarfing even the tallest buildings. Crowds gathered in shock, staring in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of the phenomenon. The world was changing, and something enormous was about to happen. In a building in Japan, a meeting of Japan's top guild was underway. The matter at hand was urgent. As they gathered, a few men noticed others approaching. It was Sugimoto Reiji, the vice guild master of the Blade Guild, accompanied by other S-rank hunters. However, one man interrupted, scoffing that Reiji wasn't the vice leader anymore. He was the leader. The atmosphere darkened as the conversation turned to the Jeju Island raid, where 7 S-rank hunters had perished, including Goto Ryuji. Whispers spread that their deaths were tied to Chairman Matsumoto's corrupt scheme. They had monopolized the hunters, and now the Blade Guild teetered on the brink of collapse. If things went well, though, they still had a shot at becoming Japan's top guild. But as they spoke, nearby Blade Guild hunters overheard and turned with expressions filled with terror. Seeing this, they chose a different path, trying to ignore them. One man grumbled bitterly. Those same people couldn't even look at them when Goto was alive. Now, with Goto gone, they were acting cocky. The fear was gone. One of the women in the group brought up a rumor. The Phantom Guild was planning to absorb the Snowy Mountain Guild. If that happened, they'd command 4 S-rank hunters, just like the Blade Guild. But another dismissed it, saying it was ridiculous. Even if every guild joined forces, it still wouldn't be enough to claim dominance. Later, in one of the meeting rooms, an angry guild leader shouted in frustration, "Why is the association silent? Why did an S-rank dungeon appear right in the middle of the city?" He questioned their lack of response and demanded everyone admit what would happen if monsters began spilling out of it. The president of the Japanese Hunter Association replied calmly, "Even if they gathered all the S-rank hunters, it wouldn't be enough to deal with this dungeon." He suggested summoning national-level hunters instead. Another man, with a scar on his face, criticized the Prime Minister for assembling guild leaders just to ask stupid questions. He warned that the consequences would rival the Jeju Island disaster. But a man across from him challenged his pessimism. Did he have any alternative plan? Why not hire Thomas Andre? The room murmured. The idea was nice, but they all knew they can't afford Thomas Andre. And with the explosion of new dungeons, most elite mercenaries were already booked. Would anyone step forward for a dungeon of this level? Then, the Blade Guild leader spoke up. There was someone who could help. Not for free, of course. He proposed hiring Yuri Orlov, a barrier specialist who could suppress even S-rank threats. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was behind the wheel of his car, deep in thought. He had just reached level 101. His abilities were growing exponentially, and he wondered, what would level 102 bring? Upon arriving at his destination, he recalled how Jinho had managed everything on his own. Jinwoo was proud of his friend's enthusiasm, though they still needed to recruit more participants. Just then, he noticed someone, Hunter Cha. She seemed startled and quickly turned to walk in the opposite direction. Jinwoo, amused and confused, approached her. "Why are you running away? And why were you coming toward our office?" Flustered, she waved her hands awkwardly.
Well, I left my car in the parking lot, so...
He realized the truth. She couldn't retrieve her car because of the shadow exchange. Then she asked him,
Could you spare some time?
Her thoughts were racing.
Should I ask about those pictures on social media? Does she really work for you now? If so, why was she hired and not me? Isn't an S rank better than an A rank? Is he dating that girl?
But she shifted topics.
Hunter Min Byung wanted me to deliver a message about your powers.
Jinwoo cut her off. Let's talk inside. Once in the office, she looked around.
No one's here?
Jinho's out on business, Jinwoo replied. Cha blushed at the realization. They were alone. He asked her what had happened and how she'd received the message. She explained.
That day, I heard a voice. It had told me to say this.
Be cautious. The one who plucked him from the endless darkness. He is no longer himself. Though he retains his consciousness, he feels like a blind servant created solely for your sake. That gives him joy and frightens him. She had asked Min Byung what it meant, and he had warned her. This force was dangerous and powerful. Jinwoo needed to remember what his true army was. Later, during a dungeon raid, as Jinwoo's shadow soldiers swept through the dungeon, he sat with Jinho, eating a sandwich. He mulled over the cryptic message. Whether it was true or not, he knew he had to understand the essence of his power. That was more important than simply growing stronger. Jinho, mouth full, remarked how this reminded him of their C-rank dungeon days. He jokingly suggested Jinwoo let his shadows do household chores too, but Jinwoo explained that as the distance between him and his shadows grew, the experience he received decreased, and besides, he couldn't monitor them constantly. Jinho shifted topics, asking how Jinwoo's sister was doing. "She needs rest," Jinwoo answered. "I left my most trustworthy shadow to watch over her." He decided to check in using second-level sense transmission. Through his shadow's eyes, he saw his sister asleep on the couch, a movie playing on TV. Behind her, Baru was flipping through channels, clearly hunting for historical dramas he liked. Jinwoo smiled, realizing the reason Baru was speaking funny. He checked his mother and others. Then, suddenly, saw water dripping into a bathtub. Hunter Cha was in it. Horrified, he realized he'd looked in the wrong place. He quickly disconnected. Jinho, noticing his reaction, asked if he'd dozed off. "No," Jinwoo replied quickly, deciding he owed Cha an apology, maybe even a treat. Jinho brought up the S-rank dungeon that had appeared in Japan. Rumors said it would collapse in 3 days. Hunters were gathering. Had they contacted Jinwoo? "Yes," Jinwoo said, "but I have other matters to attend to. I'm still considering their offer." He thought of the Carton and Temple key. What kind of invitation had the system given him? What truth awaited him there? Rising from his seat, Jinwoo said, "If you've eaten, it's time to work." Jinho jumped up to follow him. At that moment, inside one of the buildings,
I am Yuri Orlov. As you already know, people call me the best support-type hunter in the world. After reading the files Blade Guild sent, I have to say, evacuating the civilians was the right call. And as for the chronic manpower shortage, is it true that Japan can only send 6 S-rank hunters on this mission?
the man sitting across from him confirmed it with a grim expression. That's right. With dungeons constantly appearing across the country, each major guild is stretched thin. Every one of them has to keep at least one high-level hunter close by. Even our guild has dispatched 3, except for one we had to keep. Yuri's expression turned disapproving.
This is a disaster. How do you expect to protect an entire nation like this? I'll do it. I'll block the gate for as long as necessary. But my price is $3.6 billion a year. That's $10 million per day.
The guild leader was shocked. $10 million a day? He asked. Yuri Orlov calmly replied,
That's right. For just $3.6 billion a year, you can save your entire country. Compared to Thomas, my services are a bargain.
The hunters standing behind the guild leader couldn't understand Yuri's language, but judging by his tone and expression, they could tell he wasn't saying anything pleasant. Orlov continued, boldly announcing,
Pay $10 million a day and save your nation. Or try to cut corners and lose everything. In your current situation, you don't have the luxury of choice. It wouldn't be enough even if you begged at my feet.
The guild leader sitting across from him commented on how confident he was. Yuri responded,
Such confidence was only natural. After all, I am far superior to the so-called losers standing behind you.
Though the 2 hunters behind bristled at the insult, not understanding his words, they could still feel the contempt behind them. They tensed instinctively, and then suddenly, they froze. Yuri raised his hand, stating coldly,
You won't be able to move without my permission. Try to come out if you can.
They struggled to move and couldn't even twitch a finger, even though they were S-rank hunters. It felt as though invisible chains were holding them in place. The sensation was terrifying, and they had no idea how he was doing it. Yuri calmly declared,
I'll block the S-rank gate and as a bonus I'll throw in these two's lives. How about that? I think you should be satisfied now.
The guild leader, however, hesitated. "We've analyzed your abilities thoroughly," he said, "but I'm not sure the government will approve such a budget." In that moment, he questioned whether Yuri could really be trusted. "Understood. Then let me make one call. I'll give you my final answer after that." Meanwhile, Jinwoo was getting ready to leave. As he packed his things, he told his mother he was heading out. She looked at him with concern and asked,
"Son, I don't have to worry about you, do I?"
Jinwoo reassured her, "Everything's fine. I just have to meet someone." With that, he said goodbye and left the apartment. He had little time before the gate would open. As soon as the stopwatch hit 0, the key in his hand began to glow, revealing the location where the gate could be unlocked. At that very moment, several hunters were already gathered near a recently opened gate, located at a school. 2 gates had opened in the same place, something unheard of. Luckily, the school was closed. Suddenly, she noticed a strange man approaching. She quickly stepped forward to stop him, saying it was forbidden to be there. But when he pulled back his hood, she recognized him. It was Hunter Jinwoo. He immediately asked her when the gate had appeared. She replied that it had opened 3 days ago. That's when a sinking realization hit Jinwoo. He had completely misunderstood something. No one had said the dungeon would open only after he discovered its location. Since 3 days had already passed, that meant someone had likely entered the dungeon. Judging by the circumstances, he guessed it wasn't a high-ranking dungeon. Still, he asked the girl if any hunters had gone inside. She confirmed that a team had entered about 2 hours ago. Jinwoo's expression grew urgent. "Call them back. Stop the exploration immediately." The girl looked confused. According to the official scan, it was only a C-rank dungeon. Why the panic? But Jinwoo was insistent. "Those hunters are in danger. If we don't act now, they'll all die." Still confused, the girl watched as Jinwoo walked straight toward the gate. "Just stay here and wait," he told her firmly. She wanted to stop him, or at least understand what was happening. The hunters who had entered earlier stood before a massive stone door, recognizing it as the entrance to the boss room. But something was off. The door was shut tight. They began to debate what to do. Some suggested leaving while they still could. Just then, Jinwoo arrived. He warned them sharply, "Don't open that door. It's a trap." The hunters were startled by his sudden appearance. "Who are you?" one of them asked. "I'm Sung Jinwoo," he replied. "And this is a double dungeon. I've been in one before. I'm one of the survivors." The realization hit them. He was the S-rank hunter they'd only heard about in stories. Jinwoo urged them to leave. "It's dangerous. I'll take care of it myself." He approached the massive door and tried to open it, but it was locked, enchanted. A system notice appeared before his eyes. "The doors of the Temple of Kartanon are sealed. A key is required." Jinwoo reached into his inventory and pulled out the key. The other hunters watched in confusion. One of the hunters stepped forward awkwardly. "We're sorry, but this dungeon was assigned to us by the association. Even if you're an S rank, we can't just hand it over." Jinwoo didn't argue. "I'm not stopping you. If you want to go in, that's your choice." The group looked relieved. They thought they had been right to stand their ground. One of them boldly stepped toward the doors. Suddenly, a chilling notification flashed in the air. "Access denied. Unauthorized individual has entered the temple." As the hunter took a few more steps, the enormous stone guardian standing at the door moved. With a terrifying roar to strike. But before it could land the blow, Jinwoo appeared in a flash, grabbing the hunter by the armor and throwing him back to safety. The hunters froze in horror as the stone guardian towered before them. Jinwoo turned to them. "If you still want to go in, I won't stop you. But listen carefully. Leave now. Contact the association and report this. It's a double dungeon." Without another word, Jinwoo stepped into the boss room. Keyholder detected. The stone doors and slammed shut behind him. The air grew heavy. As he stood in the hall, torches along the walls began to light up one by one. Everything was just as he remembered. The statues, unmoving, eerie, familiar. This is where it all began, he thought. But now he saw it clearly. These statues weren't monsters. Those creatures were merely puppets. Only one of them had true magic. Jinwoo's eyes locked onto the statue holding the tablet of commandments. "So it was you," he muttered. "Won't you say anything?" Suddenly, the massive statue's lips curled into a twisted grin. And then, in a chilling voice that echoed through the temple, it spoke.
"At last, you have arrived."
At that moment, Yuri Orlov arrived at an airport in Japan where a swarm of reporters had gathered, all focused solely on him. Cameras flashed, microphones extended in his direction as journalists shouted over one another, urging him to look their way and answer their questions. "Mr. Orlov, how do you plan to block the S-rank gate?" Calmly and confidently, Orlov addressed the media.
"I will create a magic circle around the gate. Once I activate it, the barrier will seal the gate completely. Nothing will be able to come through."
Skepticism filled the air. An S-rank gate was no ordinary threat. Orlov continued,
"Of course, my magic alone isn't enough to maintain a barrier of that scale, but I have a method. I can draw magical energy from objects around me."
He then explained his plan: to distribute mana crystals throughout Tokyo. Once the circle is activated, the barrier would absorb the mana from those crystals, reinforcing itself into a powerful city-scale seal.
"I will save everyone. Remember that."
The live broadcast aired across various channels, including a large screen in the Korean Hunters Association office. The president of the association sat quietly, watching Orlov speak with unease. He couldn't help but wonder, can Orlov really contain the power of an S-rank gate? The thought of what might happen if he failed was terrifying. He turned to Woo Jinchul, who was standing beside him.
"How's Hunter Jinwoo?"
"He's raiding dungeons in the Seoul area,"
Jinchul replied, handing over a document.
"These are the dungeons he requested permission to raid through the Ahjin Guild."
The president scanned the list.
"Won't this cause problems with the White Tiger Guild, the Hunters Guild, or even the Reapers?"
"It might,"
Jinchul admitted.
"A guild with only one member trying to compete with Korea's biggest names. It sounds like a joke."
His assistant, standing nearby, chuckled and nodded in agreement.
"But why?"
the president asked.
"What's he trying to do?"
The assistant shrugged.
"We don't know. He only asked for exclusive access to the surrounding gates for 1 week. He said to make sure no one interferes during that time."
The president leaned back in his chair, considering the request.
"As long as no one else steps in, there shouldn't be a problem."
Suddenly, the assistant's phone rang. He said,
"Excuse me, sir, I need to take this."
The president replied, glancing at his watch.
"Take it. I have an appointment soon."
The assistant stepped aside and answered. The voice on the other end was urgent. "We have an emergency at one of the raid sites. You remember that school where the orcs appeared recently? There's been another incident."
"Another gate?"
the assistant asked. "Not just a gate, a double dungeon. And apparently, Hunter Sung Jinwoo has gone in there, alone." Deep inside the double dungeon, Hunter Sung Jinwoo stood alone once again in the vast, echoing temple. Before him rose the towering, terrifying statue, the same one that had once loomed over him in the past, but this time it was different. With a low rumble, 6 massive stone wings unfurled from the statue's back, shaking the very air. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed as he watched the stone slab inscribed with the temple's rules crack and splinter, then completely shatter in the statue's grasp. "It seems," Jinwoo said quietly, "those rules never made sense to begin with." The enormous statue answered him at last, its voice like rolling thunder.
"It's not so simple. The rules are no longer necessary."
Jinwoo stepped forward, eyes locked on the ancient being. "So, you called me here?"
"Yes,"
the winged statue replied without hesitation. "Then let me ask, are you a monster?" A smirk hidden beneath its stone hood.
"You've asked the wrong question, Hunter. The question is not who I am, but what you are."
Then, with a resounding clap of its stone hands, the entire temple shifted. Every single statue in the room began to move.
You've reached the final test. If you can endure it, you will learn the truth. Everything about yourself. That will be your reward.
Jinwoo instantly raised his hand. "Arise," he commanded, but nothing happened. The winged statue snapped its fingers with a faint crack.
This is an exam. All class skills are sealed. Your loyal shadows are of no use to me.
A cold system notification popped up before Jinwoo's eyes, telling him his class-specific skills, potions, storage functions, and status recovery is prohibited. Jinwoo stood still. His secret weapon, his most carefully guarded trump card, had been neutralized in an instant. No shadows, no healing, no store. This test was meant for him alone, but there was no time for hesitation. The statues advanced without mercy, stone weapons raised. Their footsteps thundered across the temple floor. Jinwoo exhaled slowly, his expression sharpening. So be it. He still had one advantage, the items in his inventory. If shadows weren't an option, then he would fight with everything else. Jinwoo rushed forward to face the trial. The clash of stone and steel rang out through the ancient temple. One of the enormous stone guards swung its massive sword at Jinwoo with terrifying force, but he didn't flinch. With a surge of raw strength, he blocked the attack and shattered the sword in a single resounding crack. A chunk of the broken blade flew into his hand, and without hesitation, Jinwoo hurled it like a spear. The stone shard buried itself in the guard's head. The statue staggered, seemingly stunned, but Jinwoo didn't give it a moment to recover. With explosive speed, he leapt into the air, turned his body, and drop-kicked the embedded shard, driving it deeper and smashing the statue's head into the ground. But the battle had just begun. Another guard lunged at him with a heavy swing of its weapon, but Jinwoo moved like a blur. He blocked the attack with his dual daggers, slicing the enemy's weapon in half with precise, brutal efficiency. He slipped past the crumbling guard, darting behind the second one. With deadly calm, he drove both blades into the back of its stone skull. Crack, crack, until the giant collapsed under its own weight. Stone archers, lined along the temple walls, drew back their bows and loosed a storm of massive arrows. Jinwoo moved before the first arrow landed. Twisting and spinning through the air, he repelled each one with his blades, sparks flying at every impact. Then, and with perfect timing, kicked it with all his force. The projectile streaked through the temple like a missile, slamming into the archer's head and tearing off a chunk of its face in an eruption of stone dust. He didn't stop moving. Jinwoo pressed forward, each step brutal, every motion efficient. He fought with the precision of a master assassin and the power of a berserker. His blades flashed through the air, tearing through the statues one after another. It was like he had waited his entire life for this moment. Above it all, the winged statue watched in stunned silence.
To come this far with a human body, you have grown well.
Jinwoo had changed. Every strike he blocked, every movement he countered, these statues. They were powerful, yes. But now, for the first time, he knew. He could beat them. The winged statue floated higher, eyes fixed on the battlefield, speaking softly to itself.
He has grown far beyond expectations. However, it's still too early to end the test here.
Suddenly, the entire temple trembled. Jinwoo's senses sharpened. Something bigger, more dangerous, was waking up. From the center of the temple, the largest stone statue began to rise. Its massive form towered above the others, casting a long, dreadful shadow across the room. This was no ordinary opponent. The winged statue's voice echoed ominously through the temple. It declared,
"Now, it's time to worship God."
Several hundred kilometers away, far from Jinwoo's brutal battle against the winged statue god, a very different kind of confrontation was unfolding. Inside the Korean Hunter Association, Chairman Go Gun-hee, the president of the association, sat face-to-face with the Japanese Hunter Association's chairman, their respective translators beside them. The Japanese chairman placed a document on the table, sliding it across. It stated that Japan would forfeit all rights to the mana crystals from Jeju Island, a massive concession. Chairman's eyes narrowed. He couldn't quite understand the motive behind such a generous offer until the Japanese chairman spoke. In return, we would like to hire Hunter Sung Jinwoo. At that, a slight smile curved Chairman's lip. He calmly replied,
Unfortunately, that hunter does not belong to our association.
But the Japanese chairman knew the truth. The only way to reach Jinwoo was through them. He wasn't demanding anything. He only wanted to talk. Even so, the request felt heavy. Chairman sat in silent thought, realizing that Japan's desperation had a reason. With Goto Ryuji dead, they no longer had a single hunter powerful enough to hold back S-rank gates. If they wanted Jinwoo's services, they'd pay anything. It wasn't a bad deal, not when Jinwoo's strength could change the fate of a nation. But instead of replying, Chairman pushed the paper back across the table.
I'd like to speak to you alone, without the translators.
The Japanese chairman was surprised. You speak Japanese? Chairman nodded.
When I was a child, my father ran a business in Japan.
Once the translators stepped out and the door closed behind them, the mood shifted instantly. Chairman's eyes sharpened.
If you're up to something again, drop it. Right now.
The Japanese chairman was caught off guard. Chairman continued, his voice low and firm.
I have heard that the Blade Guild has cut ties with you. The Blades Guild took subsidies but only acted as a front. It's not hard to guess what was going on. They were always working hand in hand with your association. And now, with Goto Ryuji dead, those S-rank hunters are like wild dogs. The guild's collapsing. The other guilds are stretched thin, dealing with gate breakouts. And if something spills out of that gate in the middle of Tokyo, all of it will be on your head. You caused this. And now you can't control what you broke.
Then Chairman slowly placed something on the table, a small black box. The Japan chairman's face changed. It was a transceiver box from the gear used by Goto Ryuji's team. Chairman's voice dropped, cold and cutting.
Did you really think I wouldn't find out?
The atmosphere exploded with tension. Chairman was now furious. He slammed his hand on the table, shattering the box and splitting the wood beneath it.
You don't even care about the mana crystals. You're not thinking about the people. You only care about yourself.
He stared the Japan chairman down.
If this recording was ever made public, do you know what would happen? Asia cannot risk a continental crisis just because of one man's petty schemes. You should be grateful to Hunter Sung Jinwoo. He's the only reason any of this is still intact.
Back inside the temple, Jinwoo was still surrounded, locked in relentless combat with wave after wave of stone guardians. Every time he shattered one of the towering statues, another would take its place, as if the dungeon itself refused to let him breathe. There was no end to them. Then suddenly, he felt a chill at his back. A massive shadow loomed over him. He turned. Standing behind him was a colossal statue, even larger than the rest. Its ominous, unmoving eyes glowed faintly. Jinwoo instantly knew he couldn't dodge in time. With no other choice, he activated one of his most powerful abilities, Ruler's Touch. The smaller statues chasing after him, mere moments from striking, suddenly began to levitate, helplessly suspended in the air by the sheer force of his will. At that moment, the massive statue's eyes flared to life, unleashing a devastating beam of energy. But the airborne statues became shields. The laser attack tore through them, disintegrating their stone forms in a blinding blast. That brief delay was all Jinwoo needed. He dodged, barely escaping the full force of the attack. Then, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Skill. Dominator's Touch has reached its maximum level. Skill has evolved into Ruler's Authority. One mistake, one hit from that colossal statue, and not even his strongest skills could save him. That laser attack wasn't something he could survive, so he made a decision. He had to take it down first. Activating Sprint, Jinwoo burst forward, propelling himself through the air at blinding speed toward the giant. But the statue wasn't idle. Sensing the incoming threat, it lifted its enormous foot and slammed it down with crushing force. The entire temple rumbled with the impact. Dust and smoke burst outward, and for a moment, the statue almost looked satisfied. It began to smile, thinking it had finally crushed the defiant hunter. But then, movement. Bright light and energy flared from beneath its foot. Suddenly, Jinwoo shot up like a bullet, soaring higher and higher, having used ruler's authority at the last second to divert the crushing blow and rocket himself into the air. He ran up the giant's body, his speed unmatched, aiming for its head. Sensing danger, the statue's eyes began to glow again. Another laser attack. But Jinwoo had already combined Sprint and ruler's authority, shifting into the statue's blind spot with perfect timing. The beams of light missed, carving through the air harmlessly. From this angle, Jinwoo launched his strike with the blade, aiming directly for the head. But to his surprise, the blade, sharp enough to cut through anything, barely scratched the surface. His eyes narrowed. That wasn't enough. He wouldn't try to cut it. He'd break it. Leaping from the statue's shoulder, Jinwoo soared through the air toward its face. He saw it then, a narrow crack, a weak spot. Focusing all his strength, he pushed forward with ruler's authority. The air trembled as his power crashed into the statue's face. From the shadows above, the winged statue watched.
So you have countered my creation in such a way. Ha ha ha.
With a deafening crack, the statue's head jerked sideways, and the massive body toppled. The giant crashed to the ground, its fall echoing through the chamber like thunder. The room shook with the sound of victory. With the giant fallen behind him, Jinwoo landed on the ground, his boots cracking the marble beneath. But there was no time to rest. The other guard statues surged forward, their stone bodies creaking and groaning as they prepared to overwhelm him. But Jinwoo was done playing defense. He raised his hand, his eyes sharp and focused. Ruler's authority flared to life. With a crushing force, the statues around him were slammed into the ground, as if gravity itself had turned against them. One by one, they crumbled, unable to resist his will. Jinwoo looked at his clenched fist. The strength he held now was on an entirely different level. He had become something else. From above, slow applause echoed through the chamber. The winged statue, who had watched in silence until now, finally spoke. His voice calm, yet laced with admiration.
Incredible.
Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. It was time. As promised, he demanded the truth. But the winged statue's response chilled him.
The exam is not yet over.
The words hit hard. Jinwoo had forgotten. This was still a test, a new notification flashing before him. The final emergency quest.
I'm the last best.
His heart froze as he read it. A countdown had begun, and his life was on the line. Looking up at the winged statue, Jinwoo asked, "Who are you?" Really, voice almost mocking.
You already know. That's a stupid question.
But then, something changed. A crack formed across his mask. Dust fell. The statue's facade began to crumble, and from behind it, a voice echoed in a deeper, truer tone.
Very well. I am the architect of the system. Are you satisfied with my answer? Ha 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 ha.
Outside the gate, the situation was becoming increasingly tense. The hunters from the association had finally arrived, guided quickly by the girl who had been anxiously waiting. At their head was the inspector, who bore the heavy weight of responsibility on his shoulders. They had managed to gather the 7 strongest hunters available on such short notice, but even that might not be enough.
This isn't just any gate. This feels like something far worse.
The inspector's expression darkened.
It feels like the Grim Reaper's blade is pressed to my throat.
He immediately turned to the others.
Can you feel this? This isn't normal. This is monstrous.
The inspector's thoughts raced. He asked urgently if any S-rank hunters were nearby. "The Hunters Guild is conducting a raid today," someone answered. "2 S-rank hunters are on site."
"Then send a message now. Tell them to come immediately,"
he ordered, voice sharp with urgency. They still didn't understand what Jinwoo was doing in there, but deep down, the inspector feared the answer. Because at that very moment, inside the gate, Jinwoo was facing the strongest monster he had ever encountered. In the heart of the stone chamber, the architect revealed his true form. With a terrifying shift, his wings twisted and transformed into 6 monstrous arms. In a blur of speed, he appeared beside Jinwoo and struck him with a crushing blow, launching him like a ragdoll across the chamber. Bam! Jinwoo smashed into the wall, cracks webbing through the stone as blood splattered. But there was no time to recover. The architect came again, fists blazing, each one carrying lethal force. Yet Jinwoo was ready now. His instincts, honed through countless battles, finally caught up with the architect's speed. With precision and power, he began to block and parry, the impact of their strikes echoing like thunder in the chamber. The architect's expression twisted in surprise.
Impressive. You are exceeding my expectations. Ha ha ha.
He landed a heavy strike to Jinwoo's face, sending a spray of blood flying. But Jinwoo didn't falter. Fueled by raw determination, Jinwoo retaliated, punching the architect with everything he had. The architect flew across the chamber, skidding to a stop, clearly stunned. He slowly straightened, still smiling, he said,
"Unbeliever. I never thought I'd be this excited to fight a human. Not once in my existence did I ever think a human could be a worthy opponent."
Jinwoo's mind was racing. There was so much he didn't understand. Why had he been chosen? Why was this system created? What was the architect truly after? He thought back to how it all started, how the architect called him here when he reached level 101. It felt like it had all been orchestrated from the very beginning. Was this all a trap? Was I just a pawn? But there was no time to dwell on it. The architect, eyes blazing, charged straight at him, a blur of fury and energy.
"If you want answers so badly, then come take them."
Jinwoo's instincts screamed. He couldn't fight him at this range. He darted to the side, using ruler's authority to propel himself away and gain distance. But the architect saw it coming. In the very same instant, he activated his own ruler's authority, and their powers clashed, sending out a massive shockwave that shook the entire chamber. Dust and debris filled the air. Jinwoo landed, eyes wide. He can use the same abilities, the same skills as me. There was no room for tricks now, not against someone who shared his own power. As the smoke cleared, the architect's voice echoed through the chamber, calm but heavy with finality.
"It doesn't matter if you kill me. The outcome has already been determined. The moment I created the system, everything was set."
But Jinwoo wasn't done. He demanded answers. Why me? Why did you choose me as the player? What even is this world we're in? The architect's grin faltered, just a bit.
"I didn't choose you. I don't like you at all. In fact, I was against the idea. I'm just the architect, the one who built and maintained the system. I designed it, but I'm not the one who picked you. I'm just the moderator, meant to develop the player. That's all."
Jinwoo glanced at the timer. Minutes left, maybe less. The air suddenly shifted. The architect rose into the air, wings flaring, and his expression turned stone cold.
"There's no more time, Son Jinwoo. I'll fight you with everything I have, until your final second ticks away."
The architect lunged, wielding weapons he had picked up from the battlefield. Each blow was monstrous, crashing down like thunder. But something had changed in Jinwoo. He could feel them. Swords, spear, blade, axe, hammer. Every motion, every swing. He could sense them before they came. His reflexes sharpened, his perception heightened. It wasn't just instinct now, it was clarity. The architect's flurry of attacks grew faster.
"How is he able to block my blows and attack in response?"
With perfect timing, he dodged each strike, weaving through them with inhuman precision. Then, slash. Jinwoo's blade sliced through the architect's stone arm. The architect staggered back, eyes wide in disbelief. Even though it was a fake body, he felt the pain. It hurt, and for the first time, he understood.
So, this is why he was chosen.
He screamed in frustration, furious.
You're only human. This is insolence.
But Jinwoo didn't stop. The timer continued ticking. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Suddenly, the statues around them began to rise, groaning to life once more. Jinwoo gritted his teeth. He couldn't stop now, not when he was so close. A giant statue towered before him, surrounded by smaller ones. At the center of them all was the architect. Jinwoo leapt into the air and activated ruler's authority. With a shattering crash, he slammed into the ground, sending the statues flying in every direction. He charged straight for the architect, blade in hand. Strike by strike, he began to carve away the architect's defenses, slicing off stone arms, weakening him, closing in with each blow. But suddenly, crack! A crushing impact slammed into Jinwoo's shoulder. He turned. There it was, the great stone guardian, the same one that once almost killed him. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. Not this time. With a single leap, he vaulted into the air and came down with all his strength. The guardian's head split apart, crumbling to pieces. No hesitation. Jinwoo turned back to the architect and kept attacking. Stone limbs were severed, one by one, until finally he pinned the architect to the ground. Breathing heavily, the architect looked up, broken and defeated.
The test is over. I've lost.
Jinwoo stood tall above him. The timer read, 2 minutes remaining. The architect, pinned beneath Jinwoo's blade, finally began to speak. Not in rage, but with eerie calm.
All the answers you seek, they're already inside you.
Just then, a notification appeared before Jinwoo. Jinwoo furrowed his brow. What did he mean by that? But the architect continued,
The choice now is yours, alone.
He paused, heart pounding. Everything he had wanted to know, every truth, every mystery, was now within reach. I accept. The moment those words left his lips, a brilliant light enveloped him. His consciousness was suddenly unbound, floating, weightless. He found himself drifting in a strange place, like a spirit suspended in the sky. Below him stretched a vast, desolate battlefield, and from every direction came the slow, thunderous march of monsters. Jinwoo's breath caught in his throat. There were so many. As they marched, their heads suddenly turned upward, gazing toward the sky. They're looking at me. But when Jinwoo followed their gaze, he saw it. A massive gate, suspended in the sky, yawning open across multiple points in the world. This isn't Earth. And yet, it felt connected, as if what he was seeing was a vision of what could be. If this monstrous army, ice elves, high orcs, giants, and more, were ever to cross into Earth, humanity wouldn't survive. But then, high above there stood their true enemy, an army of gleaming, merciless silver warriors, descending from on high like celestial executioners. And it was here, in this alien sky, that the true war began. The monsters, sensing a common enemy, with a terrifying roar, the armies of chaos charged, their weapons clashing against the silver host, metal against metal. The air was filled not with spells, but with screams of fury, pain, and rage. The ground turned scarlet as the battle escalated into unrelenting carnage. The silver warriors were impossibly strong, cutting down monsters with precise and unfeeling force. Jinwoo watched in disbelief as the tide turned. It looked like the monsters might not make it. Just when it seemed the monsters would be completely overrun, a shift rippled across the battlefield. The silver soldiers, who moments ago charged forward with unshakable resolve, suddenly began to retreat. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. Something had changed. No, someone had arrived. From the shadows of the war-torn plain, a figure clad in pitch-black armor emerged, gave a command,
"Arise."
And the dead obeyed. The corpses of fallen monsters, scattered across the ground like forgotten remnants, began to stir. Jinwoo's heart thudded. This is the monarch's domain. From nothingness, shadow soldiers erupted. Thousands of them formed from the corpses of the fallen. Where once there had been defeat and death, now stood an immortal army. Jinwoo stared, stunned, as realization dawned. He's a shadow monarch, riding atop a majestic dark horse, surrounded by writhing darkness, commanding his forces with effortless control. And the monsters, now unafraid of death, charged once more into the fray. The air grew heavy, choked with smoke and shadows. Even the monsters that had fallen just moments ago rose again, reforged in shadow, their eyes glowing with cold fire. Jinwoo watched as darkness swallowed light. Wherever the shadow monarch strode, destruction followed. The silver warriors fell under his sword. He raised his hand, and with ruler's authority, he crushed the airborne enemy in air. An unstoppable cycle of death and rebirth, a terrifying force that turned every enemy into an ally. The shadow soldiers repeated the cycle of death and revival to wipe out their enemies. Wherever the monarch went, the trail of destruction was left in his wake. Victory seemed imminent for the shadows and the monsters. That is, until they showed up. While Jinwoo was submerged in that surreal vision of war, hunters from the Hunter Guild and Hunter from the Association stood nervously in front of the ominous stone doors.
What is this magic?
Turning to the inspector, he asked, "Are you sure Jinwoo is behind these gates?" The inspector nodded.
It's confirmed. He went in alone.
Nearby, Cha Hai Inn stood silently, eyes fixed on the sealed doors.
That's not Jinwoo's mana.
She clenched her fists.
No matter what, I have to help him.
Even the inspector wondered aloud. Why would he come back here, knowing what happened the first time? There had to be a reason, something only he understood. Then, the doors began to open. The hunters braced themselves, weapons at the ready. But what they saw inside made their blood run cold. The statues, the colossal throne, the terrifying aura that weighed on their very souls. It's real, the inspectors whispered. It all really existed. Before they could react further, a voice cut through the air like a blade.
How are you here? I don't remember summoning more humans.
The hunters were stunned, not just by his monstrous appearance, but by the fact that he could speak.
Quiet! If you make too much noise, you'll wake the king.
Eyes wide, the hunters looked deeper into the room, and that's when they saw him. Jinwoo, standing perfectly still, his body glowing with an otherworldly light, unmoving as if caught between worlds. They couldn't understand what was happening to him, but before they could act, hunters collapsed, their bodies torn apart in an instant. The architect had moved. His power was swift, precise, ruthless.
I have no use for weaklings, only the strong. Yes, you strong humans will make excellent first offerings for the king.
Jinwoo remained deep in his trance, watching a battle unlike anything he had ever seen. From one side marched a vast, burning legion, the demon army, led by the terrifying figure known as the Monarch of White Flames, and from the Red Gate, another army emerged, a monstrous horde of humanoid beasts, snarling and clawing at the earth beneath them. Towering above them all was a majestic and fearsome creature, a massive wolf, its fur glowing white like moonlight, a terrifying presence cloaked in killing intent, the Beast Monarch. Side by side, the Monarch of White Flames and the Beast Monarch advanced toward a single target, the Shadow Monarch. A cataclysmic clash was inevitable. Meanwhile, back inside the double dungeon, the hunters were struggling for survival. The hunters battled desperately against the statue guardians. Some were already severely wounded, others screaming for healing. Hunter Choi Jong-in, the nation's most powerful mage, shouted above the chaos. The architect, watching the carnage unfold, declared,
Anyone who would be alive by the time my puppets collapse would be granted the greatest honor to witness the birth of the king. If any one of you survive, that is.
As his words echoed, the god statue began to move. Its eyes started glowing with blinding intensity. Choi Jong-in shouted, Everyone, watch out! A beam of pure destruction erupted from the god statue's eye. The floor shook as explosions rang out, and anything caught in the path was vaporized instantly, but the hunters fought back. Dodging the lethal beam, Choi Jong-in retaliated, launching an intense barrage of flames at the statue. His voice rang out again. Split into groups, take down the smaller guardians. At that moment, Woo Jin-chul soared through the air and landed a powerful blow to a nearby guardian's helmet. The impact was thunderous, But the statue didn't flinch. He thought he was going to kill the guard, but suddenly realized that he hadn't even injured him, as the guard was stronger than he thought. The hunters realized that these guards have unusual defenses, and everyone should be on guard after all. Not even magic works on them, and even the taunt skills have no effect on them. They didn't even move even an inch after the numerous attacks made by the hunters. Hunter Choi Jong-in began to wonder if there was any way to defeat these creatures. Suddenly, he noticed Jinwoo standing off to the side and decided he had to wake him up, suspecting he might be hypnotized. The hunter launched one of his fireballs at Jinwoo, not caring whether it hit him or not. The most important thing was to wake him up, as this was their last chance to survive. However, as the fire orb drew closer to Jinwoo, the architect intercepted it with incredible speed, blocking the magic. He immediately flew toward Hunter Choi Jong-in, shouting,
"How dare you disturb the king in his slumber!"
But before the architect could strike, Choi Jong-in was saved by his companions. The three of them began attacking the architect together. At that moment, Hunter Woo Jin-chul shouted to Hunter Cha, urging her to wake Jinwoo up as soon as possible while they kept the architect distracted. Realizing this, she started running to the side, trying to reach the sleeping Jinwoo as quickly as possible. Just as she was about to reach him, we are shown Jinwoo's perspective. He was still watching the battle between countless monsters and the shadow soldiers. It was an incredible sight for him. So many had already fallen, yet they kept regenerating. If it were him, he would have exhausted all his mana long ago, but there seemed to be no end to the Shadow Monarch's power. The monsters and demons were now fighting against one common enemy, the Shadow Soldiers. After all, if this battle were only between the monsters and the Silver Warriors, the latter wouldn't have had to fight the Shadow Army. But since the Shadow Warriors were clashing with the monsters, it was clear there was an internal conflict among them. Once the battle ended, corpses littered the battlefield. The Shadow Monarch approached the defeated Monarch of White Flames, who now lay powerless on the ground. The Shadow Monarch asked,
"We had a chance to end this war today, so why did you betray me?"
The Monarch of White Flames replied,
"It's a great pity. I wanted so badly to kill you."
The Shadow Monarch repeated his question, asking again why he had done it. But the monster only laughed furiously and began speaking in an incomprehensible language. Without hesitation, the Shadow Monarch lifted him into the air, grabbed him by the neck, and finished him off. Suddenly, Jinwoo saw the eyes of the Monarch of White Flames, and he recognized them. When the helmet was removed, he realized it was the Demon King Baran. Jinwoo was stunned, wondering what Baran was doing here. Then, Jinwoo looked down at his hands, now stained with the monster's blood. He hadn't noticed it before, but something felt off. He suddenly felt something inside his body. When he touched his chest, he realized he now had two hearts, one human and the other a dark heart, pulsing with immense power. At that moment, he sensed an enemy approaching. As he turned his head, he saw silver knights flying through the sky in front of him. Just then, a system notification appeared. The playback of the retrieved data has ended. The architect, who was standing in front of the huntress, sneered and said,
"You are a very interesting person. Surprise me a little more."
The huntress decided to attack. She activated her sword dance and began striking at the architect. He laughed and engaged her, but the battle didn't last long. Suddenly, he wounded her shoulder and said mockingly,
"Ha ha, is that all you've got? It's all going according to my designs. How boring. You humans. The system I built can predict and respond to every possible outcome. You won't be able to break through my creations with such feeble attempts. I guess you can't do any better."
Suddenly, an attack struck the architect. Hunter Choi Jong-in shouted to the others that they needed to wake up Hunter Jinwoo immediately. This was their only chance. While the architect was distracted, Hunter Cha began running with all her might toward Jinwoo. But the architect noticed her and moved to attack, reaching for her with a chilling smile. She quickly dodged and landed to the side. Impressed, the architect remarked,
"You dodged it. Impressive."
Then he noticed something, a shadow near the huntress. He muttered to himself,
A shadow. It can't come out because of the dungeon's rules, but that presence is unmistakable. To think the king implanted a shadow in you. What is your relationship with Jinwoo?
She replied,
A friend. I'm his friend, who came here to save him.
The architect realized they had come of their own free will and decided to give them one final chance.
Today, here in this world, one of the greatest events shall descend. I will give you the opportunity to witness this glorious moment. However, every single one of your little friends shall die here today.
But suddenly, the architect heard Jinwoo's voice asking, "Who decided that?" As soon as the architect turned his head, Jinwoo punched him in the face with all his might, sending him flying to the side. Jinwoo demanded, "Say it! What did you do to me?" The other hunters, seeing that Jinwoo had finally awakened, looked on in shock and sighed in relief. Jinwoo stood over the beaten and fallen architect.
You are not the king. Why? Why are you here instead of him? How are you able to regain consciousness with the Black Heart?
Hearing his words, Jinwoo thought about the mention of the Black Heart and realized the immense flow of magic within him. It was because of that heart. A notification appeared. Title: Demon Hunter. Now that he has recovered the lost memories of killing the Demon King Baran, he is recognized as the master of great power. Black Heart effect grants an additional 100,000 mana. Jinwoo noticed the architect's reaction and understood two things. First, the Black Heart was clearly not part of the architect's plan, and second, it was never meant to be used for Jinwoo's benefit. However, the memories he had seen didn't give him all the answers he sought. Jinwoo began questioning the architect. Why had he opposed his candidacy as the player? What was the role of the player, and what did the architect intend to do with him? But the architect, realizing something, grew more enraged and started yelling,
Shadow Monarch! How dare you! Do you think the other monks will just let this happen?
But Jinwoo began to act more seriously, summoning his large blades and pointing them toward the architect. He demanded that the architect answer his question. The architect replied,
You sure are an unpredictable one. I think I now understand why you were chosen.
At that moment, the hunters noticed that the statues, which had been standing still and watching, suddenly began to move. The architect warned,
If you kill me now, no one will be able to stop my puppets. Do you still think you can kill me?
But with cold eyes, Jinwoo replied, What if I kill you, and then your puppets? Fearfully, the architect tried to warn him,
If you kill me, the architect of the system.
But Jinwoo cut him off mid-sentence, a slight smile forming on his face. I'll be returned to being an E rank again, he said mockingly. With a confident grin, he continued, I thought about that too. But the existing system won't collapse just because the architect disappears now, will it? Hearing this, the architect hastily attempted to log into the system, but a notification appeared. System Administrator login blocked. Confused and panicked, the architect couldn't understand why the system was reacting this way. In front of him, Hunter Jinwoo declared, I thought about this long ago, so I devoured the system whole. Looking at the architect with a mocking gaze, he added, I guess your design wasn't so perfect after all. The architect began to curse him, but before he could finish, Jinwoo's blade slashed him into dust. As the architect crumbled, he spoke.
A prediction, no, a prophecy. When the pillars of fire that hold the heavens are raised, an inevitable death will approach you.
But Jinwoo turned around and with full confidence said, As you please. He was ready, no matter what came his way. Outside the gate, all the hunters who had been guarding the entrance realized that it had already been an hour since the members of the Hunter Guild had entered the dungeon. They were growing increasingly curious about what was going on inside. After all, if they entered too, they might also be in danger. Suddenly, they noticed someone returning from the dungeon, and what they saw horrified them. The best members and strongest guilds in the country were emerging in a terrible state. No one could understand what could have happened in there. Inspector Woo Jin-chul from the association asked the others,
"Could you help us carry out the bodies of the fallen hunters?"
Jinwoo, who was the last to come out, was deep in thought. The system architect was now gone, yet he still hadn't received the answers to his questions. As he started to walk away, Woo Jin-chul said to him,
"Almost 20 elite hunters have died. If this had been a dungeon break, the extent of the damage would have been unimaginable."
Looking at the sacrificed hunters, Jinwoo said that he had only survived thanks to the Hunter Guild and the association's monitoring efforts. But the inspector responded,
"I knew Jinwoo had entered the double dungeon, and after sensing the enormous magic energy coming from inside, I asked the Hunter Guild for help, yet it still resulted in such a tragedy."
Then the inspector asked Jinwoo,
"How did you know a double dungeon had opened in this particular gate?"
Jinwoo replied, "The dungeon summoned me."
"The dungeon summoned you?"
Woo Jin-chul asked, surprised. "Yes," Jinwoo confirmed. "I received a message telling me to come here." The inspector wanted to see the message with his own eyes, but Jinwoo told him that the message had been in his head, only he could see it. Woo Jin-chul wasn't sure whether Jinwoo was joking, especially given how many people had died. Suddenly, Hunter Cha Hai-in walked up and asked Jinwoo if he was okay. He replied that he seemed fine, but as he leaned to one side and began to say that he might be a little tired, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Everyone nearby immediately rushed to his side. At this time in Japan, a convoy of trucks was transporting magic crystals to a large portal that had recently opened. Yuri Orlov, a national-level hunter, stood nearby, observing the operation.
About 200,000 tons of magic crystals have arrived, This should be enough to fuel the magic circle. First, I'll cast a barrier magic circle around the gate and fill it with the required magic power using these crystals. After that, the magic circle will begin to gather power on its own. But something strange.
Yuri Orlov paused, sensing something unusual, not with the barrier, but as if someone was watching them. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted,
"Show yourself."
The man standing next to him looked confused and asked if Yuri really thought someone was still around, especially with the gate set to open tomorrow. But Yuri replied coldly,
"Who said it was a person?"
The other man couldn't understand what he meant. At that moment, the presence Yuri had sensed stood atop a building, watching them. The man muttered,
"He's got pretty good senses. Well, considering where his strength is coming from, it's no surprise. Besides, it's finally beginning. Everything is unfolding according to the predetermined tragedy."
Nearby, other hunters stationed around the portal were puzzled about why the government had deployed soldiers, given that modern weapons were practically useless against monsters. One of them voiced this concern, but another hunter replied, "If Yuri Orlov fails, the soldiers will at least buy us some time to prepare." The woman scoffed, saying the soldiers were just cannon fodder. To which another hunter responded grimly, "So are we." That just proves how helpless humans are in the face of true disaster. Yuri Orlov watched as he approached the entrance of the portal, feeling confident. It was fortunate for him that there were so many magic crystals around. If everything went according to plan, he would be able to clear this gate on his own. He remarked to a nearby man,
"It would be amazing to be dubbed the person who cleared an S-rank gate single-handedly, but unfortunately there is a hunter more suited for that title, so I shouldn't hope much."
The man watched as Yuri pulled a flask of alcohol from his pocket and took a swig. When questioned, Yuri replied that,
"It's a toast to calm my nerves. I will show you the best show you have ever seen."
Before drinking, he casually asked,
"How many S-rank hunters are in standby?"
The man answered, 15. Yuri scoffed.
"That's a small crowd for me. Where are the Americans?"
Then asked,
"Didn't they send any hunters to help?"
The man explained that another gate had opened elsewhere in the world, not just in Japan, but also in India, and indeed all over the globe. Yuri realized they were likely short on manpower. Just then, the gate began to open. At that exact moment, Jinwoo, lying unconscious in a hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Jinho entered the room and upon seeing Jinwoo awake, burst into tears. He ran to his side, sobbing, and asked why he was only waking up now. Everyone had thought he was dead, He'd been asleep for 3 whole days. Jinwoo, still groggy, reflected on the fact that he had slept for 3 days. It made sense. He had been completely exhausted, and it had been ages since he had proper rest. But more importantly, he couldn't forget what he had seen back then. Realizing the urgency, he suddenly asked Jinho what had happened while he was unconscious. Jinho, confused, didn't quite understand what he meant. Jinwoo clarified that he was talking about the S-rank dungeon that appeared in Japan. At that, Jinho turned serious and began explaining. As soon as the gate opened, huge giants began to emerge. No hunter could believe their eyes. These monsters were stronger than any top-tier A-rank bosses. But for Yuri Orlov, it was nothing. He activated his skills, and all the surrounding magic crystals began to glow, releasing energy. A powerful barrier formed around the gate. One of the giants attacked the barrier with a massive axe, but Yuri laughed and mocked it.
Aha! A monster that would be found in a mere A-rank gate. You think you can break my barrier?
But then, something terrifying happened. A massive hand emerged from within the gate, followed by an even larger giant. This colossal creature casually pushed aside the smaller giant and with one swing shattered the barrier completely, clearing a path for the giant monsters to invade. Jinwoo eventually came to the grim realization that the raid in Japan had failed. Meanwhile, Jinho's father was asleep in his office. When he finally woke up, his secretary approached him. Jinho's father asked how long he had been sleeping, to which the secretary replied, "You slept for 23 hours and 46 minutes. If you had slept any longer, we would have taken you to the hospital." The secretary then informed him of 2 important updates. The first piece of news was that one of the patients had awoken from the eternal sleep, and it turned out to be none other than Hunter Jinwoo's mother. Upon hearing this, Jinho's father was struck by the realization. Jinwoo may have the ability to cure eternal slumber. The second piece of news was that his daughter had come to visit him. As the girl entered the room, she began asking him how long he had been sick. Back in Japan, the situation had turned catastrophic. One of the colossal giants emerging from the gate grabbed Hunter Yuri Orlov and devoured him. Tanks on the ground opened fire on the giants, but the shells were useless. These monsters were simply too powerful for modern weaponry. The hunters on the ground quickly acknowledged the futility of relying on machines and ordered everyone to engage the giants directly. A group of hunters pounced on one of the monsters. The S-rank female hunter wielding katana flew into the air, realizing she needed to blind the giant by targeting its eyes. But the monster noticed it. With terrifying speed, it swung its massive axe. The hunters were shocked. For something so massive, it moved alarmingly fast, and it's pretty damn strong. Reporters aboard a helicopter were broadcasting live from Tokyo, describing the horrifying spectacle unfolding below. Jinwoo watched it all from his home on TV. To him, it looked like hell on earth. The entire world now waited with bated breath, hearts frozen, for the outcome of a battle where hunters were doing everything they could to stop the disaster. If things continued at this pace, there was a real chance that a catastrophe like the Jeju Island incident could happen again. This time, the whole Asia could be in danger. He began to wonder if he should intervene. But suddenly, he heard his sister's voice from behind the door.
"Don't go."
He turned and asked her, "What do you mean?" She replied quietly.
"You were about to leave."
Seeing the expression on her face, Jinwoo slowly rose from his chair and said, almost as if convincing himself that he wasn't really going anywhere. So much had happened lately, and he was planning to rest for a while. As he walked past her, he gently stroked her head and told her, "Don't worry about it." A little later, Jinwoo sat alone on a bench in a nearby park and summoned Baru. Baru appeared instantly and greeted him.
"Yes, Your Majesty. No, I mean King."
Hearing this, Jinwoo raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you watching dramas instead of guarding Jinah?" Baru's guilty expression was all the answer he needed. "How's Jinah doing?" Jinwoo asked.
"She doesn't do much except sleep, King."
Jinwoo sighed. He could tell the recent incident had affected her deeply. In the past 4 years, Jinah had never once tried to stop him from going on a raid, except for his very first one. He wondered what he should do next. Just then, a car pulled up near the park. Soon after, Jinwoo found himself seated across from CEO Yoo Myung-han. Jinwoo got straight to the point. "What business do you have with me?" Yoo Myung-han introduced himself properly. "I'm Yoo Myung-han, chairman of Eugene Construction." At that moment, he slid a check across the table toward Jinwoo. "I'm not someone who believes money can buy everything," he said, "and certainly not someone as powerful as an S-rank hunter. My intentions are sincere. I hope you understand that." Jinwoo could tell this conversation was meant to remain strictly between the two of them. From the way Yoo Myung-han spoke, it was clearly not about a guild invitation. "What is it that you want from me?" Jinwoo asked. The chairman sighed and answered, "I have the same illness your mother had." Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. "Does Jinho know about this?" "No," Yoo Myung-han replied. "Only 3 people do. My wife, my physician, and my secretary. And now, you." He continued, "We've been searching everywhere for a cure. And just when we were losing hope, we found someone, your mother, who was miraculously cured. I'm not sure if it was pure luck or something more, but I need to know the truth. If you help me, I will never forget your kindness." Jinwoo sat in silence for a moment, realizing that today he might have to make a choice. The battle in Japan was nothing short of monstrous. High above the chaos, reporters in a helicopter filmed the nightmare unfolding below. Their cameras captured scenes of towering giants tearing through the city, ripping out trees, smashing buildings, and trampling everything in their path. It was as if these creatures were intent on wiping out humanity itself. The horror deepened when they saw that the giants weren't just destroying, they were eating people. The carnage was almost too much to watch. Inside the helicopter, the crew remained frozen in shock, the only comfort being that they were in the air, untouchable for now. One of the reporters noted something strange. While most of the giants wreaked havoc across Tokyo, there was one that stood still near the gate. It wasn't attacking. Instead, it remained there like a sentinel, guarding the portal. The cameraman muttered, "Why is it just standing there?" "I don't know, but it looks wrong, like it's not really alive. It's breathing and moving, but it's not reacting to anything, like a machine moving according to its program." Another passenger scoffed. If it was that simple, it would have been blown apart by now. But even direct shelling hasn't phased it. So far, only 2 giants have been taken down, out of what looked like 30. "How long has it been since the dungeon break?" The cameraman replied, "About 2 days." The city was falling apart by the hour. Flames and smoke covered entire districts, and the military and hunters below were barely holding the line. With each minute that passed, Tokyo was being erased, turned to rubble under the weight of these impossible foes. No one knew how much longer they could contain them. But one thing was certain. The gate was still open, and something worse might still be waiting on the other side. At this time, Jinwoo was in his office talking to Jinho, telling him that he wanted to go to Japan, but Jinho was against it and started talking about how Jinwoo clearly didn't follow the news at all. What was happening there was even more horrifying than Jeju Island. He added that he had never fought such huge monsters before. Jinwoo replied that he understood, but if things worked out, their guild could gain a lot of recognition. He continued looking at Jinho, surprised that even someone who had always supported him was now doubting him. It showed just how serious the disaster really was. However, Jinho suddenly seemed to realize something and started saying that he would go with him. He brought up the Red Gate incident, the Jeju Island raid, and the double dungeon, then asked Jinwoo if he'd noticed something. Raising his hands, he showed a news article and began crying. He wasn't mentioned in any of them. He went on, saying that all he could brag about was working alongside Jinwoo, and though he was embarrassed to say it, but Jinwoo was his hero. Jinwoo, despite the emotional moment, didn't expect to hear that from a rich kid like Jinho. Jinho then told him that this was exactly why he wanted to help him, no matter where he went, and pleaded to be taken along. But Jinwoo began questioning him. After all, he'd just tried to talk him out of going, and now he wanted to join him. So Jinwoo asked him one last time, "Do you even remember exactly where we're going?" With a serious face, Jinho replied that he trusted Jinwoo, and if Jinwoo thought it was best, then it was. But Jinwoo stood up, turned to leave, and said he was joking, because really, what the hell did he care about Japan? Then he told Jinho to just go back home. But as soon as he left the office, Jinwoo reflected on the fact that he couldn't use his shadow soldiers while fighting Architect. The Architect had been around the same level as him, 100, so there were still beings in the world who could easily match his strength. After all, the world is a big place, and somewhere out there, someone may exist who could defeat him. It was time to accept that he couldn't solve every problem on his own, because he wasn't a hero. As soon as Jinwoo opened the door to his home, he called out that he was back. His mother, peeking around the corner, greeted him.
"You're home, son? You're having dinner, right?"
When they sat down at the table, he asked where his sister was, but his mother replied,
"She said she had no appetite."
While eating, Jinwoo began to recall what he had told Jinho's father, that he couldn't help him. When the man had asked him to at least explain how his mother was cured, Jinwoo had told him that if he actually knew, he wouldn't have kept it a secret. If he had wanted to profit from it, he would have done so long ago. After saying that, he turned and left. While descending in the elevator, something about it all bothered him. But still, he didn't really know the man. What kind of person was he? What was his goal? Maybe he wasn't even sick and was just plotting something. After all, the supply of the holy water of life was limited. He had to use it wisely. The offer had been unexpected, but it didn't interest him. Still, he realized that since he had to make a choice, he would make it now. Turning to his mom, he told her he'd be right back. Jinwoo understood that there were those stronger than him, but that didn't mean he should stop now. He had to go, and he had to fight those monsters. At that moment, as his mother stood washing the dishes, she said softly,
"Your father used to eat quickly when someone needed him. I'll help you pack after you finish your food."
At this time, Jinwoo's sister overheard their conversation and couldn't hold back her tears. She covered her face with a blanket as she lay in her room. Suddenly, she heard the door open. Jinwoo walked in. He asked gently, "Are you asleep?" She only nodded in response. He offered to talk to her, but she refused, saying she just wanted to sleep. Ignoring that, he sat down beside her on the bed, unsure of how to begin. He finally started, "I almost died recently." But he quickly realized it was the wrong thing to say. After a pause, he tried again. "What I meant to say is, I've faced things like this before. It's common for me. But this time, I barely remember. It was that dangerous. Still, I survived, and I'm thankful. Despite everything, I was able to come home." He reached out, gently placed his hand on her head, and continued, "I'm grateful to have you. Grateful that you care, and that you tried to stop me this time. I'll come back again, just like I did now." But his sister couldn't hold back anymore. She began to cry and said, through her tears,
"You were going anyway."
Jinwoo replied softly, "I am, but don't cry. I'll come back. I'll always look out for you, no matter where I am." The next day, the president of the Hunters Association held a press conference. It was announced that Sung Jinwoo and the Ahjin Guild would assist Japan in their crisis. Later, at the nearest airport, Jinho was struggling with a large bag of equipment. He spotted Jinwoo standing nearby, scratching his head as he watched Jinho lug the oversized bag around. Realizing Jinho had packed way too much, Jinwoo helped him carry few things, and together they departed for Japan, prepared to confront the disaster ahead. In Japan, soldiers were desperately evacuating civilians. One of the soldiers rushed over to the doctors and told them they could only take 3 or 4 more wounded, but there were still 10 patients who couldn't move on their own. "This isn't the time to worry about people who already have one foot in the grave," the soldier argued. "The giants are everywhere. If we stay here, we're all dead." But one of the doctors refused to leave. His wife stood beside him, equally determined to protect the patients at all costs. Seeing this, the soldier paused, then said, "In that case, I'll stay too. I won't run. We'll shelter the wounded somewhere. Somehow." Suddenly, massive footsteps echoed through the streets. Giant figures emerged from behind a nearby building and charged toward them. The soldiers opened fire, but the bullets bounced off the monsters like dust. As a giant's hand reached toward them, the soldier instinctively shielded the doctors with his body, when, out of nowhere, a massive shadow slammed into the giant, sending it flying hundreds of meters away. It crashed into a distant block of buildings, reducing everything to rubble. The soldier looked up in disbelief. Standing where the giant once stood was a towering shadow soldier, easily matching the giants in size. Still stunned, he turned and saw a man calmly walking past him. It was Jinwoo. "It's dangerous here," the man said. "We need to draw the other giants away from the hospital." Just then, debris from a collapsing building hurtled toward the civilians. But Jinho arrived in time, blocking the rocks with his large shield. "I'll help with the evacuation," Jinho shouted. Hearing this, Jinwoo's expression turned cold as he released a chilling aura. "All right." His shadow soldier, Jinah, launched into action, charging the giants with brutal strength. As Jinah pinned one of them to the ground, Jinwoo dashed forward and leapt high into the air. With a single, powerful swing of his blade, he sliced the giant cleanly in half. At that time, the hunters in the eastern United States, gathered in a building, began to talk among themselves. Word had reached them that Jinwoo had gone to Japan. "I heard Lady Selner didn't even manage to upgrade a single stage of Hunter Sung Jinwoo," one of them remarked. "He's going to die with that level." The others around the table chuckled and nodded. "Death's waiting for him in Tokyo," someone said. "Every one of us here got stronger thanks to Miss Selner. That guy doesn't even understand that a hunter has limits." One of the hunters leaned back and added mockingly, "Wasn't Jinwoo reawakened or something? He must be really proud of that power." They laughed. "He's so stubborn, thinking strength alone will carry him through. He has no idea what he's dealing with. Does he really believe ants and giants are the same thing? A hunter who overestimates his strength is destined to perish," another said. "How ironic. Defeating an ant only to get squashed by a giant." They began placing bets. "I'll put my yacht on the line. He dies the first day," one smirked. "I bet my house he won't last too," said another. But before the third hunter could place his wager, the guild leader, Thomas Andre, interrupted.
"I'll bet the entire scavenger building that he survives."
The room went silent.
"You should be more focused on the S-rank gate that opened in our territory. The dungeon break is tomorrow. How many of us do you think will survive?"
One of the hunters muttered, "Man, he really knows how to kill the mood." Another snorted, "Give him a push. He's always been like this." Ignoring the chatter, the guild leader stared out the window and added quietly,
"Still, maybe I would have had more fun in Japan than here. Then again, tomorrow's going to be a hell of a time in its own way."
In Japan, the city was plunged into chaos as shadow soldiers clashed with enormous giants. Reporters in helicopters filmed the entire scene, otherwise no one would have believed it. Jinwoo's ant shadow soldiers had already subdued another giant and were now devouring it. Meanwhile, on the ground, a little girl was desperately running from one of the giants. Just as the monster reached out to grab her, a shadow appeared and sliced off the giant's hand. It was Igris. He saved the girl by catching her in his arms. At that very moment, another shadow appeared above the same giant. It was Iron. He flew down with all his might and slammed his axe into the giant's head. The force of the blow dropped the massive creature instantly. The girl, cradled in Igris's arms, was visibly terrified. Seeing this, Igris grew irritated at Iron's reckless behavior. Iron, however, just smiled cheerfully at the girl. Igris gently stroked her head, comforting her and assuring her she was safe now. Jinwoo, observing nearby, watched as Iron, especially after leveling up, was clearly enjoying himself and doing a good job. Suddenly, he noticed a soldier approaching him, filled with gratitude. The soldier tried to thank him, but Jinwoo simply gave him a big thumbs up and said, "You good, brave soldier." The soldier, a bit confused but moved, replied with a grateful, "Thank you, Hunter." Jinwoo then turned to Jinho and said, "Get this soldier out of here and finish the evacuation." Understanding immediately, Jinho stepped in and began leading the soldier away. Now that the area was secure, Jinwoo turned to the dead giant, ready to begin the real show. He raised his hand, preparing to turn the fallen giant into a shadow soldier. Arise. While Jinwoo was busy turning giants into his shadow soldiers, in a control room elsewhere, men were shouting that they were slowly retaking all the cities in Japan that had been overtaken by the giants. The chairman, however, couldn't understand how this was possible. Suddenly, when he glanced at one of the surveillance monitors, he realized something. Goto had been right. The look in Jinwoo's eyes back at the airport, it wasn't something ordinary. He had seen countless hunters before, but Jinwoo was on a completely different level. There was immense power behind his gaze. The chairman had greeted Jinwoo, the hunter who had come to help them. He quickly got to the point, explaining that the situation was urgent. The giants were now heading toward Osaka, and they wanted Jinwoo to take charge of the city's defense. His words were translated to Jinwoo, but the Japanese chairman, despite acknowledging Jinwoo's strength, still doubted that even he could stand up to all the giants. While Jinwoo held the line, they hoped to buy time to negotiate with other nations for help. To the chairman's surprise, Jinwoo replied, "No, I refuse." The chairman, stunned, asked, "In that case, what do you plan to do?" It was only then that the chairman fully grasped Jinwoo's intention. He was seriously planning to go up against all the giants alone. What Jinwoo was doing now, wasn't that the very thing they had initially asked of him? At that moment, Jinwoo stood before the massive giant he had just turned into a shadow soldier. Since there were several of them, and to avoid calling them by names, he began assigning numbers to them: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then General Baru approached him and reported that another enemy had been eliminated. "Then he'll be number 6, Jinwoo replied. Jinwoo thought to himself that he needed to build an army quickly. Turning to Jinho, who was standing near the tent, he told him to take a rest and assured him he'd be back soon. Things had been relatively easy so far, but the real challenge was just beginning. Across Japan, the shadow soldiers Jinwoo had dispatched were aiding hunters in taking down giants. It became a war of attrition. With Jinwoo's constant mana supply, the giants had no chance. His shadow soldiers healed immediately upon being defeated. However, a new problem arose: dungeon outbreaks. In addition to the giants, other monsters had begun appearing in the cities. Now, they had to manage both the evacuation of civilians and the defense against multiple types of monsters simultaneously. On the 7th day after the dungeon break, during the night, Jinwoo was walking along a road with Jinho. They talked about how the city was in ruins. Suddenly, they encountered a female hunter who remarked that they had finally arrived. Jinwoo asked her why he hadn't seen any other hunters around. She replied that, at this moment, there was no one else in Tokyo except for her, and it was currently impossible to even estimate the full extent of the city's damage. The monsters had already spread throughout the country. She explained that there were 16 S-rank hunters dispatched, including Jinwoo himself. 6 were Japanese, 2 were Chinese, 3 from Canada, 2 from India, and 1 each from England and Russia. 6 groups total, divided by guilds. Among the dead were Yuri Orlov from Russia, Hanja Gokui from the Evil Spirit Guild, and Lucas from Canada. This was the result of prolonged battles and the fact that the giants, though often acting alone, each possessed the power of an A-rank dungeon boss. Jinwoo realized that if 3 S-rank hunters had already died, then the deaths of A-rank and lower hunters weren't even being counted anymore. The huntress continued. There had been 31 giants total, and now one of them was heading across the sea toward China. There simply weren't enough people left to defend Japan. However, thanks to Jinwoo, most of the giants had already been wiped out, and the remaining ones were currently being handled by other hunters along with his shadow soldiers. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo realized that the only one left was the one right in front of them, the one guarding the gate. Suddenly, Jinwoo turned his eyes to the burning city. Something about the scene struck him. It felt strangely familiar. He thought that he had seen a place like this before, but couldn't remember where. A devastated city. It reminded him of the Demon Castle. If all of this had been orchestrated by the system, then what message had the architect intended to leave behind? After all, the architect was already dead and gone. Was his body even real in the first place? Even if this was all a clue about the future, Jinwoo realized that what mattered now was to prevent that future from ever coming true. That was the purpose of the power he had been given. He didn't want to tremble before an enemy he couldn't defeat. That's why he had always pursued greater strength. That's why he had come here. As Jinwoo finished his thoughts, he finally spoke aloud, saying that now that everyone had gathered, they could begin. The huntress tried to correct him, saying the other hunters hadn't arrived yet. To that, Jinwoo replied, "No, everyone already has." At that same moment, the hunters had just finished fighting the giants. The huntress, lying atop one of the fallen giants, sighed heavily. She was exhausted, and it was seriously pissing her off. Another hunter nearby told her that even if it was frustrating, she should be glad that it was finally over and try to think more positively. She knew he was right, but it didn't make her feel any better. After all, the shadow soldiers had effortlessly taken care of the giants, ones they themselves couldn't even touch. Now the summons were leaving the cleanup work to the hunters, and that just made her angrier. She was genuinely pissed off at these summoned shadow soldiers. Meanwhile, most of the shadow soldiers began preparing for something even bigger. The huntress, standing near Jinwoo, noticed a large number of shadow soldiers gathering around him, all of them poised for battle. The high-ranking shadows knelt before Jinwoo, and then finally, the last one landed beside him. It was General Baru. Jinwoo turned to Baru and said, "You finally arrived. You did well." To this, Baru respectfully replied,
"Thank you, my king."
Jinwoo then turned to Jinho and told him that he and Mrs. Hanakawa should move far away from here. As soon as they ran to the side, Jinwoo turned to the shadow giants, his newest and most powerful soldiers, and gave the command. "My shadows, charge!" Upon hearing Jinwoo's command, the battlefield erupted with the roars of the shadow soldiers. They surged forward, an unstoppable tide of darkness, rushing toward the portal where the final, strongest giant stood guard. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers marched as one, their numbers so vast that half the city was cast into shadow under their presence. At that moment, the enormous giant, who had sat unmoving until now, began to stir. His fierce, glowing red eyes locked onto the incoming army. For the first time, he recognized a true threat. Slowly, he raised his massive greatsword and, with a single sweeping motion, cleaved through countless shadow soldiers, obliterating them by the hundreds. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward, swinging with such force that the front lines of Jinwoo's army were flung back hundreds of meters. His blows were devastating, each one powerful enough to scatter dozens, even hundreds of soldiers like leaves in a storm. Watching from a distance, Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. This was no ordinary foe. The power radiating from the giant was overwhelming, enough to make even him instinctively want to flee. The immense, hideous magic energy pouring off the creature was almost unbearable, and Jinwoo felt an unpleasant feeling. How could something like this even exist? There were only two ways to deal with that feeling. One, run away, forget it, and move on. Or two, destroy it, here and now. And Jinwoo wasn't the kind to run. Even as the giant scattered his soldiers with every strike, the ant army swarmed around its feet, biting and clawing, trying to bring it down. But the giant noticed their assault, and with a grunt of irritation, he raised his massive foot and slammed it down again. sending the ants flying back hundreds of meters. General Baru, standing beside Jinwoo, was brimming with the urge to charge into battle against the terrifying giant. But as he prepared to leap forward, Jinwoo raised his hand to stop him. It wasn't time yet. Jinwoo still had enough mana and wanted to keep pressing the assault until he could find a weak spot. He stood still, focused, as his shadow soldiers fought with everything they had, clashing against the towering monster. Yet Jinwoo quickly realized his mana was draining at an alarming rate. The magic radiating from the giant was overwhelming, like a fortress of iron surrounding it. That was why it didn't bother defending itself. That was where its confidence came from. But then Jinwoo noticed something. During the clash, the giant blocked one of the attacks. Just one. And it was in that instant Jinwoo knew. The giant did have a weakness. Without hesitation, Jinwoo summoned Kaisel, who soared into the air with a mighty screech. As Kaisel rose, Baru leapt off and launched a ferocious assault on the giant, striking with blinding speed and deadly precision. From above, Igris stood poised on Kaisel's back. His sword crackled with gathered lightning as he unleashed a devastating bolt down on the giant, but the monster reacted in time, deflecting the attack. That was when Jinwoo saw his chance. The giant began to swing its colossal sword toward Kaisel, but Igris had already moved. In a flash, he was on the giant's body, climbing up its frame. Igris struck once more, aiming a concentrated lightning blast at its face. The giant shielded its head with one massive hand, but that was exactly what Jinwoo had been waiting for. In a blur, Jinwoo appeared right in front of the giant's eye and drove his blade deep into it. The monster let out a deafening, blood-curdling scream. Jinwoo's hunch was correct. Its weakness was its face. With the giant reeling, Baru launched himself again. Jinwoo, seizing the moment, activated Ruler's authority and summoned a storm of blades, each one slamming into the giant's exposed face like meteors, unrelenting. Jinho stood beside the huntress, watching from a distance as the clash unfolded before their eyes. The ground trembled, the sky seemed darker, and the atmosphere itself was heavy with power. The huntress broke the silence, her voice filled with awe and fear. "This doesn't even look like a fight between a hunter and a monster," she muttered. "It's like two monsters going at each other." Jinho nodded in agreement, unable to find words. Jinwoo wasn't just fighting, he was dominating. Out on the battlefield, Jinwoo stood firm, his eyes fixed on the colossal giant, whose body writhed in agony. Each of Jinwoo's strikes had left deep gashes, and the giant was barely able to retaliate. Then, with a fierce determination in his eyes, Jinwoo summoned the power of his violet slash. In a blur of movement, he launched a relentless barrage of energy slashes, each one cutting through the air like a blade of pure death. With terrifying precision, Jinwoo's attacks landed, and one of them completely obliterated the giant's right eye. "Baru!" Jinwoo shouted. "Now!" Baru replied, voice filled with fury and loyalty.
"As you command, my king."
He shot into the air like a bolt of black lightning and drove himself straight into the giant's wounded eye. The giant reeled back, thrashing and letting out a deafening roar as it raised its massive hands to its face, completely unprepared for this kind of attack. It was too late. In that exact moment, with unrelenting speed and deadly elegance, Jinwoo unleashed a storm of violent purple slashes, ripping into the giant's flesh, striking over and over again with incredible force. At the same time, Baru rampaged inside the giant's head, tearing through flesh and bone from within. Blood gushed from the giant's mouth. The huge giant collapsed to the ground in a kneeling posture, dead as a message appeared. "You have defeated the enemy." As soon as the enemy was defeated, Jinwoo's level instantly increased. Standing atop a building, he took a moment to reflect, yet something felt off. Jinho ran up, excitedly congratulating him for defeating the giant boss, calling him awesome. But Jinwoo couldn't shake a thought. The message hadn't said the dungeon boss was defeated. He couldn't extract the shadow of the fallen giant either, which confirmed it. This raid wasn't over. As Jinho came closer, Jinwoo instinctively stopped him. The danger hadn't passed, and something could happen at any moment. Suddenly, General Baru emerged from the giant's body and called out,
"My king, it's me."
Jinwoo quickly realized it was indeed Beru, but what unsettled him was that even though the giant was dead, the lingering magic from its corpse rivaled Beru's own aura. At that moment, the gate in front of them began to react violently. A powerful wave of magic erupted from it. Jinwoo instinctively turned to check on Jinho and saw that Igris had already cloaked him in a protective shadow mantle. Then, in an instant, the giant's magic power was sucked into the gate, and a sharp, slicing pulse of magical energy cut across Jinwoo's side. He had never seen anything like it. Realizing this was no ordinary phenomenon, Jinwoo ordered Jinho to stay back and said, "I'll go inside and check what's going on." Jinwoo jumped into the gate and suddenly found himself on the other side. He realized he was in a strange, vast castle. Its enormous size made it perfect for giants. As he looked around, a sinister laugh echoed down the massive hallway. Baru, standing beside him, asked,
"My king, did you hear that?"
The laughter grew louder, deep, unsettling, and out of place. Jinwoo couldn't understand why someone would laugh like that when enemies were already in their dungeon. Without hesitation, he advanced. At the end of the corridor stood a huge giant, shackled but grinning with twisted delight. The giant shouted loudly,
"You contemptible rulers, look who has come to meet me. Welcome, monarch. The chains, free me from these chains. I know what the rulers are planning. The other monarchs must be warned. Quickly! Wait, you are not the one I know."
Jinwoo, confused, asked, "Did the rulers, or whatever they're called, make you like this?" The giant replied,
"They are trying to use me as a foothold to strengthen their foundation for the real war."
Jinwoo recalled how every previous attempt to communicate with monsters failed. They never explained where they came from, so he asked, "What are the rulers?" The giant's expression turned grim.
"Ancient enemies of the monarchs."
Jinwoo thought, "If they're enemies of the monarchs, and I'm one of them, then they're also my enemies." He asked, "So if they chained you up like this, that must mean—"
"Yes, I too am a monarch, and all the monarchs and rulers likely have their eyes on you. As you are now, you do not possess the strength to face them all. You require support."
Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. "And you expect me to believe you'll help me?" The giant smiled.
"Then I shall make you believe me."
The giant spoke in an unknown language, and suddenly a system notification appeared. The king of giants, a monarch, is invoking the skill, Oath of Loyalty. If you accept, neither party will be capable of lying to the other. Without hesitation, Jinwoo accepted. The moment he did, the Pledge of Allegiance was sealed. The giant repeated,
"Release me, and I will help you."
Jinwoo tried to respond with doubt, but was immediately cut off. His voice froze mid-sentence.
"That's the power of the oath. It prevents you from lying."
Now completely certain the oath was binding, Jinwoo pressed further. "Why can you speak freely, unlike other monsters?" The king of giants furrowed his brow.
"Monsters? What monsters?"
"The ones that come out of the gates," Jinwoo clarified.
"Ah, you mean the Chaos Dwellers. But how could you even think to place mere denizens of the Chaos world on the same level as the monarchs who rule them? Those creatures, they're remnants of defeated armies, captured after losing to the armies of the rulers. They've been leashed for ages. It's no surprise their minds have decayed. But I am a king. I have retained my sanity. I have waited patiently for this fated day. when I could escape their grasp. And now, here we are, you and me.
Jinwoo then asked, "When you said armies of the rulers, do you mean the ones clad in silver armor, with wings on their backs?"
Correct. They are the soldiers of the rulers.
Jinwoo's voice hardened. Then why do those damn rulers keep sending those monsters, those creatures, at us? The giant monarch replied,
Like I said, they are preparing for war. They intend to transform this world into a battlefield, to clash with the monarchs once again.
Jinwoo asked, "I don't quite follow." "Sending monsters just to turn Earth into a battlefield," the giant monarch answered.
It's simple. It's all to inject magical energy into your world.
Jinwoo began to connect the pieces. If the monsters emerging from the gates were a disaster, then the release of magic itself was actually a good thing. Not only hunters, but even ordinary people had come to view soul crystals and mana stones as valuable sources of energy, pure magic. It turned out everything was for the sake of war. The giant monarch continued,
There is no better way to propagate non-existent power than by using the blood of those who possess power. So, the rulers decided to use their captives. With every day, the density of magical energy in your world grows. That is the fruit cultivated from the blood of the monsters. Magical energy empowers this world. Their plan is to create a world strong enough to withstand the devastation of war.
Jinwoo realized there would be a second war, a great conflict between the rulers and the monarchs. The giant monarch warned,
Soon, your world will become hell. There is no more time. Now that we've met, both the rulers and monarchs will act. Who knows? Perhaps the messenger of the rulers has already started to move.
Jinwoo, overwhelmed by the implications, asked, "But why me? Why am I their target?" The giant monarch looked at him and said,
You really don't know anything, do you? The power you possess, it isn't actually yours. The fact that you possess it proves that the original owner has betrayed the monarchs. You've now become an enemy to both the monarchs and the rulers. However, I swear, I will fight by your side. So, will you help me?
But Jinwoo began to tell him, "If you're going to be on my side, it'd be better if I just turned you into a shadow soldier." The giant monarch stared at Jinwoo. For a moment, he thought Jinwoo looked exactly like the shadow monarch himself. He replied,
Both monarchs and rulers possess spiritual bodies. When we are killed, our spiritual bodies are destroyed. That means we cannot be turned into shadows. So no, I cannot become your soldier. Is that enough reason for you to help me now?
Jinwoo finally understood the full picture, but something still didn't sit right with him. As he moved closer to the giant monarch, he said, "If I help you, will you take my side?" The giant monarch nodded and promised,
It will be a deal between monarchs. I will return the favor.
As Jinwoo prepared to cut the chains holding him, the giant monarch couldn't help but think, just for a moment, Jinwoo looked like Shadow Monarch. Was it just an illusion? Before cutting the last chain, Jinwoo paused. "Are you on humanity's side?" he asked. But the giant monarch fell silent. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. "Why aren't you answering? Is it because of the oath?" Then he noticed the behind the monarch's neck. As long as the stone exists, he will hear the words of the rulers, like every other monster, urging him to kill the humans. Suddenly, the monarch lashed out. Jinwoo quickly dodged the attack and said sharply, "Let's pretend this deal never happened. You're too dangerous to let live." Without hesitation, he drove his blade into the giant monarch. The monarch's eyes widened.
No, you're wrong. The calamity isn't me, it's you.
Before the ruler could strike again, Jinwoo moved faster, blitzing forward and slamming his fists into the monarch's gut with lightning speed. The giant stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Still gasping, he spoke.
As the battles between your world and the remnants of the Chaos world grow fiercer, your world will become a true battlefield. I hope everything you wish to protect burns in the fire of war.
But Jinwoo stared down coldly and replied, "That's not going to happen." With one swift motion, he cut off the giant monarch's head. A message appeared. "You have defeated the dungeon boss. You have defeated the monarch of the beginning, Regia, one of the 9 monarchs." Another notification followed, "Calculating EXP. Due to the large amount of EXP received, additional time may be required." Jinwoo understood. It made sense. It was the most experience he had ever gained at once. He was a bit disappointed he couldn't extract Regia's shadow, but he held a strange item in his hand. A trophy, perhaps. With the battle over, the giant monarch's body vanished. Jinwoo exited the dungeon. He had leveled up to 122. At that time, a helicopter descended onto the grounds of a luxurious estate. As soon as it landed, 2 figures stepped out. Inside the house, the owner, national-level hunter Christopher Reed, raised an eyebrow when he saw who it was. "I wasn't expecting visitors," Christopher said, surprised. Standing before him were the deputy director and Miss Selner. "We'd like to speak with you," the deputy director said. In private, Christopher glanced at his subordinates and gave a firm order. "No one is to come near this room until these 2 leave." A short while later, the 3 of them sat in a quiet room inside the mansion. Christopher leaned back in his chair and asked, "So, what brings you here? If it's about that S-rank dungeon that popped up in the east, I'll tell you right now, I'm not going." But Selner shook her head.
That's not why we've come. There's something more serious.
Christopher frowned. More serious than an S-rank dungeon? What could possibly be more dangerous than that?
Chris, you may be murdered in the near future.
Upon hearing Selner's words, Christopher slowly set his coffee cup on the table, his expression hardening. "I haven't forgotten what you did for me, and I'm grateful for it," he said, his voice calm but laced with irritation. "But we're not close enough for you to joke around like that." His tone quickly shifted to anger. Who is going to kill who? Selner remained composed and replied,
I had a dream, Christopher. In that dream, you were surrounded by several male figures, and then you were killed.
Christopher's face twisted with disbelief. "So you came all the way here to tell me this nonsense? Because of a dream?" He raised his voice. "Stop bullshitting me. I know what you're trying to do. Before your awakening, there were rumors about why your abilities are different from the rest. Maybe it's got something to do with your past as a psychic." Then he stood and declared, "I'm a national-level hunter. No one in this world can kill me." But Selner didn't back down.
I saw it clearly, Chris. Everything.
He scoffed. "Let's say, just for a second, I believe you. Then what? Am I supposed to beg someone for help?" He narrowed his eyes. "Do you really think there's anyone out there who can protect someone like me?" The silence lingered for a beat. Selner finally spoke, calm and firm.
There is one. Hunter Sung Jinwoo.
Meanwhile, Jinwoo was emerging from the magic gate, his thoughts deep. He felt no regret for killing the giant monarch. Even while shackled, the monster had exuded a suffocating, oppressive aura. If it had ever been freed, the destruction would have been catastrophic. He had made the right call, but the encounter left him with a sobering realization. He needed to become even stronger. The news that all the giants had been exterminated spread rapidly across the globe. Social media erupted with discussion, and there was a growing movement proposing that Hunter Sung Jinwoo be recognized as a national-level hunter. Unlike the aftermath of the Jeju Island raid, it wasn't just Koreans making the call this time. Elsewhere, Liu Zhigang, China's strongest hunter, had defeated one of the giants attempting to cross the sea. In Japan, the head of the Hunter Association, Matsumoto, voluntarily turned himself in to the authorities. It was unclear whether he was trying to take responsibility for what had happened across the globe, but the act drew attention nonetheless. Meanwhile, in Maryland, USA, American hunters who had recently completed a raid on an S-rank dungeon were celebrating at a lavish party hosted by the US government. The buffet was extravagant, no expense spared. As they drank and laughed, several hunters chatted about how the raid had been easier than expected. One said, "Honestly, I thought it would be way harder." Suddenly, the imposing figure of their guild leader, Thomas Andre, appeared.
"So this is where you guys were hiding out,"
he said with a smirk. Then, turning to each of them, he continued,
"You bet your yacht, you bet your mansion, and you? What did you bet again?"
One of the hunters stammered, "I didn't bet anything." Thomas grinned.
"That's a nice necktie you've got."
The man tried to protest, but it was too late. Thomas took the tie anyway and walked off wearing it proudly. Later, he ran into his assistant. She frowned immediately. "That tie's really expensive, but it doesn't go with your Hawaiian shirt at all." Thomas paused, looked down, and then casually tossed the tie aside. His assistant's expression grew serious. "We've got more important things to worry about. The Hunter Bureau just released the list of guilds invited to the upcoming international conference. The Ahjin Guild is on it." A slow smile spread across his face.
"So, Hunter Sung Jinwoo will be coming to America."
At that moment in Japan, the giants turned shadow soldiers stood in neat formation in front of Jinwoo, who was watching them silently. Aside from the one giant who had escaped into the sea, his army had grown significantly. The sight left nearby soldiers stunned. They couldn't believe such a terrifying ability to summon massive shadow creatures was real. Yu Jinho, standing close by, noticed the wide-eyed expressions of the Japanese soldiers. It dawned on him again. Those who had never seen Jinwoo's full power were always left speechless. Sometimes, all it took was Jinwoo simply standing there for jaws to drop. Suddenly, a huntress approached Jinho, pulling him gently by the hand and showing him a phone. "It's for you," she said. He took the phone, and as soon as he heard the voice on the other end, his expression changed. "Jinwoo," Jinho said, voice tense. "I think I have to go back to Korea. I don't know the details yet, but something happened at home." A few minutes later, the huntress offered to escort him to the airport, and Jinho accepted. As the helicopter took off, his heart began pounding harder than ever before. He couldn't stop thinking about the trembling voice of his mother on the phone. What had happened? He didn't want to assume the worst, but a storm of worry kept building inside him. A short while later, at Incheon International Airport, Chairman Yu Myung-han's secretary approached Jinho. "The car is ready," the man said gently. "Please follow me. It's a difficult time. I ask that you remain calm. We'll explain everything on the way." Jinho, struggling to stay composed, asked, "What's going on? What happened to my father?" The secretary hesitated. "The chairman. He has entered the final sleep stage of eternal slumber disease." When Jinho saw his father at the hospital bed, his instincts kicked in and he lunged forward, but the secretary held him back. "You can't approach," the man said firmly. "Hunters who can't control their magic power will only worsen the condition if they are in proximity." Jinho lowered his head. "So I ended up being a useless son after all." The secretary stepped forward and handed him a book. "The chairman was working on this before falling into a coma. I kept it in case he might look for it when he woke up, but I think it's something you should have now." Jinho opened the book and froze. He murmured, "Like father, like son, huh?" He also has a habit of keeping news articles he likes. Inside were decades worth of newspaper clippings, articles about every competition and achievement of Jinho and his siblings. Even Jinho's most recent accomplishments were documented. The tears came without warning. "He never said it," Jinho whispered, eyes wet. "But he really loved me, didn't he?" The secretary nodded. His expectations were only high, because his love for you was that great. After some time, the secretary urged him to head home and get some rest. As Jinho turned to leave the ward, he paused, feeling like someone was near. He looked around but saw nothing, probably just his imagination. But it wasn't. Jinwoo had arrived. He had come not as a hunter, but as a friend, and he hated seeing Jinho cry. Silently, Jinwoo approached the chairman's bed. While the chairman was sleeping due to illness, he reached into his inventory and took out the elixir of life. Gently, he administered it to Chairman Yu Myung-han. Before the chairman woke, Jinwoo quietly left. As he exited the hospital, he passed Jinho's sister, who had just arrived. She noticed him but rushed past him into the ward. Inside, her breath caught in her throat. Her father was awake. Tears streamed down her face. The doctors were stunned, speechless. The man who had been in the final stage of sleeping sickness was sitting up, alert. It was a miracle, a medical impossibility. Outside, Jinwoo glanced up at the ward's glowing lights, a faint smile on his face. "It's a little early," he whispered, "but happy birthday, Jinho." It was his gift, a quiet act of friendship. A little later, Jinwoo was deep in thought, wondering if he should return to Japan to wrap things up there once and for all. He checked the cooldown on his shadow exchange skill, 1 hour and 54 minutes remaining. With some free time on his hands and no urgent battles ahead, he briefly considered reaching out to someone. He thought about Cha Hai Inn. Maybe they could meet up. But noticing that it was already dark outside, he instead decided to explore unknown dungeons, perhaps something lurking that hadn't been officially recorded yet. Meanwhile, across the globe, in Maryland, USA, a foreboding stillness hung over the lavish home of Christopher Reed, one of the world's most powerful hunters. He was asleep in his bed when a strange sensation stirred him. Something was wrong. Christopher's eyes snapped open. He sat up slowly, his instincts warning him of danger. Slipping out of bed, he moved down a long, dark hallway, his senses sharp. Still half asleep, he threw the glass to the ground. It hit the floor and made no sound, not even the faintest shatter. He froze. Suddenly, the memory of Miss Selner's warning came flooding back. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Who's doing this?" In the darkness ahead, a figure materialized, tall, cloaked, and radiating malice. But behind Christopher, the air shifted. 2 figures emerged from the shadows at his back, their footsteps silent as smoke. Twisted and grotesque, they moved with unnatural grace, their eyes glowing faintly like embers in the void. A chill swept down Christopher's spine as he realized he was surrounded, danger pressing in from both sides. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. The one in the front stepped forward, radiating immense power, the monarch of Iron Body.
"You won't be able to save anything, not while you're still trying to live like a human. Fragment of brilliant light."
Christopher scowled, confused. "What the hell are you saying?" But the Iron Body monarch ignored him and continued.
"Shh! I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the one connected to you."
Christopher's rage exploded. "Am I a joke to you?" Flames erupted from his body, engulfing him in searing heat and brilliant light. "Don't take me for a damn pushover. I'm taking at least one of you down with me." The beast monarch recoiled slightly, eyes widening.
"He's spiritualizing?"
Even the monarch of plagues looked shocked.
"A mere human can manifest a spiritual body."
But Christopher wasn't waiting around for explanations. Fueled by fury and raw power, he launched himself at them, fists blazing with holy fire. The house burst into a roaring inferno, flames devouring the structure as the battle between titans, human and monarch, ignited. While Jinwoo was going to the airport in the car, through the window, he could see many people standing on the road and waving at him. An estimated 100,000 people had gathered just to see Hunter Jinwoo. Inside the car, General Baru appeared from the shadows and said,
Many people are expressing their sincere reverence to you, my king. My king should raise his hand to respond to the people.
Jinwoo replied that that wasn't the case at all. A little while later, he was already sitting in an airplane seat and said, "What are the odds of meeting a familiar face right in the next airplane seat?" He turned to the man sitting next to him and added, "If you say it's just a coincidence." The man replied, "It would be nice, but apparently, if I said that, the hunter wouldn't believe me." Jinwoo said, "We meet again, Mr. Adam White." Adam replied, "It's an honor that you remember my name." But Jinwoo didn't really remember, and Beru whispered,
My king, his name is Adam White. You can't get the name wrong this time. It would shake your dignity as a king.
Jinwoo told Adam that they had already talked things over last time, and it was too impertinent of him to come like this uninvited. Adam said he had an important conversation to have. Jinwoo asked, "Has America failed to stop the S-rank gate?" Adam replied, "No, there was nothing wrong with it. It has been taken care of." He then began to open his laptop and asked Jinwoo to take a look at it. Jinwoo started to watch a video where the firemen were saying it was useless to try putting out the flames because it was an unusual fire. Everyone should move away. One touch and they'd be reduced to embers. Jinwoo didn't realize what it was at first, but Adam told him to pay attention to the man behind the screen. It was Christopher Reed, the one who started the fire. He was one of the strongest hunters on the national level. 1,800 firefighters and 14 top-level hunter mages had been mobilized to put out the fire he caused. Jinwoo realized that there had likely been a battle there. Christopher was so strong, yet he was killed, and no one could believe it. Adam then pulled a picture out of his pocket and said it was a photo of who the Hunter Bureau thought was the prime suspect. Suddenly, Adam began to rise into the air, and a dark energy enveloped him. It was because of Jinwoo. He had gotten so angry that the laptop Adam was carrying twisted into a ball in mid-air from Jinwoo's energy. With a cold voice, Jinwoo said, "If this is some kind of a joke, you're not getting out of here alive." Adam started yelling at him not to do that and began to explain through the pain that the creature in the photo had come out of the dungeon. Maybe it wasn't who Jinwoo thought it was. You couldn't tell from the magical energy that it was a normal monster. Besides, it immediately attacked their hunters. Adam reminded Jinwoo of the explosion that happened a few months ago, the incident that raised the whole world's ears. It was because of him. Jinwoo spoke, "You think this happened because of my father?" After saying that, he put Adam back down on the ground. Adam explained that the creature attacked their hunters and then escaped. After this incident, their bureau started to follow him closely, but they couldn't find any evidence. It was like he had vaporized. Not a single trace was found. He continued that he understood how Jinwoo felt, but they had every reason to consider him the prime suspect. Jinwoo asked, "Then why did you show me this photo?" Adam answered, "At the International Guild Conference, where all the most famous guilds from around the world would gather, the Hunter Bureau would spread the word that he's a wanted man. This meant the investigation would no longer be classified as secret." Jinwoo, looking at the pictures, realized that the American government had lost a valuable national-level hunter, and now they would do anything to catch the killer. However, Adam began to say that the Bureau of Hunters wished to continue maintaining a friendly relationship with him. That's why they wanted to give him advanced warning. He thought it would have been embarrassing for Jinwoo to see his father's face shown at the conference as the prime suspect. Jinwoo couldn't believe that his missing father from 10 years ago had turned into a monster and decided to come back. At that time, the guards approached Adam and started asking if he was okay, to which he replied that he was fine, just feeling a little weak. He was pondering that Jinwoo possessed telekinesis, and this technique was completely different from the ones that mages use to move ordinary objects. He thought that it was something only national-level hunters could do. Then it came to his attention. Jinwoo was now truly the 6th national-level hunter, and he needed to immediately inform the deputy head of the department. The International Guild Conference, an important event in which the representative guild of each nation is invited to discuss the direction and future of the hunter profession, was coming up. The list of invited guilds was released, and the Ahjin Guild was chosen as South Korea's representative. This news was widely discussed around the world, as the only high-ranking member in the guild was Jinwoo. The American Hunters Association had essentially announced that one hunter was much better compared to the countless number of guilds in the world that had several top-class hunters. There were heated discussions about having Ahjin Guild instead of the Hunters Guild. In an interview, reporter asked Mr. Cho Jong-in about this, to which he replied,
"I think this decision is quite reasonable, and I not only accept it, but also agree with it. Indeed, that is exactly what I think."
But the question was asked again from the audience. Since the Ahjin Guild is literally made up of one person, wasn't he embarrassed by that? To which he replied,
"That person is Hunter Jinwoo. Isn't that already an argument? If they're comparing guilds in terms of the number of people who can fight high-ranked monsters, Jinwoo could replace 100 of them. During the raid on the Jeju Island, I had personally seen what Jinwoo was capable of, and I can confidently say that Ahjin Guild was not inferior to guilds from all over the world."
Suddenly, another person stood up and began to say that, still, considering the Hunter Guild had represented Korea at the international conference year after year, he felt such a decision might not satisfy him. To this, Hunter Choi replied,
"I wouldn't be negative about it. Sure, it made me a little upset since I even renewed my passport to travel to America. But my sense of pride overpowered all regrets. Because during the Jeju Island raid, when we thought hope had already faded, there was a hunter who didn't hesitate to challenge that ant. In fact, he and the guild members were able to return alive only because of Hunter Jinwoo. I am actually proud that he was the one chosen to represent our country."
When the conference was over and the head of the Hunter Guild started to leave, he was met by a guy who said they had booked a dungeon that appeared before lunch today in the Suseo area. It was A-ranked, but according to the measurements, it wasn't very dangerous. He was surprised that Ahjin Guild didn't even bother to book it. He realized it had already been 4 days since Jinwoo had returned from Japan. After all these events, he hadn't appeared anywhere else. For some guilds, there was celebration, but he was different from the White Tiger and the head of the Reapers Guild. After all, what were they better than monkeys who were happy about the free apples that fell from the tree? Suddenly, the head of the Hunter Guild only heard the guy next to him saying that since Ahjin Guild stopped meddling everywhere, sales had gone up by 40%. The guild leader realized there was another monkey. He replied that it was no big deal and asked what the association had to say about it. After all, before the second inspection, Jinwoo was clearing 3 to 4 low-level dungeons each before revaluation, and even after becoming S-rank, he was appearing in other guilds' territories. A person who had just recently single-handedly dealt with dungeon monsters could just lay low like that? At this point in South Korea, in the office of the president of the Hunters Association, Woo Jin-chul approached him and began to say,
"There was a request from China for information about Jinwoo."
The president asked,
"Information? You mean his personal information?"
The inspector replied,
"It wasn't official data, just a request out of personal interest in Jinwoo, official and public information only."
The president began to say,
"Why is China suddenly interested in Jinwoo? He made it clear he wasn't interested in invitations from other countries."
The inspector explained,
"It wasn't the Chinese government that requested information about Jinwoo, but a Chinese 7-star level hunter named Liu Zhigang."
China has a system for evaluating hunters' abilities, and Liu Zhigang is considered an outstanding hunter. 5 stars is the highest possible rank. However, just one person, Liu Zhigang, is known as a 7-star hunter, an exception to the existing classification system. The chairman asked,
"Liu Zhigang is interested in Jinwoo?"
Woo Jin-chul replied,
"Perhaps because of his battle against the giants. It seems he garnered an interest in Jinwoo, who took care of all the giants.
The president thought,
Maybe it's the strong recognizing the strong,
and ordered the inspector.
Deny the request. If it'll be a problem, just send him some superficial information.
At this time in America, in the Scavenger Guild building, a secretary approached the guild leader Thomas Andre and reported that Hunter Jinwoo would arrive in America tomorrow. He replied,
It's already tomorrow, huh?
At that moment, a hunter entered the room. Thomas asked him to come in and started to say,
Let me get straight to the point. Do not touch Hunter Jinwoo. Mr. Huang, I know what happened between your brother and Jinwoo, and you must have your doubts and want to know exactly what happened.
Hunter Huang Dong-Su spoke.
But
suddenly, he saw a huge hand approaching him, and it gave him goosebumps all over his body. The guild head pointed a finger at him and said,
I don't recall giving you permission to speak.
Hunter Huang silenced in fear. The secretary standing nearby thought to herself that not many people are able to threaten top-ranked hunters like that, as expected of Thomas. However, Huang Dong-Su is just as obsessed with hunting as Thomas. Thomas repeatedly ordered him,
Do not, under any circumstance, touch Sung Jinwoo. Go take a vacation at the guild resort while the conference is going on. So will you do me this favor, Mr. Huang?
To which Hunter Huang Dong-Su, with a dark expression on his face, replied,
Yes, sir.
He turned around and started to leave. The secretary walked over to Thomas and asked, Do you think it's all right to let him leave like this? Thomas replied,
No, there's no way he's given up yet. Laura, keep a close eye on Mr. Huang until Sung Jinwoo leaves the U.S.
The secretary asked, Will he do as he says? Thomas replied,
Well, I'm sure he'd rather be a little uncomfortable than be dead.
Hunter Huang left with red eyes and a face full of anger, holding it in by biting his lip. The next day, all the guilds gathered in one building. When almost everyone had already arrived, Lennart Nierman, representing Germany, was walking through the building and didn't understand why there were so many reporters. He asked his vice master what was going on. The vice master explained it was because of the arrival of the Korean hunter everyone was talking about. At that moment, they saw that he was already there. Hunter Lennart decided to go say hello to him. After all, it would be good to make connections with strong hunters. As he started walking, he suddenly stopped. His escort asked why he wasn't moving, and Lennart asked, Can you not see what I'm seeing? It turned out that Jinwoo wasn't summoning his creatures with noise. They were just walking beside him. With so many escorts, it looked like he was going to war in the US. Suddenly, Jinwoo turned his head. Jinho asked if he saw any familiar faces, but Jinwoo replied that he hadn't, just some foreigner who kept staring at him. Jinho laughed and said Jinwoo was all they talked about on the news, so there were probably fans who just wanted his autograph. Then Jinho started wondering why Chief Woo Jin-chul had come there. With an embarrassed expression, Woo said,
I was assigned to guard Hunter Jinwoo.
Jinho asked him to repeat himself, and Woo replied,
To guard Hunter Jinwoo.
Suddenly, Jinwoo said that it looked like someone was coming toward them. A group of men approached. The one leading them was Adam White, who said they were waiting for the hunter. Jinwoo replied that he recalled Adam was in charge of Asia. Adam confirmed that, but added that he was now also in charge of Hunter Jinwoo and asked him to come with them. Jinwoo told Jinho to go to the hotel without him. He began to wonder if this was related to his father. Seeing his serious expression, Adam said the conversation wouldn't hurt him in any way and that they thought highly of him in the US. However, what they would be discussing was classified, some of it even level 1. Later, sitting in a car, Jinwoo asked where they were going. Adam replied they were headed to the building in charge of hunters. Time was pressing. With Christopher, their strongest hunter, now dead, they needed to bolster America's fighting power right away. However, the data about Mr. Christopher's death was unofficial. They were putting all their strength into finding a hunter to replace him as soon as possible. Jinwoo asked, "Am I one of the contenders?" Adam nodded. Then Adam started to show the records and said that, as Jinwoo surely knew, the value of a runestone is proportional to the power of the monster who had the stone. Mankind's greatest calamity, a raid that throughout history everyone wanted to forget the most, was the dragon Kamish. A huge disaster for humans, and a historical event that one would rather forget. The dragon Kamish and the runestone pulled from its body sparked a desire to find the rightful owner of this stone. Adam asked what the hunter thought about their proposal, but Jinwoo asked Adam to zoom in on the photo. He wanted to see the very first photo, and started looking at the image that showed Kamish's body. Jinwoo couldn't believe the US had preserved the dragon's body. Adam confirmed it was true. Jinwoo wanted to know where it was hidden and said he needed to go there soon. After all, he had given his time to them, so he could at least ask for that in return. Adam began to reply that the information was only authorized from the top, and even the location of Kamish's body was unknown to him. However, he felt that if he made the request, things would likely be resolved quickly from above. He needed to provide a report and suggested to Jinwoo that if he agreed to wait a bit, it could be arranged. Jinwoo replied that since he would have to wait, he would go with him and wait there. A little later, Adam went to the director and informed him that the hunter had come and wanted to see the dragon's body. The director asked,
"So Hunter Sung Jinwoo is here, and all he wants is really just to see the corpse?"
Then the director said he needed to speak to the deputy director. As soon as Adam left, the two men in the room began to discuss why Jinwoo wanted to see Kamish's body. They had no idea, but they both agreed that Jinwoo was definitely not just a tourist. His skill value was immense. High-level hunters don't save money on runestones. Skills are a power that hunters have, and their lives depend on them. Deputy Director said that seeing the body could give Jinwoo more than just gaining skills. The director questioned,
"What if Jinwoo's abilities weren't limited to the magical monsters he defeated? But if Jinwoo could make a monster that wasn't killed by him and was long dead, his ability might even allow him to make Kamish his servant."
Hearing this, Deputy Director said, if that was true, then we should definitely refuse him. One man's powers should not be allowed to grow that much. But the director said,
"If we refuse his request, it might be difficult to maintain friendly relations with him."
Things became clear then. The director began to say,
"I would personally guide him, and maybe this would be a great chance to observe his skills in person."
A little while later, they were going down the floors. As they descended, the director mentioned,
"I had hoped to speak with Jinwoo more, but since this is what you prefer, right?"
Jinwoo stood nearby, pondering the fact that they had built a building on the site of Kamish's death. It was unbelievable. Later, they walked down a hallway and, as they approached a large door, he began to enter a password. Jinwoo started to sense the magical energy in the air. When the doors opened, he realized that the energy had lasted for 8 years since the events. He wondered how powerful Kamish would be if turned into a shadow soldier. Inside the large room, they saw the skeleton of a massive dragon. The director began to say,
"Kamish had killed all the powerful hunters, and only 5 at the national level were able to bring him down. All the magical power used in the building came from Kamish's magic stone."
He turned to Jinwoo and asked,
"Are you satisfied?"
Jinwoo replied that they needed to step back. Then he began to approach the body of Kamish. The men behind him scrutinized what was about to happen. Jinwoo commanded,
"Arise."
A shadow began to form, but the extraction failed. With only 2 attempts left, Jinwoo sighed and tried once more to resurrect the powerful dragon. The second time he commanded again,
"Arise."
Shadow enveloped the skeleton and a huge dragon began to appear. It started screaming furiously. The entire structure began to shake and crumble as the massive dragon roared.
"Are you the one who summoned me? King of the dead, Shadow Monarch?"
The men behind Jinwoo stood frozen in horror, unable to comprehend what was happening. The dragon's voice boomed again.
"I need to kill the humans.
The protective barrier, reinforced by the highest level mages, began to shatter. The dragon gathered energy for a devastating attack. Panic set in. One man shouted they needed to escape, but the deputy hesitated, recognizing this power as Kamish's breath and knowing it couldn't be outrun. Then Jinwoo commanded firmly, "Enough. The magic stone has long been removed from your head. You no longer take orders from the rulers." Adam White, standing behind, muttered in disbelief that Jinwoo was speaking the language of monsters. The others were speechless, not understanding what they were witnessing. The dragon paused, then bowed.
So this is what it feels like to be summoned by the Shadow Monarch. As a humble servant who once served the King of Dragons, I greet you, my new king.
Surprised, Jinwoo asked, "You served the King of Dragons?"
Yes, my king. I serve the King of Mad Dragons, the Monarch of Destruction.
Jinwoo felt an overwhelming surge of rage and awe. This creature was beyond any monster he had ever encountered. Its strength was immense. Yet behind him, someone noticed something almost comical. The terrifying dragon was wagging its tail like a small dog being patted on the head. Jinwoo realized then there was not just the Shadow Monarch, the king of the dead, but also the monarch of giants, the monarch of the beginning. He was one of the 9 monarchs shown by the system. But then Kamish spoke again.
But it seems, my king, that I must bid you farewell. It appears that our meeting came about too late, my king.
Jinwoo stood in silence, realizing a painful truth. Even as the Shadow Monarch, he couldn't reverse time. The 8 years since Kamish's death had made the dragon's shadow impossible to resurrect. As Kamish's form began to fade, it spoke one last time.
I envy your soldiers, who can serve you for all eternity. My king, there are 4 humans who have borrowed the strength of the rulers. Be wary of them. Though our time together was brief, it was an honor to meet you, my new king.
A system message appeared. Shadow extraction has failed. Further attempts are pointless. Jinwoo turned away, disappointed and bitter. He told Adam to relay his apologies to the director. He'd take full responsibility for helping restore the facility. Then he quietly began to walk away. But moments later, the men behind him were stunned. Jinwoo, overwhelmed with frustration, punched the wall. The thick concrete buckled under the force of his blow. He had failed to gain what could have been his most powerful shadow soldier yet. That night, Jinwoo met with Woo Jinchul, who immediately asked,
"Why weren't you answering your phone?"
Jinwoo explained, "I was somewhere with no signal." Then Woo Jinchul asked another question.
"Did you meet up with Hunter Jinho?"
Puzzled, Jinwoo replied that he hadn't. Jinchul added,
"Jinho left as soon as he got a message from you. He said you were waiting at the Hunter Bureau headquarters."
Jinwoo's face grew serious. He had just come from there and had sent no such message. At that moment, Adam White approached with urgent news. Jinho wasn't on the official guest list, to which Woo Jinchul said,
"Just 2 hours ago, a hunter from the Scavenger Guild personally came to pick him up."
Woo Jinchul's face darkened. Something was very wrong. After hearing the troubling news, Adam White explained, "The Scavenger Guild may have a close relationship with the Hunter Bureau's management, but they're not authorized to act on its behalf." Adam immediately tried to contact the guild directly, but even as the call went out, Jinwoo's instincts screamed. Something was wrong. At the Scavenger Guild headquarters, a secretary received the call. When she heard that a scavenger member had supposedly escorted the vice guild master of Ahjin Guild, she immediately realized who it must have been. She asked whether Jinwoo had any idea what was going on. Adam replied, "He says he doesn't know anything." The secretary promised to investigate the matter immediately. After she hung up, Adam turned to tell Jinwoo, "The Scavenger Guild said they'll look into it and contact us soon. We just need to wait." But Jinwoo was already gone. Without a moment's hesitation, he had vanished. While leaping from building to building in search of Jinwoo, his heart sank. He'd made a grave mistake, not assigning a shadow guard to protect Jinho after using one to safeguard Jinho's father. Memories of his sister's kidnapping flashed in his mind. I won't let it happen again. With fury and fear burning inside him, Jinwoo summoned his shadow army. Soldiers emerged in a dark surge of power. He gave a single command: find Jinho. At his order, the shadow soldiers dispersed in all directions, combing the city with inhuman precision. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Thomas Andre entered a room, only to find several of his subordinates unconscious on the floor. Hwang Dong-soo had escaped. Thomas took off his glasses, his jaw clenched as he crushed them in his hand.
He's really done it. Now Hwang Dong-soo.
He turned to his remaining staff.
Find him before Sung Jinwoo does. We have to find him first.
As night deepened and the city darkened under its glow, Jinwoo stood atop a high-rise building, silently watching his shadow soldiers zip across the cityscape. Their black forms darted like streaks of night through streets and alleys, scouring every corner. He overheard fragments of conversations drifting up from below. A sudden thought struck him. Could Jinho have left the city? But it didn't make sense. Yu Jinho was a D-rank combat-type hunter. Ordinary civilians wouldn't be able to overpower him, especially in a public setting. If he'd been taken, it must have been by someone far more dangerous. And if he had been moved far from the city, the Hunter Bureau would already be on high alert. Yet only one clue had been left behind, a connection to the Scavenger Guild. And within that guild, there was only one man who had reason to target Jinho: Hwang Dong-soo, the younger brother of Hwang Dong-suk, who died during the raid from which only Jinwoo and Jinho had survived. It was clear now. Dong-soo had suspected Jinwoo of being behind his brother's death. This abduction was a trap, a way to draw out the truth. But Jinwoo didn't regret what had happened. What he did regret was not leaving a shadow soldier with Jinho. If something happens to him, I'll destroy everyone involved. Meanwhile, in the Scavenger Guild headquarters, Thomas Andre sat quietly in his chair, tension radiating from his massive frame. He asked,
Have you found Hwang Dong-soo yet?
His subordinates shook their heads. No, sir. Thomas sighed, rubbing his temples.
Could he really be that fed up with his life?
He muttered to himself.
Despite being an S-rank hunter, Dong-soo should have known better. He had to understand the overwhelming difference in power between himself and Sung Jinwoo.
Thomas had suspected from the start that Dong-soo's reckless act would draw his attention and Jinwoo's wrath. Maybe, he thought grimly, he'd been too soft on his hunters lately. He picked up the phone and asked his secretary.
How is the situation?
Laura responded, Thanks to the Bureau's data, we've tracked Mr. Hwang's movements over the past month. He visited a certain location 3 times, a location not listed in any of his official schedules. Thomas stood.
Get everyone over there. I'm moving out too.
Then he asked one last thing.
How did you manage to get the Bureau to cooperate so quickly?
Laura answered without hesitation. Because I told them, if we don't find Hwang Dong-soo soon, there's a very high probability that you and Sung Jinwoo will end up fighting. Just then, a scout burst into the room. All members of the Scavenger Guild have suddenly gone active, he shouted. The entire guild had cancelled their scheduled raid, an unprecedented move. All their hunters were now mobilizing. That could only mean one thing. Thomas Andre had made his move. Nobody was sure what was going on behind the scenes, but something serious was unfolding. Meanwhile, in a dark, abandoned warehouse, 3 hunters from the Scavenger Guild stood over a badly wounded Yu Jinho. Blood dripped steadily from his body, staining the cold concrete floor beneath him. One of the men shifted uncomfortably. Is this really okay? He asked, hesitant. Hwang Dong-soo stood nearby.
We are not going to kill him,
he replied coldly. He wasn't interested in Jinho's life. He just wanted one thing, the truth. Hwang continued.
Thomas told me not to touch Sung Jinwoo. and I'm not planning to. I only need this kid to say it.
If Jinho would admit that Sung Jinwoo was the one who killed his brother, Hwang Dong-suk, then this would all be over. He'd let the boy go, but if not... He walked over and crouched beside the unconscious hunter.
Get up!
He slapped Jinho hard on the chest to jolt him awake. Another scavenger hunter, watching silently, muttered, "He's surprisingly tough for a kid. Must be a tank. If it were anyone else, they'd be dead already." Hwang Dong-su stared down at Jinho in disbelief.
How could such a foolish, stubborn boy keep resisting? His bravery was one thing, but to him, this was reckless and unforgivable.
Without hesitation, Hunter Hwang grabbed Jinho by the head and smashed it into the metal pillar, the impact ringing out through the empty warehouse. Then he leaned in close, voice low and cruel.
I'm not going to kill you. Not yet.
He pointed to the healer standing nearby.
That man's a skilled healer. Even if you're on the edge of death, he'll bring you back. You're not dying until I hear the truth. This place has been abandoned for 5 years. You can scream all you want. No one's coming to help you. The torture had only just begun.
To which Jinho, bloodied and barely conscious, started telling him, "Fuck off!" Hwang Dong-su hit him even harder, but the hunters who were standing nearby began to tell him to act more cautiously, warning that he wouldn't want to be involved in a murder for money and asking him to leave him alone. After all, they thought they had already learned enough. But Hwang Dong-su looked at his face and started to say,
"What are you talking about? We've just started."
Suddenly, the hunters noticed that an orc had appeared, looking straight at them. Hwang Dong-su couldn't understand where it had come from. He realized that there must have been a break in the dungeon nearby and started walking towards it. But as soon as they looked at that orc, they wondered why it looked scared when it saw the hunters. Just as the hunter approached the shadow orc soldier, at that moment, Jinwoo's voice commanded, "Exchange." At the same time, Jinwoo's mother and sister were watching TV and began to hope that he was all right. But a shadow began to appear behind them. It was Baru who was guarding them. He started saying,
"The king's mother. If anyone dares to anger the Lord, they will not live."
They were watching TV and saw the events from the US start to be told. Currently, the event arranged by the Hunter Bureau was showing Jinwoo, but suddenly, Baru began to feel a strange sensation. He murmured,
"This feeling, I've felt it once before. The king is enraged."
At the same time, a bunch of Night Guild hunters were preparing to go on a raid. Their guild leader warned them that recently, monsters in the dungeons had become unpredictable, and you never know what might happen. So no one should let their guard down, and no one should get hurt. But suddenly, the vice guildmaster standing behind him noticed the guildmaster's shadow trembling. The guildmaster didn't believe him and told him he shouldn't drink before a raid. But the vice guildmaster's face filled with fear as he shouted, "It's not like that! I didn't have a single drop today! The shadows were really trembling, as if they were alive!" Still not believing him, the guild leader said he should drop out of the raid. At the same time, Thomas Andres was in the car and started telling his driver to stop. He realized
it has already started.
He kicked the car door with his foot to get out and told his driver,
"I'm going to go ahead. Follow me as fast as you can."
At that very second, he started jumping high to get to his location. The guys who were sitting in the front seats started talking about how, tomorrow, they would have to seek compensation for the damage he had done again and didn't understand why they couldn't just drive the car. And at this time, Jinwoo punched hard into Hunter Hwang's chest. His fellow hunters were shocked. Jinho smiled softly, realizing his brother had arrived. Due to Jinwoo's punch, Hunter Hwang Dong-su spit out blood and flew away a few hundred meters. The two hunters who saw who it was began to tremble with fear, for they saw a terrifying force in front of them. Jinwoo ran straight to Jinho and began treating him with the healing potion he had, but the system notification showed that if his health level dropped below 10%, the effects of the healing potion would be neutralized. Realizing this, Jinwoo raised his gaze to the two hunters standing beside him and asked if either of them was a healer. With a horrified look, he told them to heal Jinho immediately. One of the hunters began to say they didn't quite understand Korean, but suddenly Hunter Huang appeared and said,
"He told you to heal him. Is this the first time we've met in person, Sung Jinwoo?"
With a cold voice, Jinwoo said, "I'll say it for the last time. Heal him." The hunter replied that he had to ask the boss first if they were allowed to heal the guy. But before he could finish, Jinwoo grabbed his head with one hand and slammed him with full force against the nearest wall, dropping him to the ground. At the same moment, the other hunter began telling Dong-su that he should have warned them this guy was related to Jinwoo. Jinwoo, coldly, said he had clearly asked if they could heal Jinho. The hunter began stammering terribly. Within seconds, Jinwoo used his ruler's authority to pin the guy to the ground, forcing his body to pierce through the floor. Dong-su, who was getting closer, began to speak.
"I thought so. After all, you're the one who killed my brother."
Jinwoo stood still and heard Jinho weakly say, "Be careful with this guy." To which Jinwoo replied, "Stop talking. Save your strength." Then Hunter Huang Dong-su asked,
"Answer me. Did you kill my brother and his team?"
Jinwoo coldly said, "Go and ask him yourself." At that moment, Dong-su launched an attack, but Jinwoo easily dodged and countered with a powerful punch to his ribs, sending him crashing into the nearest wall. That wasn't the end of it. Dong-su lay beside a bent pipe, getting angrier, but Jinwoo was already standing over him, ready to strike again. A second later, Jinwoo hit him even harder, bending the pipe beneath him. Jinwoo continued to beat him so brutally that the sounds of the blows echoed throughout the entire area. But suddenly, Thomas Andre appeared and said to Jinwoo,
"Stop right there. I warned him not to get into a fight with you. Is he alive?"
Jinwoo replied, "Breathing. For now." Hearing this, Thomas said,
"You're able to understand this much. That'll make communicating easier. Let him go."
To which Jinwoo coldly replied, "And if I refuse?" Thomas stepped forward, his tone darkening.
Then, it wouldn't be a request anymore.
Jinwoo answered without hesitation, "Fine by me." With that, Jinwoo tossed Huang Dong-su aside. Dong-su began to laugh with a twisted joy and thought,
"Thomas, you won't have a choice but to interfere in this matter. Hurry up and kill Sung Jinwoo in my stead."
As Jinwoo approached, Thomas asked,
"You perhaps don't know who I am."
Jinwoo replied, unfazed, "It doesn't matter who you are." Hearing this, Thomas realized something. Jinwoo did know who he was, and yet he was still doing this. Thomas Andre had grown up in a poor immigrant family and had faced countless enemies. To someone who once seemed to have nothing, he was granted one talent that left no choice but to crown him the best: overwhelming violence. Violence with enough power to completely dominate others. Through countless fights, Thomas had proven his gifted, innate ability. Since then, he had witnessed firsthand how power could change those who once showed animosity toward him. Strength, authority, wealth, violence. He had used many of the world's existing powers to rise like a king, and when a new form of power emerged, awakened abilities, he seized the opportunity to reign as a true king. He destroyed those who got in his way. He brought to their knees those who looked down on him. To Thomas, violence was true justice, and from experience, he knew exactly how to deal with those who refused to obey him. Thomas swung his arm to attack Jinwoo, sneering,
"Blame it all on your own stupidity."
At that very moment, the Scavenger Guild, who had just arrived at the site, realized this was the place where they were supposed to stop and wait for the boss's orders. But suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the area. Something flew past them with terrifying force. As the dust settled, they were shocked to see their boss, Thomas Andre, thrown aside, a result of Jinwoo's powerful counterattack. His subordinates rushed over, alarmed. "Boss, are you okay?" they asked. But Thomas didn't respond. Instead, he began walking forward again. Without hesitation, his entire guild followed behind him. At the same time, Jinwoo turned to Igris and ordered, "Take Jinho to the nearest hospital. Let the doctors handle it. They must save him." Obeying immediately, Igris mounted Kaisel, lifting Jinho into the sky. Once they were gone, Jinwoo turned back and saw the entire scavenger guild standing across from him. Without a word, he raised his hand and began summoning his shadow soldiers. Thomas looked at the scene and grinned.
This is great. Finally, someone who's a worthy opponent.
His thoughts grew sharper, more focused.
I couldn't care less about the Huang Dongsu matter anymore. There's only one way to redeem my damaged pride. It's to kill that bastard.
But that wasn't enough for Thomas. He raised his voice and said,
"It's not too late to admit your mistakes and back off. I'll at least spare your life if you do so. Now apologize."
But as soon as he looked up, he saw Jinwoo raise his hand and flip him off with his middle finger. Thomas's eyes flared with fury. He shouted,
"You'll regret not having taken this last chance."
His body surged with power as his magic energy began to pulse violently in the air. At that same moment, the entire scavenger guild readied for battle, facing the dark tide of shadow soldiers standing silently before them. Then Jinwoo commanded, "Advance!" With that single word, the two formidable forces collided in a thunderous explosion. The scavenger guild quickly raised their shields, trying to hold back the shadow soldiers, but the sheer force of the clash was overwhelming. Several dozen shadow soldiers were blown apart as Thomas Andre himself charged through the battlefield, smashing everything in his path. Suddenly, a large orc soldier stood in front of him, shield raised to block his path, but there was no stopping Thomas. He leapt forward, delivering a crushing blow that shattered the orc's shield and punched straight through its head.
"These guys don't stand a chance,"
Thomas muttered. He slammed down on the ground, causing a blast wave to ripple through the area. But then, he saw it. His scavenger guildmates were being overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the shadow soldiers. Nearby stood Jinwoo, calmly cutting through everything in his path. Thomas charged toward him. But before he could reach him, Iron appeared, shield up, blocking the way.
"Get out of my way!"
Thomas bellowed and struck Iron with immense force, sending him flying. When he looked up again, Jinwoo was gone. In the next instant, Jinwoo appeared behind him, swinging his blade down with full force. But the blade couldn't pierce Thomas's armor. Thomas turned and retaliated with a devastating blow that sent Jinwoo flying high into the air.
"You looking down on a national-level hunter?"
Thomas roared. Then, with a motion of his hand, he used telekinesis to yank Jinwoo back toward him at high speed. Thomas wanted to prove the difference in their power. He wanted Jinwoo to feel true desperation. But Jinwoo wasn't so easily broken. As he was pulled in, he activated Ruler's authority, locking Thomas in place mid-air. Thomas didn't understand what was happening until Jinwoo closed the gap between them and unleashed his counterattack. He used Thomas's own telekinetic pull to increase the velocity of his strike. When Jinwoo's hand connected with Thomas's face, the impact was so intense that Thomas flew off into the distance, crashing hard. As he tumbled through the air, he could feel blood spilling from his mouth. When he finally stopped, he staggered, dazed and bleeding, seriously injured. He tried to gather his strength, to regain his balance. Jinwoo was already there. Standing over him, he coldly repeated Thomas's own words back at him. "What did you say just now? Feel the difference in our strengths and despair?" Jinwoo began throwing a flurry of punches at Thomas. Blow after blow rained down with relentless power. At this point, Thomas realized he was losing and finally decided to stop underestimating his opponent. He began channeling energy, strengthening his body to its limit. Meanwhile, cars were speeding along the road toward the battlefield. Inside one of them, a man behind the wheel asked, "Adam, what the hell is going on here?" But Adam responded quickly, eyes locked on the chaos ahead. "There's no time for a detailed explanation right now." Still confused, the driver muttered, "Maybe you can't feel because you are just a civilian. But if we go any further than this, we're risking our lives." Back on the battlefield, Jinwoo's thoughts raced. He recalled there were 4 people who had once borrowed the power of the rulers. They were likely the 4 survivors of the Kamish raid, and all of them had become national-level hunters. Thomas Andre was one of them. Just as Thomas's enhancement reached its peak, Jinwoo sprinted toward him for another attack. But Thomas raised both of his arms and slammed them into the ground with overwhelming force, causing the ground beneath Jinwoo to collapse violently. Jinwoo launched himself into the air to avoid falling, but suddenly, Thomas began using a strange technique.
Captivity.
A dark, swirling orb formed in his hand, its energy pulsing dangerously. The Scavenger Guild hunters, who were locked in battle with the Shadow Soldiers, recognized the technique instantly and began to yell, "Stay away from the Master! Everyone, fall back, now!" In that instant, all the Shadow Soldiers near Thomas were sucked into the ball with terrifying speed. Jinwoo landed on the side of a collapsed wall, watching with sharp focus. That orb. It was like a black hole. Without the use of ruler's authority, even he might be drawn into it. Thomas didn't let up. Suddenly, the orb detonated in a massive explosion, obliterating everything nearby and causing half the building to collapse. But Jinwoo managed to leap even higher, landing on a shattered steel beam, his eyes scanning the battlefield below. From up there, he saw Thomas, standing beside the massive crater left behind by his black orb. Thomas looked up at him, his voice calm but menacing.
"I won't miss this time."
The hunters of the Scavenger Guild were carrying the wounded one by one, doing their best to put distance between themselves and the battle. Their faces were pale with fear, each of them relieved just to be alive. But suddenly, one of the hunters looked up and froze. Their boss was standing still, staring upward. In the next instant, Thomas Andre launched into the air with incredible speed, flying straight toward Jinwoo. But Jinwoo was ready. He met Thomas mid-air and slammed his foot into him, sending Thomas flying backward. Enraged, Thomas activated his capture technique again. But Jinwoo didn't back down. He responded by using ruler's authority to pull Thomas in instead. And then, he accelerated the pull. Thomas's eyes widened in disbelief.
"He's pulling me in and accelerating? This time, is he planning to face me head-on? I'll take you on gladly."
Thomas began to push his enhancement further, maxing out his strength. But as soon as they collided, a thunderous blow echoed out. Thomas's armor began to crack, and then it shattered. An instant later, Thomas was launched out of the building, debris crashing down all around him. But Jinwoo didn't let up. He charged after him, feet pounding the shattered ground. As he closed in, Thomas attempted a counterattack, swinging a powerful punch, but Jinwoo dodged at the last second and delivered a vicious knee strike directly to Thomas's head. Thomas reeled, dazed, his armor in tatters. He realized his defense wouldn't last much longer. Just then, Adam White and his agents arrived at the scene with their forces. As they reached the edge of the battlefield, they froze at the sight. What they were seeing, they couldn't believe. 2 monstrous forces clashing with incomprehensible strength. One of Adam's subordinates turned wide-eyed. "Sir, is it even safe to be here right now?" "Be on your guard," Adam warned. But before they could move, someone flew past them at breakneck speed, crashing nearby. For a second, they couldn't believe their eyes. Was that Thomas Andre?" One of the agents hesitantly asked. "Yes, sir, that was Thomas Andre. What should we do?" Adam replied, "What do you mean? What should we do? We have to stop them." But the agent shouted again, "Stop them! How? Mr. Andre is getting beat up by Hunter Sung Jinwoo." Thomas couldn't understand it.
How could a mage-type hunter produce such raw power and speed?
Staggering, gasping, Thomas shouted in denial,
"There's no way! Never in my life would I lose!"
But Jinwoo's next blow landed clean and silenced everything. Thomas took even more punishment, and the realization began to dawn on him. He had always believed that the overwhelming power in his fists could bring anyone to their knees. Desperate, he shouted,
"I am Thomas Andre. You think this is enough to take me down?"
But Jinwoo's voice was calm, cold. "I told you, didn't I? It doesn't matter who you are." And he kept beating him, punch after punch. Other hunters nearby begged Jinwoo to stop, their voices rising in fear and desperation. But he didn't stop, not until Thomas Andre finally whispered,
"It's over. I lost."
Silence fell. The hunters who were watching, all of them, stood in shock. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. The great Thomas Andre, a man known as the strongest hunter in America, reduced to such a state. How many hunters in the world could do such a thing? No? Are there any who could in the first place? Once this news gets out, the world will be shaken. Suddenly, Adam White sprang into action, screaming for the healers. "Get to him now! Heal him!" But the healer who had arrived looked panicked and overwhelmed. "All his bones are broken. He's bleeding out everywhere. I can't do this alone. We need another healer. He's still alive somehow, but any other hunter would have died at least 10 times over from this." Even in this battered state, Thomas Andre was still alive. He wasn't dubbed a national-level hunter for nothing. The other hunters scanned the battlefield. No casualties from their side. But Adam, standing with a hand to his forehead, knew this wasn't over. Suddenly, a hunter from the brigade ran up to him, breathless. "Hunter Hwang Dong-soo, he's not breathing. His heart's not beating." And with a heavy silence, he added, "Hunter Sung Jinwoo. He's gone." At that time, Jinwoo was already back in Korea. He sat alone on the rooftop of a building, staring out. He had switched places with Baru and left the healing in his capable hands. He spoke softly to the shadow soldier behind him. "It's been a while since you've been in Korea, right? What you're looking at right now is Seoul. As we speak, Baru is healing Jinho to the best of his abilities in America." But suddenly, the shadow behind him spoke.
"My king, please give me a name."
Jinwoo turned. The shadow soldier standing there wasn't just anyone. It was Hwang Dong-soo. His level was unknown, but his rank was already listed as general. Jinwoo began to think. He reflected on Hwang Dong-soo's final moments, on the greed that had led to his death. And from that thought, a name came to him.
Greed.
"That's the name I'll give you." It meant exactly what it sounded like. When Jinwoo asked if he liked it, Hwang Dong-soo, now reborn, bowed his head and answered,
"Thank you, my king."
Jinwoo nodded. "Now go. Put your face down." The next morning, Jinwoo attended the International Guild Conference. As he walked inside, he immediately noticed a swarm of reporters stationed in the building. The man standing beside him muttered, "They must have already heard about yesterday's fight. I'm afraid there's no way you'll be able to avoid them today." In his mind, he replayed the chaos of the day before. This man completely destroyed the Scavenger Guild. He spoke aloud. "We've secured a testimony from Hwang Dong-soo's party. The Hunter Bureau will ensure that the truth behind the incident comes to light." But Jinwoo was calm. He no longer had any need to think about Hwang Dong-soo. He had only one purpose for being here. Once that was complete, he'd return to Korea. There was nothing else for him to do in this place. As they headed further in, a man handed Jinwoo a pair of headphones. "These will translate everything said during the conference." Jinwoo took them and nodded. As soon as Jinwoo entered the massive hall, the atmosphere shifted. People who were seated turned, one by one, and locked eyes on him. Whispers followed. "That's him, the Asian hunter who beat Thomas Andre to a pulp." He played a key role in the Tokyo Gate incident too. And now, to utterly destroy Thomas, the man who reigned like a king among hunters. I still can't believe it. Jinwoo calmly walked forward and took an open seat without saying a word. The murmurs continued to ripple through the room, but the meeting soon began. A man with glasses stepped onto the stage and greeted the attendees. "Welcome. I'm Dr. Belzer." He paused, letting the room settle before continuing. "By now, you're all aware of the increased intensity of gate appearances, and the monsters emerging from them are growing more powerful." The hunters nodded, but then the doctor added something new. "However, what many of you may not know is that unusual activity has been detected in the skies." The room quieted again. "We've received numerous reports confirming a dramatic increase in the concentration of magical energy absorbed into the atmosphere." He tapped a button, and a large map appeared behind him. "This has never happened before in the history of the Hunter Dungeon system. It's a unique event, and until we find a better term, we're calling this phenomenon the Magisphere." He pointed to the map, where 9 locations were marked across the globe. "So far, we've identified 9 regions where this strange phenomenon has manifested, and the greatest concentration of Magisphere energy is currently centered over Seoul, South Korea." The entire room stirred at once. All eyes were back on Jinwoo. He was from Seoul. The whispers resumed, but louder now. Dr. Belzer raised a hand to calm them. "Please, there's no need to look at Mr. Sung like that. If he is indeed the one tied to the Magisphere above Seoul, then he's already beyond the realm of an ordinary hunter." Jinwoo sat silently, reflecting. 9 gates, 9 Magisphere points. Could it be related to the number of monarchs? He clenched his fist lightly, thinking deeper. But Dr. Belzer wasn't finished. "At this point, we don't yet understand the nature of this phenomenon, and without further data, it's impossible to intervene. But make no mistake." He looked out over the crowd, his voice steady but grim. "This does not mean we will sit idly by. The world is changing, and perhaps we now stand on the threshold of something far greater than we've ever faced before." A heavy silence followed. Every hunter present could feel it. Something monumental was approaching. And at the center of it all was Sung Jinwoo. As soon as Dr. Belzer stepped down, another figure took the stage, the director of the Federal Bureau of Hunters. He adjusted the microphone and spoke with a grave tone.
"I will now continue with an urgent announcement. Unfortunately, I bring tragic news."
The crowd quieted immediately.
Roughly 2 weeks ago, Hunter Christopher Reed, one of the 5 national-level hunters, was murdered by a group of unidentified individuals.
A stunned silence followed. Then, the room erupted into whispers. "A national-level hunter? Murdered? That's impossible. Are they joking? Who could even pull that off? Could it have been the man who fought Thomas Andre yesterday?" As speculation spread through the room, the main screen lit up, displaying a disturbing image: the lifeless body of Christopher Reed. The director continued,
"The official report on Christopher Reed's death will be released tomorrow. I ask all of you to listen to it carefully, so there are no misunderstandings."
He paused. The next words came with visible tension.
"We have a suspect."
The screen changed, and the image of a man appeared. The room fell utterly silent. It was Sung Jinwoo's father. Gasps echoed. Then voices, quiet and nervous. People murmured, "That face? Doesn't he look like that guy sitting right behind us?" "Shh, don't look. All Asians look the same anyway. Probably just a resemblance." "Still, this is insane." Jinwoo's expression darkened, his eyes fixed on the screen. His thoughts raced. Why? Why was he in a dungeon within the ruler's territory? Why would my father do this? The image flickered in Jinwoo's mind. Kamish, the dragon, had once warned him.
There are 4 who were granted the power of the rulers. Beware them.
A cold shiver ran down his spine. Could it be? Could the rulers have sent a monster in the shape of my father? The director went on.
The man found inside a gate in U.S. territory was identified as a humanoid monster capable of speaking human language. During the interrogation, we enlisted the help of S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo, due to his knowledge of Korean.
He looked down briefly before continuing.
But the suspect knocked out Hunter Hwang Dong-soo mid-interrogation, then proceeded to lay waste to the Hunter Bureau headquarters.
The audience was visibly shaken.
This suspect not only defeated Hwang Dong-soo of the Scavenger Guild's main unit, but is believed to have escaped the dungeon along with other humanoid monsters and orchestrated the assassination of Christopher Reed.
The conclusion of the Hunter Bureau was clear and devastating. But Jinwoo's attention was laser-focused on the video playing behind the director. In it, his father looked directly at Hwang Dong-soo and spoke chilling words.
Don't you ever set foot in Korea. I don't say this for my son, but for your sake. If you do, you won't rest, even after death.
A strange weight settled in Jinwoo's chest. He knew something was coming. And now, so did Jinwoo. Jinwoo summoned Shadow Greed, who appeared swiftly beside him.
It's as you suspected, my king.
Greed confirmed gravely. Jinwoo's mind raced. This man on stage, the suspect in the investigation, was undoubtedly his father. The director speaking on stage continued with urgency.
We request the assistance of guilds worldwide to help apprehend the suspect. Should anyone find him, immediate notification is crucial.
Suddenly, a voice from the audience interrupted. How did you determine this monster isn't human at all? The reply was clear.
His magical energy matched that released by monsters. It was undeniable.
Another question followed quickly. They say he impersonated a hunter lost in the dungeon. Has his identity been verified? The director replied.
Yes, there was indeed a hunter matching that description.
Then came a question that stirred the crowd. Why won't you reveal the identity of this hunter? The man on stage answered carefully.
He is related to one of the hunters present here, and for their privacy we chose to withhold his name.
A hand rose in the crowd. It belonged to Liu Zhigeng, a formidable 7-star hunter from China. Liu said firmly,
Still, wouldn't it be more appropriate to reveal his identity to make the search easier?
He turned to Jinwoo directly.
What does this monster have to do with Hunter Jinwoo?
During interrogation, the suspect claimed to be Hunter Jinwoo's father. We are investigating to confirm this.
Liu looked pointedly at Jinwoo.
If your parentage is confirmed and the Hunter Society mobilizes to capture him, what will you do?
Jinwoo's voice was steady, resolute. The core mission of hunters is to destroy monsters. If this person is truly a monster, I will hunt him down and tear him apart. But if he is my father, I will protect my family, even if it means making an enemy of every hunter in the world. Later, as the conference was winding down, Adam White approached Jinwoo quietly. Is it true? You'd really do that? Jinwoo nodded. Adam smiled wryly. To say something like that in front of the 500 strongest hunters from over 120 countries. I think only 2 hunters in the world have that kind of conviction. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. Who's the other? Adam chuckled. The one you recently sent to the hospital bed, Thomas Andre. He continued, switching to a lighter tone. By the way, in honor of this international conference, the Hunters Association is hosting a lavish banquet tonight. It took a lot of effort and money, so if you're not too busy, I'd like to invite you. Before Jinwoo could respond, he noticed Liu Zhigeng approaching, speaking rapidly in Chinese. Adam quickly translated. He caught a giant monster off the coast of China. He said fighting it on water was quite challenging. Jinwoo was surprised. You speak Chinese? Adam shrugged. Since I'm responsible for Asia, I've picked up several languages from the region. He turned back to Jinwoo. Liu said he's impressed by your strength. Fighting a dozen of those monsters wouldn't faze you, and he's glad someone finally put Thomas in his place. No doubt, Thomas was in the wrong. Jinwoo thought for a moment. At first, Liu had seemed overly bold, even brash, but now Jinwoo sensed there was more to him, a straightforward, respectable hunter. Before leaving, Liu added quietly,
I hope this suspect isn't a member of your family.
With that, he walked away. Adam White glanced at Jinwoo and said, I don't think Mr. Liu ever wanted to fight you. No ill intent there. Jinwoo nodded calmly. It's all right. Just then, the director approached. He asked,
May I have a moment with you?
A little later, Jinwoo found himself seated across from Mrs. Selner in a quiet room. She smiled faintly.
It's been a while, Hunter Sung Jinwoo.
Jinwoo was surprised. He hadn't expected to meet her again, nor understood why she had called him. Selner leaned forward, her voice low and serious.
I've been having the same dream every night lately. Top hunters being hunted down by someone, and then a few days later, those dreams turn into reality.
Jinwoo's mind flashed back to the news about Mr. Christopher. They had warned him of an impending disaster days before the tragedy, a warning ignored. Selner continued, her tone heavy with warning.
Those hunting the hunters won't stop.
Jinwoo's voice softened, cautious. So? You're here to warn me too? Selner replied.
No, I'm here to ask you to protect the hunters. I've tried to remember the faces of those in my dreams, the ones hunted down. But it's useless, so I've decided to try something else, to confirm their identities through my ability within the dreams themselves.
Jinwoo's eyes widened with recognition. So that time you looked into my eyes? Selner's expression darkened.
The endless power that lies within them. The moment I came into contact with it, I was forced awake. I still vividly remember the voice I heard when our eyes locked.
Jinwoo asked, what did it say? Selner's voice dropped to a whisper, chilling.
To go back and prepare for war.
A shiver ran down Jinwoo's spine. It was the same warning the King of Giants had given him. A war brewing between rulers and monarchs. He wondered silently, those creatures killing hunters, whose side were they really on? Jinwoo asked, why ask me to protect the hunters? Selner's gaze was steady.
Because I detected a similar power within you.
Jinwoo's thoughts raced. Had she sensed the power of the Shadow Monarch inside him? If so, then the hunters being targeted were probably monarchs themselves. The director, standing behind Selner, spoke up firmly.
Those creatures are incredibly strong. To stop them, we need Hunter Jinwoo's help. Only you can resist their power. To be honest, we doubted your abilities at first. But after yesterday's fight with Thomas Andre, there are no doubts left. You will be generously rewarded. Anything you want, even the rune stone left after Kamish's death, will be yours to take.
He continued gravely.
Our world has been blessed with hundreds of hunters endowed with immense power. It is because of them that America can still hold back the enemy. But if they disappear, the world will fall under the onslaught of an unknown force.
Jinwoo responded, I'm sorry, but the director cut him off.
Tell me, did the incident with Thomas yesterday give you a personal grudge?
Jinwoo shook his head. It's not that. I just don't know who I'm going to fight yet. At that moment, Jinwoo stood up and said quietly, I need to go home. He turned to leave, but paused, sighed deeply, then faced Mr. White. Could you provide me with a list of the hunters who've requested protection? And it would be helpful if you could arrange meetings with them. Adam smiled warmly. Of course, I will. On the last day of the International Hunters Conference, a large buffet was held, filled with hunters from all over the world, including Jinwoo and Jinho. Jinwoo glanced at his brother and asked, "Are you all right?" Jinho smiled and replied confidently, "I'm more alive than anyone here. When I heard you fought Thomas Andre, the Goliath of our age." Upon saying this, Jinho started to cry with happiness. One of the nearby hunters pointed in Jinwoo's direction. Another hunter, looking in that direction, said, "I couldn't even sense his magical power. He's on a whole different level. Plus, he fought Thomas Andre just to save the man beside him." Suddenly, a man approached Jinwoo. He introduced himself as the director of a company specializing in recycling remnants from magical monsters. "I'd like to meet you," he said politely. "I'm interested in purchasing the remains of the giants you recently killed. Would you have some time to discuss this?" Jinwoo glanced at Jinho and thought, this is a good opportunity for him. He then said, "I'm mainly in charge of organizing raids and cleaning dungeons. The business side is handled by Vice President Jinho." Jinho stepped forward and shook the director's hand. "I'm glad to meet you. To be honest, I prefer discussing such matters in a private setting, but since you're already the head of your company, I can talk now." Jinwoo watched his brother and realized that Jinho had truly stepped into his role. He was beginning to feel like a real vice president. Just then, Mr. White appeared, holding a folder. "I've brought the list you requested," he said. Jinwoo opened it and saw the rankings of hunters, ordered by their activity and overall contributions. The top 10 hunters had the highest scores and would likely be prioritized for any upcoming missions or support. Curious, Jinwoo asked Mr. White, "What kind of rank would I be given here?" Mr. White smiled. "Considering your recent battle with the giants, you'd probably be ranked around 3rd or 4th. Thomas Andre remains 1st, Liu Zhigeng is 2nd, Christopher 3rd, and Siddharth Bachan 4th. There were so many names on the list that Jinwoo didn't even try to memorize each one. Instead, he decided it was easier to just add all his soldiers to their shadows and call it a day. That way, he could contact them faster, quickly figure out who was an enemy or ally, and plan how to face them. Suddenly, the entire room froze. Everyone's eyes turned toward the entrance as Mr. Thomas began to walk in. Jinwoo turned and saw Thomas approaching. Thomas spoke calmly but seriously.
"Hunter Sung Jinwoo, allow me to ask you one thing."
He gestured to his injured limb.
"This arm, because the damage it took was so severe, even the healer's magic isn't fully working. The doctor told me the same, that while it's slowly recovering, it's still far from healed. If it were you, you could have single-handedly wiped out my entire guild after dealing with me. Yet, despite all the commotion, not a single guild member has died. Except for Mr. Huang, who caused all that chaos. Back then, why did you let us live?"
Jinwoo answered simply, "Because they hadn't done anything to deserve death." Thomas nodded slowly, then turned to walk away. Before leaving, he called back,
"I see. I plan to hold a grand funeral for Mr. Huang. He committed a sin deserving death, but he should have a funeral. Also, once my arm heals, I would like to have a meal with you. If you give my manager your contact information, I will reach out."
At that moment, Thomas's secretary came forward, bowed politely, and spoke on his behalf. "He wants to thank you for sparing the guild members and asked for your phone number, so Mr. Thomas can express his gratitude personally. You can let him know if you need anything." Jinwoo shook his head. "I don't need anything. Everything is fine." The secretary continued, "The master doesn't like to lose. He'll go to great lengths to repay a favor. Would it be possible for you to ask for something from him?" Jinwoo hesitated before answering, "Let it be some useful blade or dagger." The secretary bowed again and thanked him once more. After she left, Mr. White spoke up. "We have meetings lined up with the hunters on your list next. I can guide and introduce you." Jinwoo cut him off. "You don't have to. There's one person missing from the list. Hunter number 6. Mr. White's expression grew serious. "We lost contact with him a few days before the conference, Our association tried to quietly search for him in Brazil, but we were told he never returned. Jinwoo's heart sank. He's been killed. So, there are only 7 left. Meanwhile, in his office, the president of the association sat quietly, a strange feeling weighing on him. His heart had been failing for some time, growing worse with each passing day. Despite previous health issues, he had pushed on.
The doctor said that if I didn't resign soon, I had at most 6 months left. Since then, 2 years have passed. And I eventually ended up where I am now. I can't do much since it seems to be my limit. I should rather be thankful that I've held out this long.
Suddenly, his phone rang. When he picked up, the voice on the other end was familiar. His wife. She asked him that nothing unusual had happened to him today. After the call, he leaned back in his chair and muttered,
"She's such a worrywart. I was just about to head back."
But then, the president felt something strange in the room, a force he couldn't explain.
"What's this? What's happening?"
Suddenly, at the end of the hall, a strange figure appeared, cloaked in shadows. As he focused, his heart skipped a beat. An ice elf-like creature sat in the distance, its pale, icy smile curling knowingly. The air grew unnaturally cold, the silence heavy with an ominous presence. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more awesome videos like this.